you hear me now? Jyoti?
Sir, I'm able to hear, sir. Sundara, sir. Sir, are
Yes,
you able to hear
I'm
my?
here.
Yeah, yeah. He's also.
Yes, yes, yes. I hear you.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Good, good, good. So we have a few more minutes, so you can prepare for that.
So 1 minute to go. I'll just present you both of you on screen. Get ready. And so there is a lot of disturbances coming from your end. Will you please check it once? Why? Because while you're presenting, maybe it will get disturbed.
Okay, okay. So outside. There is construction work and two wheels like adjacent.
Okay, 1 minute, sir. Just presenting.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Sundarraj.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Fine.
Welcome to the
I'm
show.
also glad to see you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the show starts now. Let us do some quick round of introduction and take it forward. Okay, so just give me a minute. Let me do some round of introduction. So before we start, I would like to thank you all participants who have registered the event, uh, all the speakers who have willing to share their knowledge. So thank you very much, one and all. Global HR Summit, Global HR Excellence Summit is part of our Global Strategy Summit series. We would like to bring industry experts who are really experienced in HR, which is aligned to the strategy across the globe. So, we would like to, the reason why we have this initiative is to bridge the gap between industry where they need a lot of support from experts. And then there are so many experts available in globally who can add value by sharing their knowledge and experiences and also helping the organizations. So because of that, we have launched Global Strategy Summit series, and we successfully completed so far 300 hours, 300 plus hours of sessions so far. So that is something which is quite amazing, and we are very glad to promote this event. So just to give you a feedback, the backdrop, Flu Strategy is a comprehensive strategy management solution which help organizations to execute their strategy in alignment with the processes, people, systems, and projects, and all other things required in the organization. So that's the whole idea. So we are very glad to promote this. This summit will last for almost 8 hours from morning 10 o'clock a.m. IST to 6 p.m. IST. Uh, we have around 10 speakers, 10 or 11 speakers who are presenting their experiences. Uh, uh, Please stay tuned in YouTube channel because that will be continuous, and there will be few hours in 4 hours. I think there will be the telecast and in the LinkedIn also, but that may drop after 4 hours. So YouTube link, please stay tuned to YouTube link, even if you are connected to LinkedIn and live, no problem. But after 4 hours, please shift to YouTube live. Okay, so that is something which is like an introduction, and I take this as an opportunity to introduce our the first speaker, Mr. Sundar Raj, to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand to invite to the session. I would like to give a quick round of introduction about Mr. Sundar Raj. Mr. Sundar Raj is experienced HR strategist, professor of practice, and leadership coach, specializing in organizational development, compliance, and HR transformation. He is the founder of Sai Management Services, delivering HR policies, audits, social compliance solutions, and aligned to the business goals. With global training exposure and memberships in leading management institutions, he brings strong industry and governance expertise. His work strengthens leadership capability, labor relations, and statutory compliance across organizations. Welcome, Mr. Sundaraj, to the show. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ash. Very kind of you for the opportunity given to share my views and experience here in this platform. I hope this is a very good opportunity for me. Thank you. Let us start. Let us start my speech. Let me start.
Yeah, please start. Please go ahead. I think
Yes.
we are done. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can start.
So, yes. Today I'm going to speak on the D that was D is the diversity, E is the equity, and inclusion has long been misunderstood yet as a charitable endeavor, a moral obligation. However, the perception couldn't be further from the truth. D is in fact a critical performance strategy that drives business success, innovation, and growth. I like to quote my recently written as four words poem in DEI. DEI is not a handout nor a favor granted, but it's a strategy drive performance and innovate, diverse perspective, inclusive mindsets, fuel the creativity, growth, and business results. This is my four lines that I had written in this regard. I like to go through my start from my slides. What is DEI? Diversity. Different backgrounds, genders, cultures, abilities, and perspectives in the workplaces. This is the diversity not only in genders.
Are you sharing the screen, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still, I am not seeing my screen.
Yeah.
Kindly share my screen.
Yeah, please share. Please share the screen. You have share screen option. Press
Yes.
and then go for the last window, entire screen. Maybe that should be a good one. You have an option to choose window also if you have option to choose your presentation in a slide share mode. So if you can choose entire screen,
Ah.
the last one, and then click on the entire screen window. Just click on it. Then the blue button will be activated in the bottom. Then just click it.
No.
You're able to do it? Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't get it.
Yeah, it came. It came. And then you can try again, please.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it now. You have a power connector problem.
Oh.
You want Jyoti to share the screen? From
Yeah.
Jyoti, if you can do that, it will be great. If you have a presentation. I have it from my side out. I can do that. In case.
Oh. அங்க ஷேர் பண்ண அது ஓடுறேன்
Yeah, you are able to see the screen, right? I shared it.
Yes, 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 I see.
Okay, you can do that. So let me close all the windows. Okay, you may proceed, sir.
Okay. Next slide. And the third slide. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. So diversity. The diversity is from different backgrounds and different genders, cultures, cultures, and abilities, and perspective in the workplaces. So the next is the equity. Equity is just providing to them fair opportunities and support based and individual needs. Inclusion, creating the workplace where everyone feels valued and respected and cared. That's everyone should feel valued. That is very important in inclusion. So this is the three things the DEI is: diversity, equity, and inclusion. Next slide. D, D that works. So moving from the initiative to integrated impact. The D work is too hard. It takes too long to see the results. The fact is, D isn't a short-term project. And a company making a big moves before it has the right culture and structures in place is likely to find leaving marginalized the employees and customers no better off and giving companies the reputation for hollow promises. So embedding the inclusion into your organization's DNA. So next slide.
Yes, sir.
Yes, next the agenda is I'm going to the introduction to the evolution. It starts from the kind complaints in 2010. 2010. It's focused on legal requirements on the DE. And and 2010 to 2015, it's an awareness through trainings and workshops. All of the DEs have been created. People are creating management problems, everything. And in strategies has created the awareness. Then 2015 to 20, so it's the initiative era. So programs and ERGs, employees resource group, have put up programs and trainings, everything to initiate this DI. 2020, so it's the initiative era. So programs and ERGs, employees resource group, have put up programs and
Hello. Sir, I'm unable to hear. Okay, so just give me 1 minute. One second, sir.
oh, okay.
I'm just unable to hear. Okay. I'm just sharing again. Sorry. Yeah, please. Please go ahead.
Okay. She's white. Screen open.
Yeah, shall we?
Yeah.
Next screen.
Meena Kubra. I call me. No problem. I will take my phone later.
Sir, shall we continue?
Oh, yes. Wait a minute.
Okay,
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
no problem.
The laptop is somehow maybe.
Is it okay?
நல்லா வந்து டக்குனு இதாயிடுச்சு. Hello. Correct. May I start, sir? Yes.
No. Shall we?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Please continue, sir.
Yes, continue, sir. Yes. The challenges is with the traditional DA. So the check marks are initiative.
Sir? Hello? Jyoti, can you share the screen if it is okay for you? Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes. I can.
Sir, can you mute your mic? Maybe you have opened in two windows. Sir, you do one thing. You can just connect on phone. The screen will be shared by our team. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a glitch in the session, so just stay tuned for a couple of minutes. Mr. Sundarraj is trying to set up his mic and laptop. So meanwhile, so the DEI topic, what Mr. Sundarraj is talking about, is very important as far as HR management is concerned. If you have any questions related to DEI, diversity, inclusion, and so please just make sure that you post the questions here. Mhm. So if you go to YouTube live, so you have a question, the message box. So if you put a message box, the question will appear here for the speaker, and then he can speak on your behalf. Can you check Jyoti with Mr. Sundar? Mr. Sundarraj, can you hear us now? Hello.
Yes, nice. May I proceed?
Sorry, sir.
Sir, can
Glitch.
Yes, 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 I'm
Okay,
yes,
no,
I'm
don't worry.
ready.
Please
Okay,
proceed.
okay. So let us start from now. The framework for the integrated DH. Frameworks for the integrated of the DE impact. The leadership commitment, visible sponsorship, and accountability. Inclusive culture, that is for the psychological safety and belonging. Data-driven strategies and the track metrics and adjust and systematic process. Embed the DA in hiring, promotions, and example. Continuous learning, ongoing education, and feedback loops. In such a way, we have to fix some frameworks that integrate the DE, the impact in the organization. The leadership commitment. It is the important that leadership can talk honestly and confidently about the company's DEI initiatives and demonstrate the genuine commitment to making them happen. Once you have this open support from your leadership, you'll be able to integrate the into your strategic plans. Without this, there is zero accountability, and it is almost impossible to embed any sort of initiative into the company's culture. So it's like a main important thing. So the leadership commitment is important. Yeah. The best practices. So, and Jyoti can share this slides and best practices. This is the 10th slide. Yeah. What are the best practices we implemented the DI in our organization? The DI to the business goal, tie it to our business goal, link diversity to innovation, customer reach, and risk mitigation. Example, diversity teams drive the 19% of higher innovations revenue. It's McKinsey data. Then use data wisely. Track the disaggregated data, that is gender plus ethnicity, etc. Share the progress transparently. Example, annual DA reports, annual formats to submit to the organization in board in such a way and to the people teams. So we are having so much of the gender and diversity in our teams. So it will give some progress in transparently. Empower the employee networks. That ERG drives policy changes, leadership pipelines. Examples, IBM's ERGs influence the product location for global markets. Make DAs everyone's jobs. So train all the employees on inclusion behaviors. In the organization, you have to teach them, you have to brief them, all our employees. This includes our behavior, includes our culture in such a way, so we can get diversity in the team. We can they can adapt to all the genders and everything in diversity, and it will bring more innovative and creativity in the works. So, as an impact of the sustainable DA isn't a program; it's a cultural shift. It is a cultural shift when inclusion becomes a shared responsibility on organization thrive. Yeah. I would like to have some case studies from Microsoft in this regard, the DI. There is a challenge. Despite the diversity hiring gains, retention, and promotion gaps persisted. Solution: they shifted the focus from headcount to the inclusion metrics. Instead of an
Explain,
headcount,
Praveen.
yeah, this is a case studies from Microsoft. The solution is that they shifted the focus from the headcount to inclusive metrics. Example, the promotion rates, employee sentiment in such a way. They implemented the inclusive leadership training for 30,000 plus managers, tied the DA the goals to executive incentive. This, this will bring the more revenues and it will escalate the Microsoft and gives I think it is a 19% of business revenues has been escalated by including the by implemented this DI in that promotion, the leadership, and and teams and everything. There is a result. The women in leadership growth 2x faster than all overall exposed. Employee engagement scores 8 points in underrepresented groups. Innovation index, patent filings, it's 40% increase among the diverse teams. So that's a lesson we learned. DA is the success requires measuring the impact, not just input. At Microsoft, embedding the inclusion into process drive the tangible business outcomes. It is not about checking the boxes. It is about building the systems that works. So in the global talent race, we need such a DEI that's winning the global talent race. The organization with the strong DEI strategies stand out as employees of choice because the organization with the strong DEI strategies and stand out as employees of choice because global talent pools want to work where diversity is celebrated. Candidates choose the companies that model equity and transparency. Inclusive recruitment practices expand the reach beyond the traditional pipelines. In today's competitive hiring landscape, DE isn't a buzzword, it's a recruitment magnet. Business that ignores it is losing the very talent that could define that future. When you embed DI in talent acquisition, you don't just hire the people, you build the workflows that reflects the world, because there are diversity, there are different peoples, different genders, and different qualities, different behavior. So they will give the more innovation, more results in organization, and it gives more transparency among the peoples, and it stand out as an employee's choice, employees of choice. Next. So the call to action, your next moves. Audit your current state, where you are. Map the DA, opposed to this playbook, where you are, what are the actions that were taken, where, what is the percentages, or what is the matrix you have, and you have to track all that, and it will help you. It will help you to analyze where you are and where to go. In case of DI, and you can engage the leaders. You can engage the leader, align the DI with the business strategy. It's completed business strategy, and all the leaders must give the commitment to implement the DI. You start small, scale the fast. Pilot 1 to high impact change. Example, bias training and mentorship. In such a way, you start some among the teams, among the people, employees in your organization. Then measure and share, track the progress, and celebrate the wins. Suppose you have in the teams, at least 20% or 15% you have the diversity. There are more women workforce, and you start a celebration. It will give the joy, and also give them, make them the inclusive as their behaviors, as their culture. Outcomes is the move from checking box to transforming your culture. Let us stop talking about DA as a nice to have. Let us make it how we work. The fact, embedding the workplace diversity, equity, and inclusion into a recruitment process, 100% necessary to attract the best talent possible for your teams. Diversity hiring strategy really matter. After all, how can startups build their incredible products that resonate with the reflecting society they operate in? The embedding the DI into a recruitment process isn't an option, it's a must. I thank you all.
Okay. Sir, it's a great topic. I would like to have a few questions. Now we talk about
Okay.
diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Hmm.
Okay. So when you
Okay.
talk about mid-size manufacturing organizations
Yeah.
or mid-size in service organizations, how do you
Mm.
take this? Because it's still DEI is a fancy thing, nice to have, as you said in your one of the slides. So
Yeah.
what organizations should do to
So it
initiate?
should be start from the it should start from the recruitment also,
Mhm.
not from the recruitment. It not from the HR steps and recruitment, and also the promotion also that should be taken as consider.
Mhm.
So only the diversity should not be limited to the recruitment alone. It should be expanded to the promotions and team setup also. Otherwise, it cannot be as possible.
So
So and
basically, yeah.
continuous education, continuous training will bring the and make it as a behavior, as
Mhm.
organization culture. This is our organization culture. We have the DA in our organization.
Mhm. So basically, what you are saying is it should not only start in the recruitment. You
Yeah,
do it properly in the recruitment, and then also use it on a day-to-day basis. You promote
yeah,
the based on merit. Okay, so
yeah,
consider diversity, equity, and inclusion, all for
yeah.
all kind of people. Then
Yes,
organization will have the strength.
yes.
Okay, to use the
Okay.
resources properly, human resources properly,
Certainly, certainly.
and it is a
Wait a
definitely.
minute.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a same thing now in India. The leadership, women leaderships are very low. Nearly, I think, the 19% is only now we have. That it should
Yeah.
be increased at least to 40%. At least 40% by at least in 5 years, next by 2030. We have to reach at least 40% of women leadership in our team, in the board itself, everything. So that should give you the space. We have to give the space and we have to share the place that should be valued and we have to give some value in this.
So, including inclusion
Yeah,
in the under diversity in the leadership role also, it's very critical, as you said.
yeah, yes, very good. Leadership is must.
Great,
Commitment.
great.
This is a commitment from the leadership. So from the leadership onwards, not only from local side, not only from the service in the up from top to bottom, this the DI should be implemented.
Yeah, from the compliance side, because you are also expert in compliance. Okay,
Yeah.
how does that DEI and compliance of an individual organization fit into that? Okay, can you give an example from the manufacturing side so that we can easily understand?
But normally, see, it is that the compliance side, there is no the restriction in India as far as you have
Correct.
to give the 50-50 in such a way. There is no. We are in fact in our recent statement from the Indian government of India. They push the women workforce and women leaderships in so many ways. They have to include it in a boardroom itself and you give them the, at least 20 percentage or at least 40% in such a way they have to push the people. But and in parax in industries in the Tamil Nadu and in our state, there are nearly 40% of women workforce here. So we are in not only in workforce, the next level also there. And I think next level it will be I think around 20 to 22 percentage people so women works are coming. Women workforce, women executives are there. So
Mhm.
if the diversity is inside, so we can get some different ideas, different creativities. They, so monotonous instead of monotonous, we can give to different people different ideas, different. So they are not only genders from different places also that. So for example, in Tamil Nadu, an organization where we have the people from some North Indians and the people from South and the people from West and also and also the different places, different and different genders, so that they can give the different ideas. So it will give the unique. We can bring some more bright ideas in our organization. It will for the growth of the organization.
So, very good approach. Now, how do you make sure that the equality take place in the
Equality.
organization?
There is a fair opportunity. We will stick with the fair opportunity. That is all.
Opportunity.
That is,
Mhm.
yeah.
Okay. So how,
Yeah.
how can we measure this DEI, whether any particular organization is practicing or not? So how can we know? And how
This
can
is only
can
only the percentages of the peoples are there, and only and in the team in the team and in the placement, everybody we have to give some percentage. We have to track those metrics in this way.
okay, so like how many employees are there,
Ah,
their percentage, how many leadership. Okay,
yeah.
so likewise
So,
we can measure.
like
That's
this.
great,
But
great.
nowadays in India, everyone's are interested and welcoming the diversity now.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay.
So diversity, DEI is it's not a mandatory thing, but it is a very important concept
Yeah.
organization should follow to
Okay.
ensure sustainability and growth. That's what it is.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Great, sir. Any final comment? What is your advice for the organizations? So, what you give like they need to do to go for the DEI? So, what is your advice for mid-size segment?
My advice is only don't take us as a DEI as a trust or trust. It is not a or what this is not an option. You take it as a must. It is a must. Then only we can have the good DEIs instead. Nice to have. But let us make it how we got here.
So, as I hear you loud and clear, so DEI should start from direct from recruitment process, have fair process in recruiting, give equal
Yeah.
opportunity for everybody to
Yeah. But
perform,
yes. Yeah. Yes.
and then have an inclusive nature
Yeah.
for growth,
Yeah.
maybe promotions, and also have a very balanced leadership team, so that
Yeah.
you as an organization it is more sustainable and
Yeah.
growth oriented.
Yes. Certainly. Yes, certainly. Equity also very important. We have to give the fair opportunity today. Not
That is
only
very big challenge. What do you
big
think?
challenge.
That
Yes,
is a
certainly
really
it's
a challenge that.
really the great challenge. Some people they also on the principle of they include the people, but they can not give the opportunities. But it is not
Opportunity.
correct. It is not correct. We have to give the fair opportunity to the genders and peoples.
Hmm.
We should not ignore we should not avoid them. We should include them. So that's only principle for the next one is the inclusion.
Okay, so what you're saying is there should be a fair opportunity for all
Oh,
to
yeah.
perform and recognition also. So
Oh.
that so any KPI for this for making sure that DEA is working in your mind. Any organizations can measure the KPI for this.
So that is depends upon the organization, whether it is a service oriented, whether it is a manufacturer oriented, or if there is an industry which have the more women workforce than the rest, some percentage of the peoples in the women leaders will be escalated. So it depends upon the service and the products of the organization. That should be fixed. KP.
Perfect, sir. So any
Okay.
final thoughts you want to share so that we have 2 more minutes, 2 3 minutes. If you would like to give a key takeaways for the organizations to implement
So
DEI.
I think again and I tell them first now you have to audit your the current state,
Mhm.
audit map the efforts to this premium and what is the stages where you are, how many peoples are there, percentages of peoples are there in different genders and different places are there. We have to track them. Then only we can know. Oh, so where we are lacking, where you have to fill up the vacancies and where you have to fill up the peoples to make them so the complete DA in principle. So we have to, and moreover, you have to engage the leaders also.
Mhm.
You have to engage the leader. That is the commitment from the leadership is very, very important. And that should be align the DA with the business strategy. Yeah. I have to start small and get the fast.
Great, great.
Thanks. Okay.
Great, sir. So thank you very
Okay.
much for wonderful lecture. We had some disturbance in
Yeah.
joining and all. No problem. Okay, so
Nice.
it will happens.
Very.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr.
okay.
Sundaraj, for a
Thank
wonderful
you, sir.
session today. And
Very
have
sure.
a good luck. Take
Good luck.
care.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
sir. You have a nice interaction, and yeah, even after the disturbances in voice, you have given some interaction that will give that will enlighten the thinking. I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And yeah,
Thank
thank
you,
you. Thank
sir.
you, Lord.
I know
Thank you.
you
Thank
have a
you.
lot of knowledge. Ladies
Ma'am.
and gentlemen, give a big hand to Mr. Sundaraj. He is very much experienced in HR processes. He is helping many organizations, and also he is very good experience and knowledge in the compliance part of HR. So, if you would like to take his help for your organization, please go ahead. So, it will be a great opportunity to associate with Mr. Sundaraj. So, thank you, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Thank you. Well, thank you. Well. Bye.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we had an excellent, good start for DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's a very important topic at this point of time in everywhere across the globe. Okay, so thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to give you an idea, please make sure that the LinkedIn telecast will be there until 1 o'clock or so. So YouTube Live, please stay tuned in YouTube Live. The link will be posted again and again, and everybody can be aligned to that. Thank you very much. So, Madam Simin Askari, thank you very much for joining the show.
Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Adisha.
Uh, Very nice to see you here in the show. So, I would like to give a quick round of introduction, Ms. Simin. Ms. Simin Askari is a seasoned people and business leader with over 3 decades of experience across manufacturing, media, technology, and diversified conglomerates. Former Group CHRO and Head of Business Excellence at DS Group, she has led large scale HR transformations, organizational design, and digital people process initiatives for complex multi business enterprises. Her leadership integrates commercial insight, governance, and systems thinking to build resilient, high performance organizations where people, purpose, and performance align. So, welcome, Ms. Simin Askari. So, she is talking about today AI in your HR toolkit. It's a very important and contemporary topic. So, AI in HR toolkit, practical uses in recruitment, learning and development, and operations. So, welcome, Ms. Simin. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khadir. It's a pleasure to be on this, for taking this session today. You rightly said it's a very important, I would say, topic and very contemporary. Only today, I mean, yes, since yesterday, we have the AI summit happening in India. And people from all around the world have come in, all dignitaries, and that kind of showcases the importance of making sure that all of us, including people in HR, understand the implications and the help that AI can bring about in our day-to-day HR processes. So I'm just going to put up my presentation, and if you could just let me know if you are able to see it, and then I can take it forward. Just a minute.
Sure.
Uh,
Still, you share the screen?
yes, that keeps happening. Yesterday also,
No, no. Share the screen and go to the last window, entire screen. So
I did
just
try sharing screen. It keeps
click on the
saying
window.
that it's not
Click on the
allowed.
window. No, no. When you look the entire screen, click on the window. Click on the window. So the blue button will appear. Just
Oh,
share it.
okay. Just a second. I don't know.
You need to
It's not
click on the
coming
window.
good.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not
So when
appearing.
you, yeah, so you will see three tabs, right? Windows entire screen, right? So you have
No, it's
entire
not.
screen.
It's not actually. Okay, let me just try this again. It keeps saying can't share screen is not allowed. Screen sharing is not allowed. I don't know why it's coming like that.
So one second.
Oh,
One
yesterday
second.
also we had a bit of a challenge, when we were
You are
doing
able
a
to share
test run.
yesterday?
It again kept happening the same. I don't know why. So if one of your people can
Yeah,
help
we
in
will
this.
do that. Don't worry. Jyoti, if you can give me the presentation, I'll share. That's better.
Okay, maybe are you able to see this?
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah,
You can? Okay. I
yeah,
think the only
perfect.
thing is that in this I'm not able to do the
You cannot.
animation, but it's all right. I think maybe
No, perfect, perfect.
I don't need to do the animation. Maybe you can just sort of hear
No
me out
problem.
while I'm speaking, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm just going to start talking about the AI in your HR toolkit, starting from why I feel this is important. I want to just start by reframing of how we think about AI in HR. For many years, HR technology has been all about automation, making processes faster, cheaper, and more efficient. AI represents a very, very different shift now. It is about intelligence and not just about automation. It means that this intelligence, it means it has the ability to see patterns, to predict outcomes, and also to support better judgment at scale. In recruitment and learning, this distinction is going to be very, very crucial. So we are no longer asking how do we process faster, but how do we make better people decisions. And so this session is going to be about that shift and also about applying this practically in HR. The scope and the focus about today's discussion is going to be very, very focused. We're going to look at recruitment optimization and also learning personalization. And these are the two areas where HR teams face the highest volumes. You would be, you people who are in HR, they would understand that there is high complexity, there is a lot of expectations from the team, and the focus will be on how AI will enable high volume processing without really sacrificing the quality, while also delivering predictive insights and skill agility. Ultimately, the goal is going to be to help HR move from, say, intuition led decisions to more data informed decision. And that this actually does not mean that we are going to remove any human judgment. It only means that it's going to strengthen it with evidence. So let's talk about why AI and why now, and where this fits in the entire employee life cycle. So, according to me, the reason AI has become more critical now is because HR is really under pressure from all sides. Businesses really want very, very fast hiring. You want better quality talent. You want continuous upskilling. And of course, attrition is a pain point. So, that everyone wants lower attrition. And all of this, the business wants simultaneously. So this actually creates something that I call a speed and quality paradox. Traditionally you could have either speed or quality, but very rarely you could have both. But with AI coming in, now you can address this paradox across the employee life cycle. Starting from attracting talent to retaining talent to more importantly, developing and actually making sure that they stick around with you. So AI does not just sit outside our HR systems. It actually fits within the ATS, within the LMS, within the talent platforms, quietly augmenting the decisions rather than replacing people. So that means that, when we look at the AI utility within the employee life cycle, when we look at AI across all of that, we see some recurring themes. Automated sourcing will help widen our talent funnel. Predictive screening will improve the way we are shortlisting decisions. Personalization helps in the making sure that there is learning effectiveness. And finally, churn prediction actually flags the disengagement that could be happening within the organization before it actually becomes full-fledged attrition. And what is connecting all of these cases is actually early intelligence. So, where AI helps us is that it helps HR to not just react after a problem becomes visible, they help in actually predicting that there will be a problem, and therefore HR needs to take an action. And this shift from a reactive to predictive HR is where the actual value lies in when we put in AI in our HR processes. Coming to AI in talent sourcing. Now, obviously, we all, who people who are in HR understand that, traditional sourcing relies very heavily on keyword matching, on, matching the job titles or company names, or you would always have your bosses or the hiring manager telling you that these are the number of years of experience that you need, for a certain role. And that's what traditional sourcing would do. How AI fundamentally changes this process is that it focuses more on the skills, more on the adjacencies, and also more on the availability. So instead of asking the question, who matches this JD exactly, AI would actually ask, who has the capability to succeed in this role? And this also allows HR to uncover talent that could otherwise, be invisible, especially when it is a tight labor market. So you may have, uh, uh, you know, people who may not really be available, but with AI, you're able to contextually match the profiles and actually bring them on board. So AI helps actually scan millions of profiles in a matter of seconds. I won't even call it minutes. But the speed itself is really not what I would call a breakthrough. The speed and the real power actually is in the contextual matching, as I said earlier. That means that understanding what the candidate has done before, what skills they do have, how are these skills transferable, and this actually also enables adjacent talent pools to emerge. For example, someone could be, say, in gaming, but they could very well transition successfully into UI design. AI also predicts availability, so it helps recruiters focus on candidates who are more likely to be engaged, and it also helps in improving efficiency and recruiter morale, because those of you who are in this session and who have actually managed recruitment would know that it is an extremely tedious sort of a role, and making sure that you have the right person and you actually are able to bring the right person on board is a really, really difficult task. So, coming to how this resume screening and shortlisting is helped through AI, and automating this without just losing a human touch or overlooking potential. Basically, as we all know, as I said, resume screening is one of the most time consuming and also, I would say, most bias prone stages of recruitment. Because here, when we are screening profiles, we are the people who are ultimately also having some sort of bias in our subconscious mind, and that kind of creeps in. But when AI is applied, the biases are not there, right? It helps in automate screening while also ensuring that the potential is not overlooked. And so by evaluating the skills, the experience, the learning agility, AI reduces the dependence on some sort of pedigree based filtering. Most likely when you are looking at a resume, in the first place, at least before, when AI had come in, I personally am guilty of, when I looked at a resume, the first thing I would look at the pedigree. Where has the person studied from, how much experience do they have, what are the kind of organizations they have worked, and that kind of made up my mind whether this person is going to be good for me or not. And obviously that was a bias that I had. But with AI, I am able to sort of get resumes that are shortlisted based on skills rather than all of these things. And I may have been overlooking skills earlier, But now the profiles I get, because the AI has all shortlisted it for me, is the skills that are more important for me. So that means that, the recruiters are now able to spend time on something that matters more, on the conversations and on the assessments. Coming to the next, section, where once you have the resumes, what do you do with them? You are going to be doing the interviews and the assessments. And more often than not, interviews are also inconsistent, because people who are taking the interviews are also assessing it in a different manner. So, how does AI help us do this better? Is by structuring the process in a way that it is a standardized, method. So the competencies, the interview questions, the scoring criteria all become standardized. And this, what does this do is that it reduces interview bias. It reduces the variability between people who are assessing different things. And it also makes the hiring decisions more objective. Ultimately, that's the idea that we want, that we should have a objective way of evaluating whether this person is going to be the right fit for the role or not. And for HR leaders, what this means is that it strengthens a governance mechanism, and it also improves the selection outcome, especially when you are doing a very high, hiring at a large scale. This becomes extremely important and extremely helpful. Coming to recruitment analytics and prediction, this I think is where where recruitment actually truly shifts from an operational work to strategic work. And how does this happen? AI allows HR to move beyond just, sort of working on the time to hire, or what did I do during this period, to actually focusing on the quality of the hire, and focusing on the longevity of the person. So meaning whether this person is going to be able to be productive in the organization for a longer time. So they will be able to do that. And how do they do that? Is by correlating pre-hire data with post-hire performance. If your people who have been hired are at a certain skill, certain experience level, certain backgrounds, they are able to perform better for certain roles, you are just matching all of that data, and ultimately predicting that this is going to be, this person is going to be successful, and they are going to be staying in the organization for a longer time. This funnel analytics actually shows exactly where the candidates have dropped off, and also why they have dropped off. So these early warning indicators, they will highlight the attrition risk within the first few months, enabling proactive intervention rather than taking an mostly when AI was not part of our HR systems. What we would do is, once a person has left, we would try to do a postmortem of that and say that, okay, these were the reasons why this person has left. Let's try and make sure that these reasons don't reoccur again. But that was a post exit analysis. But here you're able to take proactive measures, and able to be better at your jobs. Next is our AI in learning and development. Let's just talk about a bit about how this shift from the traditional L&D to AI driven L&D is happening. The transformation is similar to what we had seen in recruitment, what we had just discussed all of this time before. But in L&D, traditional L&D model, was built around what courses would be assigned to what jobs. But today, I would say currency is the skill. That means that the roles today are changing much faster than role descriptions, and employees completely need a very continuous reskilling. It means that these skills and capabilities need to keep evolving. Keep These people need to be able to do different jobs, because agility is what is required in the organization. And what AI enables is this, that it helps us in transition from making these skills visible, measurable, and also actionable at scale. So the big shift I would say is basically from moving from something that was a one size fits all course to something which is very, very hyper personalized, not just personalized, but hyper personalized skill development. And this is, I think, very, very important in L&D, because now what AI does is it helps in figuring out that learning is going to be based on what the role requirements are, what the performance data has been, and what the future skills would be. So, skill and ontologies actually help in predicting those gaps for emerging roles. That means that, there would be certain skills that might be needed. Your people internally may not really have those skills. So, what do? You quickly start reskilling people so that those skill gaps are fulfilled even before the actual requirement comes in. That actually makes the L&D department very agile and making sure that our employees are future ready. I worked with DS Group prior, just about a month ago, I left. And over there, we had actually introduced a DS learning, uh, tools, and I would say learning academy that was completely AI driven. And what that did was that it would look at the roles of different individuals, look at the skills, and then figure out how the, for an employee at the same level, uh, often within, in the same department, what is the kind of skill gap that there is. And they would then start throwing very hyper personalized learning modules at people. And that means that everybody's learning journeys were very, very different, and it was completely according to what an individual really needs. So, these hyper personalized learning journeys are something that I feel that are extremely important, and what is the need of the day now. Uh, what it also means is that today the L&D team is not just looking at what learning is happening, but also looking at what is the impact on the performance. So has the performance improved also or not? Just a minute, I think this is not moving. Okay, fine. Yeah, so you can see this next slide, I hope. All right. So, what do we mean by personalized learning journeys? Is that, and this is what I would call as a segment of one. That means, when there are two employees in the same role, they may receive very different learning paths based on their own proficiency levels, based on their aspirations, based on where they want to be. For example, when we have a sales executive joining in, they would want to, for example, become the marketing head. They have that aspiration. Now, how do they do that? So the Learning Academy would actually show them a career path, tell them that, today your skill levels are here. After you've taken an assessment, they tell you this is where you are. To become a marketing head in XYZ years, number of years, this is what all you need to do. This is where all you need to go for a, as a job enhancement. These are the courses you need to take. And all of that actually helps a person to move on the career paths, to reach a target where they want to be ultimately. They can see that career path for themselves, and these recommendation engines on the LMS actually also suggest very relevant content to you. This kind of works on a career path. It shows employees how learning connects to the growth, and this obviously improves engagement level and the ownership of development. So, when I as an individual understand that if I am taking this learning seriously, then it has a direct impact on my career. If I have a certain aspiration of becoming the head of marketing, for example, in say 5 years or 10 years or whatever, these are the things I need to take. Then I actually start taking that learning seriously, because then I know that it is impacting my career. And that's what I would say, those of you who are from the L&D teams here would know that it is, extremely tedious and very difficult to make sure that people are actually going online and taking these modules. But when the learning becomes hyper personalized to you personally, that's when you start taking it very seriously. And that's when it becomes more exciting for you, because now you know this is what happens if I take learning seriously, and what happens if I don't, right? So AI has now become also the co-pilot for learning. And that means that, you know, it has reduced the burdens from the L&D teams. Earlier, it was the mandate for an L&D team to actually create those micro learning modules, create the summaries, the quizzes that would come after every course, and then upload them, and then, make sure that people are taking those learnings and, assigning them and all of that. So now what is happening is, with AI powered, LMS systems, it allows the employees to sort of interact with the system as though they are having a conversation. You could just type in something with generative AI. I think it's becoming extremely easy and extremely relevant. You could just type in that this is what I want, and instead of navigating through all those menus that are normally the drop downs, you would be getting the relevant content. So AI is helping in not just creating those micro learning modules, but also in curating exactly what kind of modules need to be created for a certain job requirement or a skill requirement. It helps employees to actually ask the questions naturally, instead of using a drop down to figure out what kind of a question is, what kind of a assignment has to be given, or learning material has to be given. And it also helps in instantly localizing it. So for example, you may have a sales module that would be created for a particular level of sales teams, but your sales teams would be in say in say Tamil Nadu, or in say West Bengal, or in say Rajasthan, and or even Jammu and Kashmir, and you need the same module to be running across the group. But traditionally what you would do is you would get a translator to kind of translate it, to put the local languages in, and then manually reassign it to the people in those regions. But what happens with AI now is that there is an instant translated content which is available for multi-region teams. So you really don't need to do all of that now manually, and AI is becoming a tool for you to do all of this. Now, you know, there are extremely helpful tools that I have also seen that help in not just creating presentations but also content. So, for example, in our organization, what we did was that we had trainings also given to people to become more digital savvy and to know how AI is going to help in their own particular department or processes. Uh, is someone asking?
Yeah,
Okay.
please. Yeah.
All right. All right. I think there was an echo. Okay. So what we did was that we brought in an expert who would be able to take our sessions on AI in their function. For example, AI in procurement. How does AI and generative AI, help in procurement? How does generative AI help in marketing to make it more efficient? So we've done that. That means, making people aware what kind of tools are going to help you, what kind of prompts you need to write to make sure that you get the right outputs. All of that for different departments. Okay. Now coming to how this is important, or it is, when I talk about learning, I am not looking at, as an HOD, I'm not looking at, okay, these are the number of courses that we have assigned to people. I'm actually looking at how has that learning helped in change the performance of the people. Has it improved it? Have the skills become better? Have the proficiency levels become better or not? Now, AI is actually helping in moving from basically what was earlier measured as only a completion rate, to actually measuring how the performance has helped or has become better. And is there a correlation between the number of learning that I've given to the to the output that is coming out, right? Basically, the biggest advantage I would say is moving from this completion rate to tracking proficiency changes, to linking it to the business outcomes ultimately, and also to in terms of measuring internal mobility. Have my people been able to become multi-skilled? Have they actually moved from one department or one role to another? How has the promotions happened? How have the job rotations happened? Have they helped it not, or have, as L&D, or the learning, helped this or not? AI also ultimately helps in identify a bench strength for critical roles. So that means that it becomes a tool for more proactive succession planning. And therefore, just like in recruitment, L&D also shifts from becoming a cost center to actually becoming a strategic capability builder. Uh, a lot of times we have seen that organizations find investment in L&D to be more of a cost. And with AI coming in, and because now with AI, you are able to show business outcomes and actually how learning has affected business outcomes, you are able to justify those costs. And then this becomes more of an investment in people. And I think that's extremely relevant in today's world that we are living in, right? But with all of this, that means that my HR teams also need to change. You know, my HR teams need to have their skills upgraded, and the HR professionals must also evolve. That means today, I would say data literacy is not just essential, and it's not just to become, say, what, like to look at data and maybe become data scientists, but actually to interpret the insights and also ask the right questions. The right questions, I would say, is in terms of how am I, as an HR professional, working on actually impacting the business in the right manner? And that's, I think, where the shift is happening now, and where HR professionals are becoming strategic partners to the business, because AI is now helping in solving those earlier paradigms and the issues that HR used to face earlier. Problem framing is critical, I would say, is because AI would solve only what we define clearly. If you're not able to define what is required clearly, then AI is actually going to throw out garbage only. So it's ultimately a intelligent machine, I would say, but ultimately it's not a human being. And therefore, AI literacy also means to understand what are the limitations, what are the risks that are going to be while using AI tools. And therefore, the mind shift of HR must shift from being a gut feeling to more of an insight informed judgment. We have been talking about using data, because data is something that is there all around us. And if we are able to utilize data to take better decisions, I think that's where the shift is going to be. And that's where HR is going to actually start showing their value, right? Now, how do you make this happen? What is the action plan that should be there, in your toolkit, how do you make sure that and the AI in HR is becoming successful? I would say AI success in HR depends less on the technology, but more on the clarity and more on the change management that happens around it. Therefore, don't just start getting in tools for your HR processes, AI tools, without really understanding what is the problem that this is going to solve. What is the objective of this? A lot of times organizations make this mistake that they would introduce a technology tool simply because it is in vogue, or maybe because there are a lot of organizations that are now using it, so let's also just implement it, without really figuring out, but is it actually defining, or is it actually solving any business problem? So you must first understand what is the problems that are you that or what is the objective of getting in this tool, and is it actually solving it. Also, lot of times, we have processes that may not really be right, and what we just do by bringing in technologies, we are just automating those processes. So that is something that I think we should avoid. What needs to be done is that you need to make sure that the data that you're using is very clean. So the first thing you should start with is making sure that the data cleanliness is audited. Choose one of the areas where you want to do some sort of a pilot. Don't just implement AI in every area without really seeing the impact. So choose a case for the pilot, and make the pilot successful thoroughly, and then start scaling responsibly. And that means that you will have to make sure that transparency, fairness, and also ethics are embedded right from the start. That means that you cannot just bring in a tool without making sure that the processes that you are deploying are transparent, that they are fair, that the fear factor among the staff is addressed. Lot of times, when we bring in technology, and I'm talking from times as far back as when actually computers had come in, and that had brought in a lot of fear for the employees, saying that now that computers are there, my job is at risk. We keep hearing, now that AI is there, my job is at risk. But we need to make sure that we don't just brush away these fears of our people under the carpet. We should address them properly. And how do we do that? Is that when we bring in some technology, we really actually talk about how the technology is going to help and improve the way they work, instead of how that is going to do away with their jobs. So once you start addressing these fears, communicating what the augmentation is going to be, that's when the actual, I would say, acceptance is going to be in the system. And that's where your AI driven systems are going to be more acceptable and more effective as well. And coming to what this means for the HR professional, I'll just wait for the slide to sort of turn. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I think, yeah,
The
okay,
future of
yeah.
HR professional. Yeah.
Yes, the future of HR professionals. The future, I would say, is completely changing. HR professionals are no longer just people who are able to help in, directing or taking um, certain processes forward, or doing certain sort of manual repetitive tasks. The future of HR professional is going to be, I would say, a part architect, and a part skills strategist, and a part designer. HR will design intelligent systems. It will anticipate the future capability skills needed, and it will also curate seamless employee experiences. Sorry. So yeah, sorry. I just had a coughing bout. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. So what this means is that we are looking at some new roles that are going to emerge. You know, something like a talent intelligence strategist. Okay, that means somebody who is able to design a system that captures and analyzes workforce data. A skill strategist. That means somebody who will be able to understand and predict future capability needs even before they become critical gaps. And of course, an enabler of experiences, you know, an experienced designer, for example, someone who's able to use AI to curate personalized employee journeys. At DS Group, we had taken this automation and in introduction of AI into our various processes very seriously. So what we did was we introduced people who were specialists in their fields and who also had backgrounds in AI. And so they could be, say, for example, a person in the finance department whose basic role is finance, but who has worked in automation and introduction of AI. And they would come in and look at the processes and work alongside with IT to bring in AI in their finance processes. And this we did across. We did it for procurement, we did it for finance, we did it for HR. And what this all helped was that internally, because somebody understands the process and has worked with the IT, they're able to bring in AI more quickly and in a better manner than if I would just have IT department, for example, work on this. In the end, I would just say that in the age of AI, HR's true value now lies in scaling human potential, scaling it ethically, intelligently, and responsibly. AI actually does not diminish HR's role; it only elevates it. This efficiency actually helps us buy the time, but intelligence helps us buy future readiness. And so, in age of AI, I think our value is scaling up this human potential.
Fantastic.
Um, with this, I think
Yeah.
I have
We
come
can
to
take
my
up some
end of
questions.
the
Yeah.
yeah
So if you can, yeah.
yeah
It's an excellent overview how AI can be used across HR and learning and development, Siminji. You very well explained how the AI is used, should be used by people in the organization, the HR team, and also the leadership. You explained it very nicely. Okay, so I totally agree with you that in the transformation journey of AI, people are the differentiators because AI going at a very fast pace technology development, but people have to catch up. Okay, so the people is the delta part. Okay, so you very well explained. So just to make it summary, uh, as you rightly said, because of AI, everybody is worried now that the jobs are going, kind of thing. It's basically, as you rightly said, it's a transformation. Okay,
yeah.
but that has to be taken seriously. It's not something very simple. It has to be taken very seriously. So, what is your advice for three layers for the leadership, for the HR team, and then for the people? Because everybody is affected directly or indirectly. Okay.
Yes.
So, what is your first advice for the leadership of in this whole AI transformation, madam?
So, for the leadership, I think the advice is that AI is, there now and it is all around us. So, therefore, in order to make your businesses more viable and resilient, you need to make sure that AI is part of your strategy, business strategy. You cannot just say that okay, this is a big cost, so we will look at it later. But if you are not really going to embed AI in your business strategy, your competitors will do that and you will then lose out. I think for the leadership, it's more important to learn it, to understand this from a business context. For the HR teams, I would come to the employees first and HR later.
Hmm.
For the employees, I think they need to understand that AI and digital literacy is the currency of the future and they must acquire it. If they don't, they become irrelevant. If they become irrelevant, then of course their jobs are at risk. If they continuously evolve themselves and make sure that they are updated with what is the latest and are able to utilize these tools to make themselves more efficient, that's where they nobody's able to take their jobs. They will always be in demand. And for the HR, I would say they need to be the conduit between the leadership and the employees. Employees will have fears, they will have problems, they will have issues in scaling up and learning those skills, newer skills. HR needs to make sure that the ultimate impact of the employee performance is affecting the business in a positive manner, and therefore must make sure that their processes become so efficient and so good that ultimately it is the business impact that is reflected. Once that starts happening, HR becomes a strategic partner to the business. Even the business leaders will not shy away from investing in those people. So I think that's the role of HR. That's
That's
really
great.
important now.
So I think it's not only an advice; it's some sort of warning, uh, as I
Yeah.
see from you. And I
Yes.
really liked the new roles of HR. You tell about talent, intelligence architect, skills
Yes.
strategist, and experience designer. I think that's something is especially the skills strategist. That's very
Yes.
important for the organizations now because
Yes.
nobody knows what part of the job will be eliminated by AI and what will be enhanced by the individuals. So that is where HR play a key role in aligning to the business strategy. That's
Yes.
really a great, impactful session, Ms. Simin. So, any
Thank
final
you.
thoughts? Any final thoughts for? I know the very large organizations they are jumping into AI bandwagon, but mid-sized segments still are watching. What to think? And then the smaller organizations still catching up. So, how to react for this? So, for the mid-sized segment, so what is your advice? Because this is a little dilemma area where how to go forward. So, what is your key advice?
So you see, I understand. Whenever we introduce any new technology, cost becomes a challenge, especially for businesses that are not very large and are not able to really put in that kind of investment in that. However, my advice would be that please don't be afraid of this. There are plenty of tools that are available at fraction of cost. They are efficient tools that may not really be costing as much. My only advice is that they must keep their minds open to this, and that they must keep exploring how to make their processes AI driven, and they must look at tools that are not really that expensive, so they will be able to do it even then.
Fantastic advice. Please, I really liked, and as you rightly said, AI should be part of the business strategy. I think
Yeah.
that is something which is very important for the leaders, and people role will be very valuable. I think it's a very important to mention that people are the differentiators now with this AI
Yes.
journey. So thank you, madam.
Thank you so
Excellent
much.
presentation. It was very nice content. I think you used AI also heavily in preparing
Yes,
that
I did
presentation.
that. See, I'm making myself more efficient by doing this as well. Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you very
Thank you.
much.
Thank you
And
so
yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, Ms. Simin, please post. We will make sure that those questions are get answered as we go on.
Yes.
So we have a
I
back.
am available on LinkedIn as well. So, most of the time participants are not able to ask because there's such limited time. But I am available. I normally try and respond to people putting questions on LinkedIn as well. So I'd be happy to address it as well. So thank you so very
That's,
much for having me.
that's
Thank you.
so nice of you, Ms. Simin. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much. Great time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Bye.
very much.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Ms. Simin. So we have wonderful lecture and it's very insightful. Okay, so now let us. We had a very wonderful lectures, DEI from Mr. Sundarraj, and also uh, the AI impact from Ms. Simin. So it's a very interesting to start the sessions today. So now we will go for the third lecture. I will be talking about aligning people for successful strategy execution today. To give a quick round of introduction from my side, okay, I'm Sheikh Abdul Khadan, CEO of Data Labs India and also Full Strategy. We help organizations to achieve excellence in strategy and also in supply chain management, which includes manufacturing. That's what we do. So let me share a screen just to give a before starting. I would like to say that YouTube link is shared everywhere. So in LinkedIn also. So in case you have any disconnect, so please you use YouTube link. The session is live up to 6 p.m. IST. So stay tuned. If you have any questions, you can post it in the YouTube channel question. Um, then it will pop up here. So we will be able to answer your questions. Okay. So I will be starting the session now. As another 30 minutes, we can take up any questions if you have any. Let me do that. Okay. So let me share my screen. So I'll share entire screen so I can just pull it. Okay. So if you are able to see the screen, yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, so we are talking about aligning people for successful strategy execution today. Okay. So, uh, very quick round of introduction from our side. So, what we do in Data Labs India is we have a solution for full strategy execution, where we talk about goal setting and organizational alignment and execution. And we have extensive AI models for business strategy. And the second theme is about manufacturing excellence, where we talk about MES, we do a talk about integrations of machines, and then ERP for manufacturing organizations. We have supply chain excellence by warehouse management, transportation and fleet management, and supply chain control tower. So we do help organizations with our consulting engagements, and also we are partners with SAP, IBM, and Microsoft. Okay. So very quick briefing about me. I'm 30 plus years of experience in helping organizations. You can find my LinkedIn page. You can just put me any questions. I will be happy to answer that. Okay. So what we do is we do strategy consulting, the implementation of the solution, and also support until we reach it. Okay. So yeah. So let us go to our the key topic today. I'll just skip some slides. Okay. So if you are able to see this, this is execution premium approach of execution premium approach of um, the strategy execution. Uh, we have like a six steps here. We The full strategy is built execution premium as a framework, and then on top of it, we do have all our other verticals. So now I will stick to this. If you give me a time, okay. So now in this, so we have like a strategy analysis to start with, where we talk about external analysis, internal analysis, and also formulate hypothesis for strategic planning part. Okay. So then we talk about strategy formulation, where we highlight strategic choices and then come up with a value proposition. So to deliver that value proposition, what are the capabilities required in a period of time? Then how to close that capability gaps? That becomes your strategy plan. Okay. So these two are very important. I'll just take a marker here. Maybe I'll just use it. So these two are very important for us as far as the strategy analysis and formulation is concerned. Okay, so you do external analysis, internal analysis, and you know where you stand, and you formulate your hypothesis, your assumptions. Then you come up with the strategic choices here. Okay, then you have a value proposition. You come up with a value proposition. So value proposition is what to give to your customer and what you are not giving to the customer. So likewise, so to close that, you have a capabilities, and then you closing is your strategy planning part. Now to execute this, so you need to translate. So this is where the translation part comes into picture. Okay. Uh, so this is where the strategic translation. The strategic translation usually the better way is to do is through strategy maps, the balance scorecard. It's a very well approach, very well proven methodology for the strategy translation. So once you can have your all strategy maps and balance scorecards defined for your strategy execution part. So once we have that, so what happens is you need to align the organization. So aligning the organization is you have to align your business processes, your people, your projects, your systems, and everything else in the organization. So that's where the organizational alignment takes place. So once you have a proper alignment of the organization, you can plan your operations, all your operational planning like sales and operations, and you talk about the master scheduling, material requirement, whatever you talk about, operational plans, and also the supply chain planning. You can do that. So then you execute it through your projects and operations. Usually, the strategy execution take place through initiatives, the strategy initiatives, and also the operations. So you do these two initiatives used to close the gap in the capabilities. Operations used to run on a day-to-day process. So with that, you have execution process going on, and then you have the sixth stage is monitor and learn. This is where you need to do the strategy review meetings, and these review meetings we need to make sure that we differentiate by what you call the operational reviews and also strategy reviews. So we need to have a specific strategy review meetings where we talk only about strategy. Okay. So in these review meetings, most important thing is you need to communicate actions and then make sure that these actions are executed. Okay. This is where the review process. And if there is any corrective actions need to be taken up, you need to do that. Then, as a sixth stage, what we need to do is we need to test and adopt. So, when you do the strategy analysis and formulation, you might have done some assumptions, right? So, make sure that these assumptions are still valid. If it is valid, you can execute it. Okay, so you can test it, and if there is something suddenly some kind of change happened in the market or whatever, so you can always test and adopt it. So you don't go just blindly, you adopt it. So this is the sixth stage approach where we talk about all the things. Okay, and so now so let me clear this discard. I'm just discarding that. Okay. Now let us go. So how does that happens? Now today we are talking about aligning the people. So I will just go directly there. So let us see what happens. So this is the organizational alignment. Excuse me. This is the organizational alignment process where we talk about organization as a group, as a business units. You talk about corporate support units, the individual departments. This is how the whole organizational alignment takes place. Okay, so I'll just talk about this is a project alignment. We are not going to talk about it. We'll talk sometime else. Okay. Now I'll then directly go to aligning business processes, people performance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, look at this slide. I will try to use a laser point. Okay. So basically, a people performance, what we are talking here is the individual performance, the team performance, and also 360-degree assessment. So all these things together will help you to come up with the people performance. So weighted average score of individual, team, 360. You can do it in monthly, yearly, whatever. Okay. Now, if you see here, so what are the input for this is almost always the problem is you put the scores, the KPIs or objectives or whatever you call it, uh, we identify the KPIs or strategic objectives for the people separately to the strategy. I mean, like disconnected to the strategy. So now this has to be connected. That is the main point here. So your business strategy, its objectives and measures should be linked to people objectives and measures. So if this link does not happen, that means the people performance is not really aligned to the strategy. That's a key takeaway. Okay. So how do you do that? So identify the business strategy, strategic objectives, measures, and initiatives. Where the people are linked, you link them. Okay. If some objectives may not be linked, like safety and all, that's fine. So it's like operational KPIs, you can just keep it. But all the strategic objectives must be linked. Then uh, you have a score based on the people's score. You can have a plan for the competency management. Okay, so you can have a competency management, and all people related initiatives will be taken through PM. So now this is the very important part. Now let us talk about individual performance. Okay, so if you are able to see the screen now, so this is the individual performance we talk about. So in the individual performance, how we fix this? So this is a question. So how we talk about individual performance? There are a lot of books available everywhere, but just to give you a very quick idea how to do it, you can look at this. The first step is you have a very nice inputs from the strategy. Like you have like a strategy, you have a balance scorecard, you have a vision, mission, strategy, themes, kind of thing. And then what is the impact? So defines what must be, what must change in people. You have it. Now, with having this right inputs in place, so define people objectives. This is the first step. So these people objectives, identify them, whether it could be, for example, when you talk about an example in the manufacturing and production, okay, so achieving production efficiency could be one objective. Okay. So how this is linked to the strategic objective, this is the step number one. Then you have a measure for those people objectives. Then you have link all connected employees or people for that. So once you define them, the link them. For example, if you have a 3 or 4 production employees, you need to link to that. So the moment we link it, then then what happens is this is a master data kind of thing. Then you measure the performance month on month basis, and then you come up with the individual performance. This is based on that. So now this, when you have a reviews, so reviews, strategy reviews, you talk about individual performance, you take the actions likewise. Okay. So now we are talking about in the composition, in the matrix, we talk about individual. Similarly, we talk about team and 360-degree. So how does it look like? So maybe I have it here. Okay. I'll just remove my laser point. Okay. So I'll just go here. So people performance, if we talk about individuals, I just put something here. Likewise, Flow strategy is a strategy management solution. Help you to manage your strategies automatically. Okay, so here you have employee, you have a personal objectives, personal weightages, measures. So, and this is how you get the overall score of people. So, likewise, I'll just go back again. Okay, so this is the individual performance. So you also can see an Excel template in case you have it. Okay. So in case you have it, you can look at it. I'll just go back and come back. Okay. So now this is how we talk about individual performance. We talk about team performance again the same way. So in the team performance, you have again the inputs for the strategy. Then you have team objectives. First of all, you need to identify all cross-functional teams, how these are to be aligned to the strategy. So you take them here, then you define the measures, you link to the strategy, measure month-on-month process, and then team. So all these teams will have an actions. It will go back here. So in the equation we are talking about the team performance. So let us take the 360-degree review, and then I will be helping you to look at the overall module. Okay. So here, if you talk about in the 360, so you have your strategy and values, because it's very important to note that the system is very important for the people performance. So you have competency frameworks. So this become input for you to do the 360-degree assessment. So define the question is, so Flu strategy is able to help you to define that and then map them. So what is 360? Is it like my superior, my peer, my subordinate? So all those things can be connected together, and then you conduct the assessment, and then you have a score. So likewise, so you have 360-degree scores, and then you can see that. So in this individual overall score, it's a individual performance, team performance, and 360. This will give you for a lot of other things. Okay. So now if you take up here, so there are some templates also available. Also there are so you can do the 360-degree assessments. You can do that. So now what I will do is I'll just take you back to this. I'll take you back and then come back to the overall alignment again. Okay, so individual, team, 360. Then competency management. Competency management is one of the. Once we do the assessment, we know the gaps. So how you close the gaps? Okay, so that is very important. Okay, so this is the competency management. Here we talk about. So what is the foundation for your competencies? So identify the competency framework, assessment and gap analysis, and then development, execution, and the review. So this is the competency management. I'll show you in the system. Then this will be used for your succession planning. So in the succession planning, all the business continuity needs, critical roles, how to identify the success profiles, then successors. There is a overall process how you define succession planning. Okay, so this is how we do it. Now what I will try to take you go through is I will just take you through a system where we talk about the fruit strategy, to talk about the entire business strategy and people performance. Okay, so we as we discussed, fruit strategy is an enterprise strategy management system, supports business growth, as I said. So it has a lot of functionality. But today's topic we are talking about people performance. Okay, so in the people performance, so we do have like individual performance, team performance, 360, and then weighted average of the processes, 9 box model, competency, and succession planning. Okay. So now when you talk about individual, so I just as I said in the system, so we define individuals first, like master data team, and if you are using any ERP, SAP, Oracle, whatever, so we can directly link it. So likewise, employee masters will come, and then we have like a objectives. These are the objectives. For example, if you are, so we can see. So these are all we define people objectives first of all. Then for each objectives we define measures. Okay, so we define measures, and then link them. So all employees will be linked to that. For example, if you take any particular personal objectives, all the connected employees will be linked. Okay, so then we have this employee performance data. This is like a you have it a monthly data. Okay, so you can just select any one of it. Okay, so you can, so if you choose, for example, you can generate and then you can see what is going on. Okay, so you can see what is the overall performance kind of thing. Okay, so now this is the part of individual performance. You can also by organization structure, you can define it by department wise kind of thing. Similarly, you have like a team performance where we talk about team objectives, team measures, linking, and then team performance data. Okay, team performance. This is how all the teams, okay, can be measured. Okay, so for example, if there is any team, which can be, if there is a data, it will come. So you can see the team performance, team by organization also. Okay, 360 assessment is very important. So you have the you can, the system will help you to perform 360-degree assessment. The email will go along with the link to all the stakeholders based on the setup. Then you can conduct it 360-degree assessment. So likewise, so at the end of the day, so you can find out so the key performance of a particular business unit. Likewise, you can just do that. Okay. So you can identify. Let me do that if there is any. Oh, sorry. Okay. So likewise, you can see for a particular employee, so what is individual performance, and team 360, and then weighted average of this. So you can identify how does it individual look like. Okay. The most important is you can do all these people performance aligned to the strategy in the system. Now I'll take one step back. I'll show you something in the performance reporting. I'll show you uh, maybe a strategy map. Okay, so where I talk about okay, so let me select. I don't know where is the data, but let me. I will just choose this. Okay, so when you have a strategy map, so how does that look like is if you have a strategy map. For example, these are all the strategic objectives. So if the moment we click on any one of it, okay, so you can see the team objective, business process, value gap. Likewise, if you have an individual performance, likewise. You see here, the individual performance is linked to this particular strategic objective. Likewise, you can have, if you see this, align with the corporate goals, the people performance, the personal objectives, the team objectives. You can see. So likewise, so the moment we link the business strategy to the people performance, we can have a connectivity there. Okay. So what I will show you one more is let us go back to the people performance now. We talk about 9 box model. So 9 box model will help you. It's like that. Okay. So you have anything you can choose. Okay. So you have what basically 9 box model does is 9 box model does uh, it will help you to understand the people from the potential point of view and also the current performance. If you see in this, it's a current performance and then potential. So if somebody is in the red zone, okay, so then it is a questionable. If somebody is in amber, okay, so maybe you need to make a decision. If somebody is in green, so who have current performance also good and also potential is good, then you need to think about it. In case if somebody's low performance is not so good, maybe low, but your potential is very high, so here it comes for this. Okay, so likewise, so you can take actions and then plan accordingly. So that's how the 9 box model is helpful for you. Okay, so when you talk about competency management, so in the competency management, we have competency groups, competencies. So you define all the competencies required for your organization. Then you have roles in the company. So you can define them, and then you need to have a training programs. For example, so there is a way that all what we do is to empower the people and also to close the gap in the trainings, right? So you have all the training programs, masters required. Okay, so likewise you have it. The moment you have it all, now it will come to the competency charting. So competency chart means it will tell you what are the roles and who are the employees attending in that. So what is the training requirement for that? For example, okay. So you can define who are there, who are the training requirements. In case you have particular employee is there, if you select it, so it will come. Okay. So you can generate your competency chart based on the individual people performance. Okay. So you can generate it. So based on the competency chart, based on the gap, okay, maybe there is data in other departments. Okay. So you can generate it. Then you have a schedule. So you can close your training requirements by closing the gap. Okay. So you can conduct the training schedules, okay, by creating a batches, and then finally you can execute those training schedules. So likewise, you can enhance the competency. It's a complete process of connecting all these dots together to close the competency gap. Then you end up in a succession planning. So succession planning is an outcome. So where you have all the details already embedded, the system will help you to plan properly what is your succession and options available, and then how to achieve that. So I think that's the main part of people performance, and there are many reports, dashboards available. I'll just look for one HR, uh, like. Okay, so let me look into this. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, personal scorecard. Let me check this. I will try to take bolder one. I'm not sure. Okay, so likewise, if you see the performance, so you can have a overall performance, or individual 360 kind of thing. So you will have all the performance reporting. Okay, so you have a 75% score kind of thing, and then you will find everything. Then also you can select any one of it. You can unhide it. Okay, so you can remove it likewise. So there are plenty of dashboards, reports available. Similarly, in the scores also, there are balance scorecard reports are available. So there are something like that. So if you want to see how this is linked to the balance scorecard, so I will show you one scorecard reporting, which is very very critical for you. Okay, so you can select any one of the period, whatever period you have. Mhm. So 1 minute. Okay, let me select the right floor. Okay. So you have something like that. This is your balance scorecard, where your overall scorecard performance, the weighted average of teams. So basically, you can call them as a financial perspective, or you can call it as an outcome. Maybe you can call it as a customer is like a stakeholder kind of thing. And also you can have a internal business processes and learning. And if there is a multi-level KPIs, you can also have a drill down facility. Okay, so this is one way to look at the scorecards. Now I'll just take you one step back. If you have a larger organization with multiple business units, so how does it look like? So you can see all the business units and departments at multi-level, you can see it here. So you can see the overall scores. For example, I'm just looking at a particular period, one, two. So you can see this here. So this is a 65% is the score, and then objectives. Now, if I want to know what are the 17 objectives, so you can find out. So this will tell you what are the actual targets, the performance and status kind of thing. So likewise, you can also see initiatives. So in one score, one dashboard, you have a complete access to your performance of the organization. So this is one way to look into it. Okay, and there are multiple dashboards reports available for you to look into it. And I'll just take one step back, and then I'll try to next and maybe few minutes. I talk about something called Office of Strategy Management. Okay. So how does that Office of Strategy Management work? Is, let us say you are managing your strategies for the whole organization. And you want to run monthly process. Okay. So now you can do like in the strategy execution. If you are talking about the scorecards, so you can select what are the business unit you want to select, and then maybe maybe you do that. So you generate it. So all your strategic measures, objectives will be displayed here. All everything in the organization. Then you can run it. You can communicate directly from here. So everybody will receive an email with a link, because they can update their performance. As an administrator, you can close it. So this Office of Strategy Management or Office of Performance Management or sometimes even HR also can be done. So you can complete this. So this is how the monthly performance review data will be collected. In case if the data is sitting in any ERP where you can integrate them. So we have an integration module. Okay, likewise. That's all. Even if you are using OKR as a framework, for example, if you are using OKR as a framework, that also you can do that. Okay, so you can use all your OKRs, then collect the data, and then you can see that all the key results can be acquired, can be collected, the OKRs can be collected, and for that, there is a there is a master setup for this, so which can be seen. So now I'll just go to home page, one step back, and since we are talking about AI, I will talk about maybe I'll just talk about 5 minutes on AI. But prior to that, I will talk about strategy analysis. Okay, so where we talk about organization structure, the strategy analysis, then we have something called for the strategy formulation, where we talk about strategic positioning, where we talk about the value proposition, the strategic choices. You select them, and then you have a value proposition, capability gap closing. So this is your strategy planning takes place. Now I'll just go to organization structure. You can see it. So if you have organization structure, you can see it. Any click on any one of it, so you can see the details. You can have a mission, vision, and values. Okay, so likewise, you can do all sort of things. Then you have a strategy analysis where you conduct strategy analysis as part of your strategy formulation exercise. So now in strategy analysis, you have uh, external analysis like pestle or any other things. And then you have internal analysis like your SWOT, so you can do that. Then you have a competitive analysis like a Porter's and other models based on your expertise and your convenience. Where to even we talk about Hoshin country here. We talk about the play to win. We talk about value stream mapping. We talk about business model canvas. So it all tools. So the system through strategy has all the tools what is required for you to do your strategy. So your business is your way. So that's how our objective. So likewise, you can do that. Then you can have a strategic positioning. So you identify all uh, strategic choices. Okay. So then this is where if you can see, you can name it. So you can come up with all your strategies, choices. Then you have all the list of strategic choices. For example, when you take your strategic choices, for example, let us say, so you generate it. So you identify, maybe I'll have it for 6. No, it is. Okay, likewise, you see here, strategic choices. So all the strategic choices you have, and then you have a weightage for that kind of thing. Okay, so the summary is, so you can identify all strategic choices, you give them weightage, you create a position mix where you talk about how these will be mapped together. So what are the problems and what are the solutions to be delivered? And then you have a summary where we talk about how to map them all. Okay. Then the next step is the value proposition. This is very important. So in the value proposition, it's a trade-off. Whether it could be a trade-off or it could be a value proposition part. You identify them. So you identify them, and then uh, you have how you achieve this value proposition is something which is very important. Now, your start and end will be defined. Then you identify all your capabilities required. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. So you identify them. So how you close the gaps for your value proposition. Okay. So you identify capabilities required here in this. So you identify the list. Okay. So these are all capabilities required to execute your strategy. Okay. So this is only a list of capabilities. Now then we have a capability gap closure. So in this capability gap closure, you identify the gaps. We're already done. So how you close it? Okay. And then because all the gaps will not be closed in one shot, so it will be scheduled one, step by step. Then you have your draft strategy map. That's where the strategy map comes. Now, until then, until this point, you don't have to worry about which method you want to use. Like either it will be a balance scorecard, or you want to use OKRs, or you want to use push in country. All things will fit into this. From here, you use any appropriate methodology suitable for you to execute your strategy process. Okay. So one more way to look at is the revenue gap, because it's very easy to understand that. So what are the revenue projections for next 3 to 5 years? So what is the delta and how you are closing it? So how you are closing is through strategic objectives or initiatives or measures. So you can see here. So you can see that, and then you can identify those gaps and then gap closure. So this is the gap closure. So for this particular gap, so you are closing by this particular strategic objective, by this measure and by this initiative. And how much percentage you are closing it, you can see it here. Okay, so you can see, and how much revenue gap you are closing, you can see it here. So likewise, okay. So scenario planning, if you talk about strategy formula analysis and formulation, scenario planning, earlier it was important always, but now with all changing trends, with the AI technology, with the wars coming, with the tariffs, so scenario planning is becoming mandatory for every organization. And now that's how the scenario planning is built into the solution. It's very important that you build all scenarios, then you have a scenario story. That means for each scenario, what is going on month basis, you make sure that it is recorded so that you don't lose the track. So likewise, and then you have a lot of reporting process in place. Okay, so you can have a reports, and also so you can have a reports kind of thing. Okay, so the scenario planning report is there. Okay, so I'm not sure what is the data available, but there are plenty of reports available for the scenario planning. Okay, now I have few more minutes. I talk about AI. So artificial intelligence is very important. So AI Explorer is there. So where we talk about uh, I hope I remember my password. Okay. So now Fruit Strategy is built on AI platform very seriously. So you can have interview chatbots, you can do the strategy analysis. When you go to analysis, so you can do the pestle analysis through the system. You don't have to know what is it because it is already embedded into the system. What methodology, what model, what LLM you want to use, kind of thing. Okay, so I'll just show one example what I have done earlier. So if you give all the information of your organization and run it, okay, by appropriate model, it will automatically do it for you. Likewise, you for your organization, it will do the testing. Okay, now there is something which you can modify it, and then you can copy it to your regular strategy analysis based on your. You can do as many times as possible, and then you can also do Potter's analysis. Okay, so you can do Potter's analysis. So likewise, so if you see your organization, your for a particular product group or customer group, so what is your Potter's analysis? You can do it. So likewise, you can do other things also, like SWOT also. Okay. So for that, you can also give some inputs like files, like strategy documents, kind of thing. Okay. So then you have a strategy analysis by AI. So this AI will give you the detail. Okay, so this AI will give you the overall analysis of your monthly performance as a summary, and now this can be given to your key managers likewise. So this is one summary it will give you, so you can give it to them. And what it does is, the most important part, what it does is, it connects all historical data against all the business units, all objectives, then come up, bring the pattern. What is affecting what? Okay, so which otherwise, you need a very serious effort to identify that track manually if you want to do. That's the reason the AI will do that part for you. And then on top of it, you can have a more people-focused decisions, reviews. You can do that. So likewise, so you can do risk and compliance assessment, business process excellence, all those things through AI. Okay. So we recently added strategy storytelling also. So where the system will help you to write some stories for you, like anything you want to communicate in the business, it is through strategy storytelling. Okay, so that can be done. Also, we have something called knowledge management. Okay, so knowledge management also part of the overall strategy. So you can categorize, you can have a repositories, and also you can have a lessons. So you can ask questions where the system will give you the answers from the learning and growth perspective. So, so we do have, like, if you post a question, from all the data, whatever you have, it will bring you the answers. So that's a very quick part of strategy storytelling. When I just go back, I know I just finished my time. So in the analysis, we also have something called strategy diamond. If I am able to see this here, okay. So there is a other models also, like play to win, strategy diamond. All those things are already embedded into this. So I can see here. Similarly, if you want to see the balance scorecard, so we can define and balance scorecard and initiatives management. So just very quickly, so initiative management is something which is, I'll just show you one. How does it look like? For example, so all your this is like initiative grid, maybe Gantt chart. So you can just, I will show you one Gantt chart. How does it look like? Okay, so you can see any initiative. So you can look for. So you can see all your project progress like this, and also in the project, even the task manager is there. I think that's a very quick briefing from my side. I'll just take you to stop screen sharing. Uh, uh, so this is a very brief, high level briefing of uh, uh, the strategy execution. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I will definitely take up. Otherwise, we will be uh, uh, strategy voice. Window shared is zoomed as a visibility is poor. Yeah. Mm. Okay. Okay. So we'll make sure that this is addressed. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any questions, uh, we'll try to take up any questions. Otherwise, we invite our next guest speaker, uh, Mr. Sharad Kumar. So, ladies and gentlemen, please invite, welcome Mr. Sharad Kumar. Yeah, Mr. Sharad Kumar, can you join? Yeah, are you able to? Good day, Mr. Sharad. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we are able to hear. Sir, Sharad sir. Sir, we are unable to hear voice, sir. Will you please check it once?
Your mic might be in mute, Mr. Sharad. So, meanwhile, just Mr. Sharad join and start his session. I would like to say that stay tuned in YouTube channel live and post your questions. The program is live until 6 p.m. today. Uh, so there is a limitation with the LinkedIn live telecast. So after that, that the live telecast can get disconnected. Live streaming can disconnected in LinkedIn, but YouTube channel is one which will be there until 6 p.m. Okay. So yeah, any difficulty? The screen. Jyoti, Mr. Sharad is joining.
So 1 minute, sir. Some technical glitch is coming from there.
Okay. No.
Sharad
Yeah.
Kumar sir side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, he's
So
once joining. Just 1 minute.
okay.
Hi, sir. Will you please speak once again? This.
Mr. Sharad, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Again.
Can you check Jyoti? Is that you can connect from mobile also. It is not a major challenge.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just guiding. Sir.
Yeah, time. Just to give you a very quick briefing what happened so far. Today we had three sessions. One session from Sundar Raj. He explained about DEI today. And then we had a very nice session from Simin. Then we talk about food strategy today. Mr. Sharath, are you able to hear us? Because we cannot hear you. Please try to unmute in case.
Sharat sir, you want to allow your mic and camera, sir, so that your yesterday we have connected, right, sir? Same likewise. So
Yesterday, right, Jyoti?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. We had a mock session yesterday, sir, with the Sharat sir.
Okay, no problem. No problem. We'll have a couple of minutes. Later. Just stay tuned for a couple of minutes. Mr. Sharath is joining, so he has some technical difficulty. Keep this slide, Jyoti. Let it be there. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I just shared the sir's presentation,
Yeah. Yeah.
but we are unable to hear his voice, so that he.
Can he join from his mobile at least?
Yes, yes, sir.
Share the link of restream to his mobile. Then from mobile he can join and we can share the screen. Just all he need to do is open the link, okay, the restream link. Just join as a guest. That's very important.
Sorry, audience. Just 1 minute, please. He has some technical glitch.
Hello, Mr. Sharath, are you able to hear us? Just take the link and join from the mobile. That's very simple. Hello, Mr. Sharath Garu. Can you hear us? So all what we need to do is just when you log in, you just enable mic and speaker from your side. Can I call you if you have still difficulty?
Now it's coming. Yeah, you can stop the WhatsApp. You can stop the WhatsApp. But yeah. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, sir, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear
Yeah,
you.
now, yeah, got it, got it. Now it is done.
Yeah.
Done.
So before your introduction, I'll just stop sharing the PPT, sir. Okay, you will be on video. One
Yeah.
minute.
So
I'm extremely sorry, sir, for the network issue.
okay, so just quite just take for a few minutes. Let me introduce, and also we'll take it up. It's okay. So we lose for a few minutes, but it's okay now. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the inconvenience. We had difficulty in connection. It happens. So no problem. We have time. So you can take that as the same time as it is. So I would like to invite Mr. Adapa Sharat Kumar to give a lecture on Beyond ROI, why the future of HR belongs to ROE. So let me give a quick round of introduction. Mr. Sharat Kumar is a seasoned board advisor and governance leader with over 3 decades of experience in enterprise leadership, institutional building, and strategic transformation. He worked closely with boards, founders, and promoters to strengthen governance, guide relationship through transition, and enable long-term value creation. So his expertise spans board effectiveness, succession planning, risk and compliance, ESG, and promoter professional alignment across Indian and global organizations. Welcome to you, sir, Mr. Sharad Kumar. Uh, yeah, Jyoti, you can share the screen, and then over to you, sir. Please, it's your time now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again, and I'm extremely sorry for the network issue over there. I'm extremely happy and be privileged to be part of this global summit on HR, and it's great that, and of course, great audience also to be in this. Uh, yeah, Jyoti, next slide, please. Yeah. So today we'll talking about the topic on beyond ROI, why the future of HR belongs to ROE. So we are instead of course, everybody knows ROI, return on investment, and we will be talking about return on effort, engagement, all this. So, let me begin with a simple observation. Most organizations today are exceptionally good at measuring money, cash, but they are far less capable of understanding people. We speak fluently about ROI, return on investment, yet we often struggle to explain why similar investments produce very different outcomes across organizations. The session is about that gap. I want to suggest that while ROI will always matter, it is no longer enough. The future of HR and leadership belongs to something deeper. Return on effort. Because money can be allocated, but effort has to be earned. Next slide, please. HR has historically been a highly measured function. Like we generally, what all we measure generally is cost per hire or attrition percentages, engagement scores, training spend, all important. They're all important, but they are actually very incomplete. HR is responsible for the most complex variable in any organization, that is, human behavior. Yet it is often evaluated through the simplest numbers. Albert Einstein once said, not everything that can be counted counts. HR's challenge today is not measurement, it is meaning. What do these numbers really tell us about commitment, ownership, or leadership quality? Next slide, please. Return on investment, ROI, is very necessary, but it is very incomplete. So let me be very clear. ROI is essential, but essential because it brings discipline, it brings accountability, it protects capital. But ROI assumes predictability. Human systems are not predictable. Two teams, you may give them the same investment, same strategy, same incentives, and yet vastly different results. ROI tells us what we spent, but it rarely tells us why performance varies. That's why it sits outside the spreadsheet. Next slide, please. Uh, what ROI cannot see, let's get into that. And I remember what Mr. Roger Enrico said once: the soft stuff is the hard stuff. Roger Enrico is the ex PepsiCo, the global CEO, was the global CEO of PepsiCo. ROI cannot see discretionary effect, it cannot see emotional commitment, it cannot see cultural energy. These are often dismissed as soft. But as Roger Enrico, soft stuff is the hard stuff. Execution is not a mechanical act, it is a human one. When people give only what is contractually required, performance plateaus. When they give effort voluntarily, performance compounds. ROI captures outcomes. It does not capture human intensity. Next slide, please. Return on effort. What is ROE? That is return on effort engagement, or engagement, you can say. Return on effort asks a different question. How much of themselves are people willing to give? Not just time, but thinking. Not just compliance, but ownership. Not just presence, but care. Effort is not an input, but our when but if effort is not an input and it is a multiplier. And unlike capital, effort cannot be commanded. It can only be earned. Next slide, please. ROI and ROE represent two very different leadership philosophies. That's why I put up ROI versus ROE. ROI is transactional, ROE is relational. ROI buys compliance, ROI earns commitment. As very beautifully Richard Branson, the founder CEO of Virgin Atlantic, said once, train people well enough so they can leave, treat them well so enough that so they don't want to leave at all. That sentence is not about generosity, it is about strategic effort economics. Next slide, please. Why HR must own ROE now? Finance will always own ROI, and rightly so, but ROE belongs to HR because HR is shaped by leadership behavior, cultural signals, psychological safety, meaning at work. These are not financial constructs, they are human systems. Let me share a personal experience here. I was promoted to business unit head for a state called on the AP, now erstwhile AP, at some 25 years ago, when I was just 27 years old at VIP Industries, a company known for being extremely conservative in the promotions. My bosses did not promote me because of one quarter sales or one year annual sales numbers. They promoted me because they saw potential, judgment, and leadership bandwidth. That was ROE in action, recognizing effort and potential before outcomes fully materialized. And that recognition changed how much effort I was willing to give. Next slide, please. Content versus context. Most organizations respond to problems by adding content. More policies, more frameworks, more process. But people do not respond to content. They respond to context. Peter Drucker warned us long ago, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So context tells people whether it is safe to speak, safe to try, safe to fail, and safe to care. Next slide, please. Content is what, context is why. Content answers what to do, context answers why it matters. The same policy under two leaders produces two completely different realities. The leader is the context, and context determines whether effort expands or collapses. Next slide, please. Effort is highly sensitive to context. In high trust environments, people stretch. In fear based environments, people protect themselves. So Marcus Beckham put it very bluntly, the famous author and motivational speaker. People don't quit jobs; they quit managers. Minimum compliance is not laziness; it is a rational response to poor context. Next slide, please. This is where HR must evolve from policy custodian to context architect, from enforcing rules to enabling leadership behavior. HR's future credibility will not come from better dashboards, but from better leadership environments. Next slide, please. So I'll give you a very personal case of mine that was an ROE in action. And let me share it's a very second personal example which I'm sharing with you, which resonates with me, keep on resonates me. I'm a co-founder and executive director of a company that started in January 2010 with just three people. We were just three founders over there. From day one, we operated on ROE principles, not because it was fashionable, but because it was necessary for us. We adopted work from home in 2010, long before it entered corporate vocabulary. We focused on recognition, trust, and autonomy. Today, after 16 years and 1 month, yeah, 2 months rather, we last year we clocked around 125 crore in revenue in INR, and you can say it in US dollars, it's 15 million US dollars. We started with three people. Today we have 56 people across the globe, and consistent double-digit EBITDA and net profit since last 10 years. And most importantly, which I'm extremely proud of, is zero attrition after 16 years. So within all these 16 years, 2 months, all those people who have joined us, nobody has left us. That is the best I feel the achievement which I feel very proud about it as a small startup. This is not accidental actually. It is the compound effect of earned effort actually. So next slide, please. ROE should not be over measured. That's the hazard I can tell you. I can tell you the health hazard, the caveat. The moment our effort feels monitored, it disappears. Instead, ROE is a sense through signals: ownership, voluntary contribution, peer accountability, leadership credibility. Measure signals, not souls. Next slide, please. The biggest myth. One of the most damaging myths in management is this: people work hard because they are paid. Well, Simon Sinek reminds us that purpose is the ultimate motivator. Money buys attendance, meaning earns effort. This is not ideology, it is lived organizational reality. Closing question. That ends my PowerPoint. I am ready to have any closing question. And before the closing question, let me close the question with that will define the future of HR. Are we optimizing investment or are we earning effort? Because the organizations that win tomorrow will not be the ones that spend the most. They will be the ones that inspire people to give their best. So I'm open to the question and answers, please. Thank you.
So you have a few more minutes actually. So can we just talk more about ROE?
Yeah,
So
return
that
on effort.
we can really understand in a more, because it's something very rarely we hear. Okay.
Yes.
Can you explain what is ROE I mean,
Sir,
from layman's
ROE,
terms.
yeah, ROE, I understand that. The ROE comes from the philosophy that content is king, but context is kingdom. So generally, I will give you an example. Generally, what happens, most of the promotions or whatever happens, people look at sales numbers or whatever KPIs they are supposed to do in a year. If they have done something and then so people generally because of they are high scoring high on KPIs, so they are giving that is basically a content actually. That is content. Numbers are purely a content, but we don't look at but what is context? Context is at that particular person, whether he or she, under what circumstances they are working in that. What were when you say that, I would say I can give you an example of being a big cricketing fan, passionate cricketing fan. I will give you a cricketing analogy. There are batsmen who are good at means playing when the pitches are bouncy, like in England or Australia or South Africa. Their pitches are very bouncy. They are very good at playing it there. But there are people who are very good at playing in subcontinent pitches in India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, or Pakistan. So the pitches are very flat over there. That's where the spinners rule the roost. But there are people, of course, there are people who are good. There are batsmen who can play anywhere in the world. So that is okay. That is fine. But when you say somebody is good or bad, you have to look at what context he is good or bad.
Context.
What was his environment, where he is looking at. So that is the problem with most of the organizations. I can tell you, I've served some 30 years in corporate world. And I've been a consultant for so many organizations on strategy, on HR, on marketing, on so many things, on management. Most of the organizations suffer with this because they what you call they promote celebrity performers. You can say, I would put it this way. If somebody is performing very well in 1 year, just take the case of a sales itself. If somebody has done very well in 1 year, people will make him a celebrity, and straight away they believe that this guy is a leadership material. That is a basic problem, and they put it once they realize, and 99%, 90% rather, not 90% of the times, you end up the entire spoiling the apple cart because the great what you call great player or great what you call great sales guy may not be a great leadership material. It's a proven fact across the
Correct.
you
Correct.
take across
Totally
yeah
agree.
yeah it's a proven fact. You take across the world, you take across the different either whether it is in sports, whether it is in businesses. I'm a great example of myself. I can give you my own example actually. When in my case, when when I was working VIP industries at a very young age, I was promoted actually, and I was at that year I was not when the year I was promoted, I was not the highest. I didn't do any highest sales numbers, but all credit to my bosses at VIP. I don't know what they saw me. They took me what I call they took me the bet on me that I have all the scope and the potential to be a great leadership material, which I myself was not sure about it actually, frankly. At that particular age, when I was just 27 years of old and heading a business unit in a state of called Andhra, I mean state of AP Telangana, both things together. I'm talking about somewhere around 1997, 2000, 1999, 2000, some nearly, yeah, you can say 26 years back. So my bosses were very futuristic, you can say, and that was something. And they were very conservative in terms of course, VIP itself was very conservative in terms of giving promotions at a very young age, but they went against the tide and they gave me, and that changed the entire way my career took the turning point. So I can give you my own example. That's what I'm saying. So this is where the context comes. So this ROE, the whole philosophy comes from content is king, but of course we like content, but the context is the kingdom. You have to understand under what circumstances, what environment people are working, why somebody has failed and why somebody has not failed, why somebody is very good at it. It might be the reason. The leadership might be the reason. The same manager under one somebody else good flourishes and somebody doesn't flourish at all. But there might be some chemistry mismatch in terms of chemistry. So there are so many things which we need to look at. So you can't look at simply at the numbers actually. ROI is very easy to measure. But you can't measure the, as I told you, you can't measure the souls of the people because that requires a lot of maturity actually, and mental maturity rather, or maybe leadership maturity to look at people from that very angle. It's very easy to what I call measure the numbers, measure the cash, measure the money. That's what it is. Yeah,
That is actually that's a consultant way to do it. Maybe
yeah,
it does not really help organizations because
yeah, yeah.
you are as you are hard tested professional. If you are saying that, that means that makes sense. So there is a question from Faisal Ziauddin. He said, "Dear Sharath, do you think organizational hierarchy is there to stay?" So he's talking about how the what is the future of organizational
Hierarchy.
hierarchy.
Okay.
So
See,
you
hierarchy is
take the
going to
answer that.
stay. Yeah, hierarchy is going to stay. But there is something called you see that you might be talking about vertical hierarchy, I suppose. See, that is going to stay, but it doesn't because more it gets flattened, more it gets horizontal, then it works actually. And in the days to come, because I don't know what is his age, the person who has asked me, tomorrow, when in the days to come, in the next decade, we will have a what you call we will have a global workforce which is around 65% of the people will be from Gen Z and Gen Alpha in the global workforce in the next decade. I'm talking about we just entered the decade 26 to next 35, 2026 to 35. The next global workforce will have some 65% all over the world. I'm talking about all over the world, which will have Gen Z and the Gen Alpha. Gen Z, of course, I'm sure everybody knows all the people who are born after 1996 to 2012, and from 2013 to next another 15 years, Gen Alpha is going to come very soon. They'll be entering the workforce. So for in India per se, specifically for India, I was talking about globally. India per se, you will have 70% of your global workforce from Gen Z and Alpha in the next decade. Next, remaining 20% will be from millennials, and then next, of course, it can be millennials and X and Y, 15 and 10 to 25% like that, and baby boomers might be around 3 to 4%. So why coming to this question, what Faisal has just asked, why I'm telling you this about this, in the days to come, if organization hierarchy they stays there or not is not the question. The organization has to think whether our hierarchy is tuned to or aligned to the this workforce. And let me tell you very clearly, our Gen Z and Gen Alpha, they don't bother about hierarchies at all.
Hierarchies. They
They
don't
don't
care.
bother. They don't care. They don't care. So whether it is up to the organizations whether to you have to keep the hierarchy or don't want to keep the hierarchy, because 70% of your workforce is going to be Gen Z and Alpha, and they're not bothered about whether what you are, whether you are a CEO or a board member or
They
a
don't care.
GM or a VP or a senior VP, whatever it is. So for them, it's everybody is same.
I think change is
They,
required from the not from the Gen Z. Change is required from the
yeah,
leaders.
yes, that's what I'm saying. And in LinkedIn, I would have written some multiple articles on Gen Z, how we have to handle them in terms of allocation of the capital allocation, how the market is shifting because of the Gen Z. So his question is very what you call very futuristic, of course, but is actually very practical also. So I say organizations whether they want to keep hierarchy for the sake of keeping, it's up to us. It's up to them. Otherwise, they will be doomed actually if they don't listen to your 70% of your workforce. Because you will have only 20 to 30% of your workforce among millennials and X and Y generation. So who are listening to all these years. So don't expect that whatever was happening all these years is going to repeat. It's not going to repeat. So we
Hierarchy
have to
is
be very
going
clear.
to, yeah, hierarchy is going to stay, but how that hierarchy fits into The
uh,
Gen Z and also
Gen
other.
Z's tuning. Yeah, Gen Z's
Very right.
mindset. You have to get into the wavelength of Gen Z's mindset. You have to be in the frequency. Your frequency has to match to Gen Z's frequency.
You're
Otherwise,
right,
they're
sir.
not going to bother. I'll give you a
You're
very good
right.
example, sir. How Gen Z is today. How Gen Z looks at what you call careers. I'll give you a very good classic example.
Mhm.
One of my very very close friends of mine, and he happens to be a colleague, and he is worked in. He was a HR for PSU, public sector unit. That PSU is a major oil refinery in India, one of the oil
Mhm.
refineries in India, based in Assam.
Mhm.
He was a HR head. So he told us a very means what Gen Z looks like. It's a classic example of how a Gen Z thinks.
Mhm.
He told me that Sharat, one of my employee, after and of course getting a job in a PSU at a very young age, it's like a dream come true for many, right? For
Correct.
anybody. Public sector unit is like getting a typical government
Correct.
job, and that too at a very young age, and then to these are the and that too doing a Navaratna and getting a
Mhm.
job in a Navaratna, it's like a dream job. So after nearly once one employee joined him, one youngster joined him, and he said after 1 year, not yeah, just he completed just 1 year, 1 year, 12 months or something, 1 year, 2 months or something like that, and he said that sir, I'm leaving this company.
Mhm.
So he said, my HR he was thinking that why you are leaving? He thought he might be getting some good offers in some other place. He said, no,
Mhm.
no, son, I'm not going for any other company. I want to start a band, musical band. I want to start a musical band. That was his priority. He said, I don't want to get into this rigmarole of this kind of stuff every day. But he said, but will that band fetch you money and all that? So money
They
is
don't
not.
care.
They don't bother. They don't
They
bother.
don't care.
They don't care. You can't buy them because of money or something like that, for some incentive or some this thing. So their way of looking at things are very different. So why
Different.
I'm giving you this example is a classic example how Gen Z is going to influence your all decisions, whether it
Hmm.
is strategy, whether it is marketing, whether it is HR, whether it is finance, means it's capital allocation, everything. I've written multiple articles on LinkedIn on these. So it's like his question is very valid actually. So
So there are.
uh,
Mhm. So there are
yeah,
few questions. Uh, Atif, how can leaders be helped to see their blind spots, and how can teams inspire that self-reflection? So this was a question.
by Atif Tufail, he's from
So I'll just
Pakistan, I
repeat the
think.
question. How can leaders be helped to see their blind spots, and how can teams inspire that self-reflection? Then how can leaders see their blind spots?
Okay,
Okay.
how can leaders do self-reflection on themselves?
Self,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
The self,
Okay, self-introspection he's talking about.
yeah, yeah.
See, if they don't self-introspect, it's up to them. It's like a health hazard. Because if you start feeling the day, it's like a mirror. The next generation is a mirror. The coming generation, just now I talked about Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They are like mirror to you.
Correct, correct.
Just like you stand before the mirror will, as they say, दर्पण कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता. In Hindi we say, आईना कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता और दर्पण कभी झूठ नहीं बोलता. It's like it will give you a very honest assessment of yourself. If you want to see yourself how good you are, you please be very what do you call, you please be get assessed with your Gen Z and Gen Alpha workforce. They will give you honest assessment of yours. They will not be like Gen X and Gen Y. Even if they didn't like you, they will say all compliments about you.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's the easy introspection formula I'm giving you. That's the
Sir,
most easiest introspection formula.
I
You
totally
don't have
agree,
to
sir.
look at anybody else. If you are having, see, I'll tell you, every family has a Gen Z in their house. I have a Gen Z in my house, so I know how my son behaves. I'll tell you a very good example of my son himself. When I realized myself and my spouse, we were very what you call looking at my son as the way his attitude and all that. and way he talks to us, and way he means responds to us, we thought he has got some kind of a disorder, some kind of a mental disorder. So, and of course, because of my own, because I keep going to a lot of MBA colleges and engineering colleges for sessions and all. So when I realized after some 10, 15 sessions, when I saw all the guys who are of his age, they were all same actually like my son. They were all behaving like the same. Whether it is male or female, it doesn't matter. They're all same. So then I realized that the whole their way of looking at things is very different. And unless they feel something, you are tuned to their frequency and wavelength, they will not speak to you.
They will not speak. Yeah.
They will keep things, and you don't even understand their language, frankly.
Actually, they don't care.
They don't care.
Okay, if you are talking, yeah.
And they will not
And
tell
actually,
you.
sir, I totally agree with you that earlier when a CEO comes, when we were new, so it was people
Yeah.
were feeling very shy to talk on kind. Now,
Yes.
Gen Z people, they don't care. CEO
They
or
don't
president
care.
or whoever, no, they talk their mind.
They
Okay.
will say, they will tell whatever they are in the mind. They will not fear. They don't have any fear. They will be very clearly, very honest. That's the simple formula I'm giving. That if you want to introspect, the organization has to introspect. You need to talk to your Gen Z workforce every day. Talk to
That's
your,
great.
have a communication channel open up. Otherwise, they themselves will come to you. That's another issue. But that will be very late. But it's
Yeah,
better
yeah.
you talk to them that what is happening in your company, whether it is good, bad, ugly, or excellent, whatever it is, they will tell you on your face. And let
Great,
me tell
great, sir.
you, their assessment of things is very good. Their assessment of their observations, their exposure to life, their exposure to the world, their exposure to the whole ecosystem is very good, extremely good,
Very good.
extremely good, and we should believe in that. And we should not have this feeling that we are 30 years of corporate experience or 40 years of corporate experience, so we are at a pedestal, we are sitting at some kind of this thing. That ego has to go.
Mm-hmm.
That ego, that everything, whatever you have to be a learner from Gen Z if you want to survive the next decade. That's the
Fantastic.
what you call that's the what you call
Mm-hmm.
the what you
Mantra.
call if the organization philosophy people need to look at.
Fantastic, sir. There are a couple of questions. Atif again made a statement, probably it's correct. Gen Z is getting sponsorship from their parents. That is why they are not bothered about the money. Yeah, that could be reason. Yes.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
That is
To an
true.
extent, that is true. I understand. I do agree because I know Atif very well. He is from Pakistan. I know him. He's a senior guy, and I know him very well. And I do agree with him. It's very true. They don't bother about money because they don't understand the value of money, because they come from an environment where they didn't know. Because I was telling the other day, I think I was telling Jyoti or somebody, I think one of the mentees, because I am mentor to many students, Senzi and all, because on a daily basis I meet them. So I was
Mhm.
telling them that when I told them that in our days there was no what you call lavatories, there was no mobile phones, there was no internet, there was no we used to drink water from the tap, from the local, anywhere in the road or something like that easily.
Mhm.
And today you buy water from a means you have to buy water also to get a distill this thing. So they were very surprised. Then for all this, it was something very outlandish for them. So it was something they were sir, we can't believe that you can drink water from the tap. Yeah, I said, yeah, we used to drink water from the railway stations also, but today you don't find a railway station with a tap. You only
No.
find means Bisleri water, whatever is water we have, all the brands in terms of. So
Tap
for
water.
them, yeah, that's the kind of
Tap
what you
water
call.
was everybody was. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Tap
that's the
water is.
kind of environment they have been brought up. So we can't blame them actually. Frankly, we can't blame them.
That's a change. Yeah.
It's a
Right,
change.
sir. Yeah. Sir, just to come to the our main topic. So, what is your key suggestions for mid-size units, manufacturing or any other service units? Because larger
I'll give you,
companies, yes, they have
yeah,
a good
whether it is
system.
manufacturing. So my advice is for everybody. Actually, it's general. Actually, I keep telling you in all my sessions across organizations and even all MSMEs or top organizations also. I keep telling them this fundamental advice to everybody. If you people remember this, they will do very well. And we have done that actually, being a AI enabled, MLM enabled company also. So whatever we are today, because of we have believed in the generation. So I give
Mhm.
you very good advice. My advice is very simple. People, especially in most of the startups, what I see, because I'm a mentor to many startups also. What I see is that they get very, what I call, very fond of technology. They feel that if they have technology, it doesn't matter whether they have good people, bad people, whatever it might. People will come and go, so it doesn't matter for them. So I told them very clearly, technology is only enabler. Technology is only enabler. Culture is the multiplier. Strategy and people are your differentiators. If you understand this formula, then nobody is going to stop you.
Mhm.
But if you do reverse it, then it's a different problem. Then you create a problem for yourself. Technology will take it to, it's only enables. Don't
Enable.
make it, yeah, don't make it something which will do everything for you. Just like we are in an AI era,
Mhm.
even if in the AI era also,
Mhm.
human judgment makes more important. Human intelligence is the most important than artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, human has to give the prompt.
Mhm.
AI will take the prompt to the next level. That's a different issue. But the initial prompt has to be given by human only.
Correct, correct.
So human intelligence is the best, is always best than AI. And just to add, I think Miss Simon, you are asking this question to Miss Simon also. She yeah, about whether AI will take your jobs or not. This is generally people ask me also.
Correct, correct.
I keep telling them that AI now will not take your job, but somebody who knows AI will take your job.
Yeah. That is
So
correct.
yeah, it doesn't matter whether, see, generation Z and Gen Alpha will anyway be trained in AI. They will be
Yeah,
far better
they are by
than us.
default. They are
They are
A
by
default.
default.
Yeah.
But the problem will be exist with X and Y, both the X and Y generation, that they feel that whatever they have, whatever knowledge they have, that's enough. That's not enough. You have to learn AI. If you learn AI, then only you will understand what is marketing in AI, what is HR in AI, what is strategy in AI, what is
Correct,
organization in AI, what is L&D in AI. You have to learn. You have to understand. And let
correct.
me tell you, you have to, without any ego, you have to understand. You have to learn from your Gen Z workforce. That is
And we
what
have to
is.
catch up.
You have to
Mhm.
catch up. And as I told you once again, I'm telling you, technology is only enabler. Culture is the multiplier. Strategy and people will be the differentiator. See, at the end of the day, it's all about people.
Super, sir. I note it down. Okay, technology is an enabler, culture is a multiplier, strategy and people are differentiator. I think
Yeah,
it's a great takeaway. It's a really, you need to have a good business strategy in place and good people.
and
Then,
I'm not, sir. I'm not saying this out of some kind of a, because I'm sitting on a some kind of a seminar or a webinar kind of a thing. This is all lived up. All this is all lived up
yeah,
experiences which I'm
you,
telling you out of, because running a startup teaches you a lot. It's been a 16 years for me now, and we have a bench strength now. We have created a bench strength for last 16 years. Now I'm executive director at that particular, where I started as a small founder, and I was running around the entire here and where in the entire country, just being three people across. And the best part is, that I told you in my PowerPoint also, is that we didn't nobody has left us in our company till today.
super, sir. That is something amazing.
That is zero
Amazing.
attrition.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Amazing. Amazing.
So
Great point, sir. Mhm.
whatever I told you, it's all lived up experiences. Nothing from the
I
book.
really,
Nothing
it's
from
a
the book.
really very listening to you is really very helpful, and also it's eye opener. Okay, so I was, yeah, I had a different viewpoint on the Gen Z. I know it is important, but when you tell that you look to Gen Z to have a something like a mirror, that is something amazing. Okay, I think that's the future. So don't
That is a
forget
no,
about
see,
all
we
your
may not like it.
yeah,
From a coming from a XY generation, we may not like it. We may not
correct.
like it, but you have to come to terms with it. You have to come to
Super.
terms with it if you want to if you want to build a legacy. If you just want to build an organization, it might go down. See, last I think, if I tell you of the history of the whole business, actually, from 60s onwards, if you take all the companies which are born from 60 to 70, 1960 to 1975 rather, they're all shelf life was 100 years, nearly 100 years. From 80s onwards, from 80s to 2000, the most of the shelf life has gone down to from 60 to 30 years.
Correct, correct, correct.
From 90s, I think, in some 80s to 90s rather, from
Mhm.
90s to 2000, the shelf life has gone down to 15 years. And from 2000, the shelf life has gone down to 8 to 10 years.
Correct, 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 correct.
So, how things are moving. So, otherwise,
Moving.
if you don't understand the workforce, where they are coming from, what kind of what is the ecosystem they are coming from, what is the background they are coming from, where they are studying, and one more thing I want to add: in the days to come, Ivy leagues are going to we will not have any value. Actually, frankly speaking, they will not have any value. In my own company, I don't take anybody from Ivy leagues. I can't afford them. That's a different issue. But even if I can afford them, I can't take them because that see the resilience factor is very important these days. The way we are going, if I we look at people from rural backgrounds where resilience is very high, loyalty is very high.
Hmm.
That you don't find in generally Ivy
Commitment.
League people. Yeah,
Hmm.
commitment is very high.
So true, sir. So true with us. Yeah, I totally echo what you have said it, and I really liked it. Yeah, thank you for a wonderful session, Mr. Sharad Kumar. And I think we need to have one talk show only talk about how to reflect on Gen Z. Maybe we'll
Yes,
find some time. We'll,
I can go on and on for a day actually.
yeah, we will talk sometime. We will have a session for that.
Yeah, we can have a
I
podcast. We can have a
yeah,
podcast or a talk show, chat
yeah.
show, whatever it is.
Yeah, we will have some talk show on that. So we don't, without any PPT, we'll have a talk show.
Yeah, sure, sure.
Maybe we bring one or two Gen Z also into
Yeah,
the
so
talk show. So let us do that.
we should actually, we should
Let us
have
do that,
actually.
sir. Let us do that, sir. So thank you very much for a wonderful lecture. It's very
Thank you,
insightful.
thank you.
I really enjoyed. I just take a note of technology is enabler and culture is a
Culture is a
multiplier,
multiplier.
and then the differentiator is the strategy and people.
People,
Wonderful.
yes,
Very
yes,
insightful.
yes.
Thank you very much, and have a great session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a
Thank you.
lot. Thanks for the session.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for
And look
inviting
forward
me.
to meet you again sometime. Yeah.
Sure, sure, sure. Always welcome.
Thank you,
Anytime,
sir.
anytime.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. I will be very happy to do that. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Sharad Kumar. I really enjoyed myself, because I was talking to one Gen Z, and then the way they think is completely echoing with Mr. What Sharad is talking about. Fantastic. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let us continue with our next session. Uh, Madam Harsha Palve. Uh, uh, Good afternoon, madam.
Good
Welcome to the
afternoon.
show.
Good
So,
afternoon, Mr.
thank you for joining the session. I think you are from Pune, right? You are joining from Pune. Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, let me do a quick round of introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful session so far. One brief note, make YouTube channel as your way to see it, because maybe the LinkedIn live streaming may stop because it has only permission for 4 hours. So LinkedIn, so YouTube channel is live until 6 p.m. Uninterrupted. So please, Jyoti and Praveen, please post the LinkedIn, the YouTube link again into the LinkedIn post, just to make sure. So let us go to our next session, empowering your managers. they are your most important HR channel. Okay, the topic will be Miss Harsha Palve. Let me give a quick round of introduction. Madam Harsha Palve is an accomplished business leader with over a decade of experience in revenue growth, operational excellence, and strategic P&L management. As Associate Director at Ethical Global Private Limited, she aligns financial strategy with operations to drive efficiency, resource optimization, and scalable service delivery. Her expertise include HRIS implementation, HR audits, and people management systems that strengthen organizational effectiveness. She is passionate about building compliant, high performing, and future ready organizations through strategic HR and process innovation. So, very fantastic. Welcome, madam. Please have a session with you.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Thank
please
you so
feel free.
much. Yeah. So shall we move ahead with my session?
Yeah, please go ahead, madam. Over to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope you are able to share your screen.
Yes, yes, yes. Just allow me some time. I hope you all are. Hello.
Yeah. Not your screen is not yet visible. Just maybe it's on the way. Sure. Click the share screen, and then you will find that three tabs. Make sure that you click on the window.
Yeah, yeah,
Then
got it. Can you see my screen right now?
not yet, madam. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, now it is coming. Yep.
Yes, we are.
Now it
Okay.
is.
So, as already you have introduced myself, so right now I'm associated with Ethical Global Private Limited as associate director. So actually here I want to brief about my overall journey because I started my career as a HR, but right now I'm working as a business head for this company. So here my responsibility apart from HR is running the taking care of the P&L for this company. So let's come to the topic. So when actually Jyoti reached me out for the topic, so for which topic you want to address, ma'am? So this topic is very close to me as a HR and as a business head, because throughout my career journey of 10 to 14 years, starting from the HR to the business head, I realized one thing: unless we are not going to empower the manager, nothing is going to change. So, empowering your manager, this topic is very close to my heart as a business leader, as a business head, because from HR perspective also empowering your manager, because it's a very important HR channel, because most of the times employees don't bother about your policies, how articulate, how you people have articulated, how you nicely presented, how you have uploaded on the portals. They experience that all the policies which has been crafted by the HR directly through their manager every single day, the way their manager treat to their team member, the way that manager is leading the team, from that actually the employee experiences the culture of that organization or the policies of that organization. So most oftenly, I tell my all the team member, my all the departmental HOD, you are the HR for your department. HR role is not only means HR is not responsible for the adaptation or your culture. I would say rather than the HR, the departmental HOD, every manager is responsible for the organizational culture. So your manager is your HR, that I will say. Every manager plays the role of HR, because whenever we say, like when employee come to the office, if that employee is overwhelmed with the lots of work, if that employee is thinking about putting down the paper, or he needs some kind of critical kind of feedback from about his work, or whether you want to discuss certain things, firstly he look to their manager, not to the HR. So every manager plays very critical role or pivotal. In the pivotal moment, we can say the manager becomes the HR, because manager is your culture. The manager is a brand ambassador for your all the organization. I would say HR is not brand ambassador. HR plays the important role, but rather than HR, if we empower all the manager, if we enable all the manager to take the responsibility to run their department on their own way, and ultimately it should be responsible, that manager should be responsible for each and starting to end activity for their department. And if top management give that kind of authority to the managers, then definitely the scenario will be, quite different. Like manager is, as I am saying, ki manager becomes your culture, the manager becomes your leadership brand. Because ultimately, as because if your organization has different department, let's consider 15 to 20 department, if every departmental head are handling the team of 50 people, 60 people, ultimately they are in directly touch with their team members, not the HR, throughout the 360-degree, throughout the on day-to-day activity. So when we empower the manager, so the implication is, means whatever the result from business perspective we are going to get, it will be differently, rather than the if we are not going to empower the manager. So this is where the policy meet the reality, where your employees experience is truly shaped on ground. Then promotion paradox. So we have been making costly assumption for decades, I can say. Most of the time, we thought, and these practices were happening in the past, like why they were promoted as a manager. Maybe because of the exceptional individual performance, maybe the outstanding technical expertise, or the consistently hitting the target, whatever will be the target which has been allocated to that particular manager, whatever the KPIs which has been assigned to the manager. And suppose that particular manager is able to achieve that KPIs and that achieve that particular target, so they got promoted on the basis of the target, on the basis of the KPIs, on the basis of technical performance. And most of the time, we have ignored the factor that what we now expect from the manager as a manager, rather than this all the factors, like rather than their individual performance, rather than their technical expertises, whether that person is achieving KPI. Yes, of course, it makes the sense when you are performing as a manager role, you have to perform, you have to meet the KPI. But apart from this, what we are now expecting as a manager, now that manager should be able to navigate the complex situation, emotional situation. Okay, that person should be able to manage different kind of the critical situation which is related to the business operations. Then nowadays we are expecting from the manager, like they should coach diverse the performance level, lead to a difficult conversation with the empathy, build the psychological safety and the trust. So apart from this, the performance drivers, so this other things which plays important role is the gap between this nowadays, like two realities, why they were promoted and what we are expecting. That gaps now we have to take care as a business leader. Because if we want to empower the managers, or if we want to give certain kind of the authority, it should not be based on the their this all the factor why they were promoted. We have to take into consideration, or either we have to coach, like on the basis of coach this on the basis of their how they are coaching their team, how they are leading the difficult situation, how they are building the psychological safety and trust among their team members. So that this gap between these two realities is costing the organization hugely in terms of engagement, in terms of the retention, and in terms of the cultural integrity. So this is the promotion paradox where we need to think nowadays. Every business leader has to think when we think about the manager. It should not be based on the particular conventional factor, but we have to take into consideration other things also. So let's move to the next slide. The manager are the system, they are not the layers. So that every key stakeholder in the organization need to understand. Okay, manager are not the system. They are not, they are the system. They are not a layer. Like when HR engages, because HR engages all the employees. Okay, when the different milestone achievement, like at the time of the onboarding, at the time of the performance appraisal, at the times of any kind of revision of any policies, they are just whatever will be the dozen of meaningful touch points as per the year. But manager interacts with their team members every single day. So over 250 interaction annually that shape the perception and motivation and loyalty among the team members. So if we as a business leader genuinely want key our person should take the accountability, ownership, and we should drive the performance culture throughout the organization. So we have to empower the manager. We should not think as a, from I would suggest top management or the senior leader, they should not take into consideration key only empowering is a optional, not a strategy. But nowadays it's time if we want every manager should be accountable for their running their own department. We have to empower that manager, and it is senior leadership should not take, or board of directors should not take this like empowering manager is an optional. It's a strategic decision, because ultimately it will have huge impact on the performance of your business. That will be response that will leads to the revenue of your business. So this is all about how important the empowering manager is essential for the organization, irrespective of any different factors. So so what real empowerment actually means? Empowerment is not just giving the authority or delegating any kind of authority, or just asking that employee, yes, from today onwards you will be responsible for running this department smoothly. But empowerment is not just giving the authority, but you have to give the direction. So delegating authority with the certain kind of clarity, capability, and the confidence, which is very important. So empowerment is not simply delegating the authority, it's deliberately investment in these three critical pillars. Like whenever as a senior business leader we are empowering our managers, so clarity, which is very necessary, because most of the times on ground I have seen this kind of, because most of the manager is not having the clarity. Okay, because they are not empowered, or might be they are not having that kind of the authority to take any kind of decision irrespective of any functionality of their department. So clarity, which plays very critical role when it comes to the empowerment. Whenever we are giving empowering our managers, so it's very important the clarity. Like establish the crystal clear expectation that managing people is not a secondary to hitting the target. It's equally essential to organizational success. Like whenever we are empowering the manager, so as a business leader, as a top management, we have to give the clarity to that manager. What is our expectation? It should be crystal clear. What management is expecting from that manager, and how you people are means how you people are going to perform, and that let that manager take the call. What actually I often tell to my all the team member, all the manager, you just look at your department. Don't look at as your department you are just head of this department. Look at your department, you are running different business segment or the different vertical in your organization only, and you are responsible for completely like as a PNL for that particular department, and take the responsibility. And whatever the decision you are you think, yeah, this decision I should take for my whatever will be my departmental progress, whatever the streamlining the process, I need to take certain call. Most of the times manager go if they are not having empowerment, or they are not having the authority to take the certain kind of call in context to their departmental any kind of issue. They're not having freely we are not given any free hand, because that person knows what is right and what is wrong for this department. So it's very important to give the clarity what is what as a management we are expecting from that person. Then second, capability, train the manager in meaningful conversation. Like only a number doesn't speak, if any manager is reaching whatever the target or whatever the number, so on the basis of the number the performance should not be taken into consideration. Yes, of course, it has the impact on directly on your business revenue when it comes to the profitability, everything. But the apart from this, what is the capability of the manager? So accordingly we have to train the manager in meaningful conversation and coaching skill, not just policy compliances and administrative processes. So as whenever we are empowering the manager, we have to look beyond the certain kind of the compliances or the administrative processes. So we have to make that person as a capable, that person should upgrade. Apart from this, whatever will be the technicality or the skill set, whatever the, as a manager, whatever the skill set which are necessary to run the departmental smoothly. Then third is the confidence. So whenever we empower the manager with the right direction and by giving the delegating the authority, so that person, creating a psychological safe space where manager can handle the people matter without any fear or missteps or organizational blame. That because if as a senior management or as a senior leadership, we are empowering the manager to take the call regarding his department, and we are giving all kind of authority to that manager, and that person will be responsible for each and everything of that department. Automatically this confidence come to that manager, yes, I am responsible for this department, so whatever the call I am going to take about my department, I have to take into consideration, yes, this whatever, is suppose it's related to any compliance, it's related to the any employee, so I will be responsible. So this accountability automatically comes within the manager himself when we empower that manager. So confidence create a psychologically safe spaces where manager can handle the people matters without the fear. Manager don't have to deal with the ask for this for the HR, or manager don't have to reach out to their other superior to take any call regarding this department. So it will happen when we empower the manager. So this is what really empowerment actually means. This is three critical pillar that I would say: the clarity, capability, and the confidence. So this plays very important. But when most of the time while working, I realize when we not giving, as a senior management, we are not giving any support to the manager. So eventually what happens, they reduce the interest, they reduce responsibility and the empowerment. There is a thin line, like they avoid a tough conversation with their senior leadership, they lose the interest within the day-to-day activity. So it's very important when we empower the management, they feel they belongs to that, means they have taken into consideration while taking any call related to the business, any call related to the any decision out throughout our day-to-day operations, and how to tackle with that situation. So when difficult conversation are avoided, when manager feels unsupported, they avoid the tough conversation, and when difficult conversation are avoided, organization culture slowly fractures. Okay, because as I say key managers are responsible for your organizational culture. And if manager create a positive culture for their department, department contribute to the, a particular segment contribute to the overall business performance. So the culture is driven by the manager, not the HR. So every manager should be empowered, should create the positive culture throughout the organization. It's not a solely responsibility of the HR. So a fundamental shift HR must take. HR must evolve being policy guardian or the capability builder. The question we ask reveal our priorities. Earlier we used to ask, did the manager follow the correct process, complete all the required documentation? This is from HR perspective. Most of the HR ask this kind of question while reviewing the performance of the manager. What they take into consideration, did this manager follow all the correct processes as per the SOPs, this all complete all the document, this were asked by the HR earlier. But now, what we should ask when manager reviewing the manager: did we equip the manager with the skills, confidence, and the support to lead that situation exceptionally well? So when manager is succeed to leading the people effectively, HR outcome improves automatically. If every manager, every key stakeholder, every departmental HOD take their own responsibility in terms of their team member, in terms of their team member performance, in terms of the culture, everything end to end, whatever which impart to the directly the performance of the organization, then automatically HR outcomes improve automatically. It means HR don't have to make that kind of efforts. It will help to HR if every manager take the ownership, accountability for their work, for their team member performance. Automatically HR performance is also improved, and overall it impact on the overall growth of the business. So, what we measures that reveals what we value. As already I have mentioned in earlier slide, key number shows the performance of that individual, like revenue targets, productivity, metrics, quarterly result, their quarterly review of that particular managers, short-term execution capability, individual contribution. Ultimately, your revenue numbers, target, and that shows the performance. But what actually we value means what we measure that really what we values, like team shows the leadership. Okay, instead of this number shows the performance of individual manager, what we have to take into consideration, team show leadership, like what is the engagement scores of that team members that belongs to the particular manager, what is the retention rates of that particular departmental, then team development, then whatever the rival sustainable leadership quality, what is the succession planning for that particular departmental, that which is being planned by that particular manager, and the cultural impacts. So that as a HR or as a senior leadership we have to take into consideration, and that ultimately reveals what does this organization really values, where its number or the leadership growth or the culture or the high performing the team. So most of the time we ask the question, like, are we measuring the manager solely on the basis of the numbers, or are we genuinely evaluating them on the quality and the strength of the team they build? Because if we as an organization business head, if we want our organization should perform well throughout the year, whatever the target which has been assigned, whatever the revenues number that we have to achieve, so it will be achievable when your team you are having the quality of team with you. But if we are going to just only focus on the number of that individual contributor, whatever the manager has given, and we are just ignoring the other factors, like from long term perspective, like how to build the quality team within that particular department. Because most of the times I found many organization, they focus on the revenue numbers and the target of the organization. Yes, of course, every business run on the basis of the whatever the revenue we are getting, whatever the profit we are getting. But if we are looking for the long term success of any business, any organization, firstly, initially we have to invest too much in our key stakeholder, that is ultimately the every manager. We, because manager will be responsible for the building the quality of the team culture, and the how the way manager is treating to their team. If we empower the manager, automatically they will contribute to the business performance, they will build such kind of team, and that from long term perspective it will be having the huge impact on the overall business performance. Then transformation roadmap. So if we are empowering any manager within the organization, what will be the transformation roadmap for that particular manager? Firstly, as a manager, we have to assess, not in terms of the how good he is technically, how good he is in achieving the target, but considering all the factor, how capable team he has built, how the way he is driving the team member, the way he is, uh, treating his team member, how he is building his high performance team. So we have to assess the manager firstly, then build the skill. If there is any lacunas in any skill set apart from the technicality or job responsibility, then that manager has to build that skills. Then as a senior leader or as a HR, we have to coach that manager if he is lacking for the particular a skill set which is required as a manager, high performing, if that person has to create the high performing team within the organization. So then we have to measure the impact, because most of the time we conduct the many training programs related to the leadership development. We arrange the workshop from the well-renowned fraternity throughout the industry for our manager, for our senior leadership, for our HODs of the department. But it is not going to work unless we empower our management for their to run their department smoothly, take their all unless we give the authority with the right direction to the manager. So empowering manager requires the structure, intentional approach, not a sporadic training session. This roadmap ensures the sustainability. If we are looking for the long-term organizational success, then on ground we have to execute this all the strategy empowering the manager. So capability development that transform the manager effectiveness. When every organization as a business leader, they take into consideration how important is the empowering your manager is important, and that directly have huge impact on your business performance, your business revenue. So everyone has to execute this all the things on ground, so ultimately it will be having a great impact on overall business performance. Then where the real changes begins, like don't most of the times we as a HR also we start with the employees, but here I will say rather starting from the employee, we should start with the manager. Okay, like employee experiences improves when manager capabilities improve. Start upstream, not the downstream. Most of the time we do the mistake, we start with the employee. Of course employee is also plays important role, but ultimately they are in they are having every single day conversation with their manager. So it's very important the way you are building the capable manager within your organization. So don't start with the employees. Employee experiences improve when manager capability improves. Start upstream, not the downstream. Then second, don't start with the new policies. Policies, most of the time as a HR person or as a business leader, we focus on the SOPs policy. Of course, it is very important. But if you don't have any capable manager to execute on the ground, then that is not going to make any sense in the system. So what I would suggest here, don't start with the new policy. Firstly, policy make the capable manager in the system. Policies without a capable manager in the system, or to implement them in the system, if there is a no any capable manager, and we as a senior leadership or as a HR, we have given this particular, we have introduced new policies and we have asked that manager to execute on the ground, that is not going to work. So hence policies without the capable manager to implement them become shelfware. So build the capability trust. Start with your managers, like invest meaningfully in them, trust them with genuine autonomy, coach them continuously, support their growth relentlessly. Then it is going to make the changes into the system. uh, because in whenever I'm delivering a lecture to any colleges or any training session, I always ask all the manager, I cannot motivate you. I can inspire, but I cannot motivate you. Okay. Even we cannot teach the accountability to the manager. We cannot inculcate that kind of attitude into the manager, how to take the accountability for that particular department or for that, business. Accountability comes automatically when you empower that manager, because responsibility, being responsible and being accountable, there is two different things. I know as a manager, this is my JD. I have to work as per my JD. This is my responsibility, job responsibility. Anyhow, I have to work as per this, whatever the JD which has been given by me or by the HR to me. But when it comes to the accountability, it makes sense. When I'm accountable as a manager, whenever I'm thinking, yes, I'm accountable for this job responsibility, then I will go in detail, I will do my work precisely. Okay, then I will be accountable for my team performance, I will be accountable of each and everything which is need to be taken care by as a departmental head, and which has the impact on overall business performance. So this is how I will often say to all the team members, all the manager, I cannot teach the accountability. It should be within yourself. But when we empower the managers with the right direction, with the delegation of authority, then accountability automatically comes. Then that manager, automatically boosts the confidence. Yes, I can take this call for my department. Yes, I will, because I'm accountable, I'm taking the, I'm responsible, I'm accountable for this, for smoothly functioning of my department. So this kind of attitude we have to inculcate, and we have to start as a business leader, as a senior leadership. We have to put this kind of trust in every manager, in every key stakeholder in the organization. And it has, because I personally has realized, it has a huge impact on your overall business growth. Because if every manager take the accountability, if we empower every manager with the right direction, okay, then departmental, whatever will be the operational activity which has been taken care by their all the manager of their respective department, then you will be able to focus. Your operational is streamlining, your operational is fully functionally when when we empower the manager, and manager take the accountability, so that as a senior leadership we can focus on the strategic way, how we can expand further, how we can expand our business. So but for that, we have to make accountable all the manager for their department. Like your manager shapes the tomorrow's culture today. Because most of the time we heard like HR is responsible for the organizational culture, but as I would say, every manager, every departmental HOD who is responsible for the organizational culture, and the way you are pitching our company or our brand in front of the others, the manager plays very important role. It is not up to whenever manager is dealing with the internal stakeholder, but while dealing with the external stakeholder also, what kind of attitude that person is having, what kind of ownership that manager is having while dealing with the external vendors or external apart from your internal stakeholder. So if you want stronger engagement, if we want to reduce the attrition, and genuinely we want to create the culture of accountability, ownership, so your manager are not merely executing your people strategy. They are, they what we can say, they are your people strategy, and they are shaping the employee experience in every conversation they are doing with their subordinate, every decision in day-to-day activities they are taking, every interaction. So I will suggest invest in them in a strategic, as treat them as a strategic asset they truly are. Because when managers thrives, automatically culture transform, and when culture transform, organization win. So this is how actually I give importance for this topic, like empowering the manager in the organization. Thank you. So that's it from my side. So anyone has any question?
One minute, madam. Just let me just track the questions. So let me look at. Basically, I was just listening to the lecture. So it's a wonderful lecture. I really liked empowering managers, and start with the managers, you know, how to take it forward. Yeah. Uh, I think the topic is very relevant at this point of time, as everybody is now talking technology and everything. So those things will not just jump into actions just like that. Okay, so it is this. I think that the role of managers, people are taking it for granted. Okay,
Yeah.
so without proper enablement for the managers, empowerment, and also maybe you need to train managers also. Without doing that, you don't really build organization. Okay, so I
Yes.
really just, it's a very good refresh from your side, madam. Uh, so now this is a typically a problem, especially for mid-sized organizations, where you have a very strong top leadership and then there is an execution. The middle manager role is to some extent is limited because it is highly influenced by the senior managers and also. So how do you handle this? What is your recommendation for the mid-size? Because that is a large portion of the industry.
Yes.
So what is your key recommendations, madam, in that?
Yeah, so as a business head, because I started my career as a HR, but right now I am independently responsible for the PNL of my organization. So what I found most of the times as a business leader or as a senior leadership, we ignore the manager and we take them as a granted. We are just putting the numbers from. Let's take the example. For example, the sales manager or who is heading the sales, right? We're just putting the numbers. Yes, as a business head you have to just reach out this target on monthly basis, this is your quarterly target, but often we ignore the things like how the person as a manager, if he is running that department, does that person has the authority to take the certain kind of calls regarding their business processes for their, not overall business processes, but for their department. Does that person has the authority to take or to make any kind of new changes into the system for their department which is benefited to their department? Does that person is enough empowered? We forget, because we are just focusing on the revenue, we are just focusing on the growth of the organization. But if we ignore this all the things, okay, whether capability of that manager, if that person is having the clarity, what is our goal, whether our organizational goal is aligned with that particular departmental HOD, with whether that departmental HOD's goal is aligned with their team members performance, that we as we have to need to take into consideration while dealing with this middle management. We have to empower them, but with the right direction, with the delegating the authority. Sometimes maybe there are maybe issues, because when we empower the manager, maybe there are chances to do the
Some
if
mistakes.
that person is not having that capability, so maybe there is a that person will create the chaos into the system. So by thinking, it's very critical when we are empowering somebody, because nowadays it's very difficult to get it done work from the people, and unless as a manager, if we are not accountable, so ultimately it is going to affect on my team performance. Ultimately it will contribute to my overall business growth. So as whenever we are into middle level mid company, where after senior management directly the middle management, so in that case we have to empower the
Mhm.
managers, because from long term perspective, we have to build that quality kind of team. And unless we are not going to, if we are as a senior business leader, if we are pinpointing on the small thing again and again, if we are not allowing, we are doing the micromanagement, where so then there will be a trust issue among the senior leadership and manager. Then automatically that manager lost the interest for contributing or taking the accountability.
Accountability.
Yeah, so somewhere we have to build that trust, we have to take our all the manager into consideration, we have to empower them with the proper guidance. Okay, let them what most of the time what I suggest all manager, you as if I'm a company, I'm running my own company, if I'm responsible for my company overall business growth. So as a, suppose if I'm a head of HR or if I'm a head of finance, okay, so you run your business like you are running your, because
On
you
your
own
own.
boss. Okay, you just think you are running a single vertical of your business. Don't treat it as your department. It's my responsibility. Take it like, suppose if I'm a finance head, you will be responsible. Take a small initiative. You will be responsible for, ultimately the P&L of the company. So take the small initiative, take the accountability, think beyond certain kind of, like, so whatever the responsibility which is been laid down by the management, think beyond that, how you can contribute efficiently. So I often ask my all the managers, take your, become your own boss, run your
Hmm.
department as you are running your separate vertical of the business.
Correct, correct. That is actually there is a two sides of the coin. It is very important, especially in Indian atmosphere now. Uh, the middle manager's point of view is to take the ownership as if it's his own, and also the senior management should trust him and then give him the proper delegation. Okay. Now this is a actually gap. Okay, I have seen so many manufacturing units. This is a middle management is a little gap. Okay, so the gap is from both sides, from the senior management or owners. Okay, so they should delegate it and trust it, and then from the middle management managers who also need to take the responsibility. It's not just don't leave it. Okay, if they are saying it, they are bypassing you for any critical decisions. Just you don't have to just yield it. Okay, you assertive, be assertive on your decisions. Then slowly things will be in a formal place. Usually, the top manager will override decisions, considering this will be a something mistake or wrong or something. Okay, if they have a proper trust link, okay, so they usually delegate. Okay, that's my experience. And also, if you want to be successful in middle management, okay, so you need to take some good decisions. So you will go to the senior leadership. So, what
Yes.
is your advice for the leaders in this, madam?
Nowadays, most of the organization face the challenges like, a high performance team. Team is not giving that whatever deliverable which is expected from that particular manager. So, what I will suggest, rather than focusing on the numbers, we should create that kind of culture in the organization. Okay, there should be we should build the culture of honesty, integrity. We should, put some kind of trust on all the stakeholder within the organization. We should have the confidence as a senior leader. We should show the confidence. We should, increase their moral. Apart from whatever we are expecting, we have to, focus on this other factor also. Whatever, that which psychologically which impart to that, person to take the accountability and the ownership throughout the organization. So organization, all the leaders should focus on creating positive culture and empowering the manager with the right direction.
Perfect, madam. Perfect. I think this is very, very important and very relevant topic at this point of time because of there's a lot of transformation is going on across the globe. Empowering managers and building the right management layer is something which is very critical. Okay, so thank you, madam, for sharing your wonderful insights.
Thank you.
Ladies and
Thank you so much.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I give a big round of applause to Madam Harsha. If there is any questions, I know because of the time constraint, so if you have any questions left, please make sure that you ask for it. We make sure that these questions are get answered. And if you would like to reach out to Ms. Harsha directly, please let us know so that we can share that the details, how to reach out and take help from her to solve your business problems. So thank you, madam. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And have a great time. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through the sessions now. So, we started at 10 and now it is 2 o'clock. It's 4 hours, 5 incredible sessions so far. Uh, so, let us continue. Uh, one key important point is uh, if you are watching this in LinkedIn, please make sure that you have a YouTube link, and if you YouTube link is live until 6 p.m. IST today, so use that and post your questions in the message in the YouTube, that those messages will be popped up here, and your questions get answered. So thank you very much. So we would like to start a new session with Dr. Shravan. Thank you, Dr. Shravan, for joining the session. I hope you are able to hear me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me give a quick round of introduction. So, Dr. Shravan Sharma is going to talk about the data-driven HR leader. Wow. Using analytics to make people decisions. This is wonderful topic I would like to hear myself. Dr. Shravan is a management professional, academician, and business advisor with expertise spanning over teaching, data analytics, and industry-oriented trainings. Holding an MBA and PhD, he contributes as a faculty member, guest lecturer, placement officer, and also freelance trainer on practical business and analytical skills. His areas of specialization include Salesforce Marketing Cloud, Advanced Excel, and data driven decision making to support career readiness and organizational growth. Over to you, Dr. Shravan. Thank you very much for joining the session. For
Sir,
wonderful.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Abdul Qadir, sir. Good morning to all the participants. Today, I'm going to present.
You can share the screen.
Hope my screen is visible, sir.
No, not yet. Not yet.
Once.
Yeah. You can just click on the share button, share screen, and then select the last one, entire screen. You don't forget to click on the window. Just
Entire screen, right, sir?
select the entire screen, and then you will have a small window on the inside. Just click on it. Okay. The moment you click on it, your share screen will be activated, the blue one. Yeah, perfect. Now we can see your screen fully.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
please go ahead.
Hope my voice is audible, sir.
It's very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, good morning to all participants who are presented in LinkedIn and YouTube live streaming. Today, I'm going to give the session about data-driven HR decision. So what is meant by data? It's just information. What can we do with the help of data, that information which is available from HRN? We are going to discuss in detail session now. Now you can see today strategic journey, while we are talking about its strategic pivot, redefine HR values, proportions, the analytical pipeline, the building data maturity, and solving hard problems like real world application, that implementation roadmap we are going to see. So why HR must evolve now? There are big questions for you. 73% of the CEOs says HR is critical to business success, and 20% might be stating that HR leader feel equipped with the predictive analytics. That's a current reality. There is a gap. There is huge gap. So digital transformation demands data literate HR leaders. The gap between expectation and capacity as a critical risk. As a critical risk. Now we can see what is the traditional view, what is the strategic viewpoint of you as a HR. In traditional HR, they are focusing on cost center. Cost center. Under that, payroll processing, policy enforcement, hiring support, administrative costs are involved in traditional view. In strategic view, the HR role is value creator, the talent investment optimization, workforce planning, BI, business intelligence, strategic business partner. They are going to create the value to the organization. ROI of people analytics. HR analytics, another name we called as people analytics. Here, The key points metrics: 30% of higher employee retention, that is company with mature analytics capabilities, 40% improved quality of hire with the data driven hiring process practices. So here we can see the bottom lines. The analytics are no more optional. I can say it's no more optional, but it's essential for survival of organization. The data driven HR decisions deliver measurable business impact, competitive advantages. Here 2.6 million annual savings they are going to see, so by Fortune 500 using predictive turnover models. We are quickly move towards the evaluation of HR 1990s to till now 2026. So in 1990s, HR is the administrative era. They do payroll processing, basis of HRIS, HR information system, in compliance focused. While move on to next decade, 2000s, the service delivery era. Self-service portals, they started. Talent management, they started. And process automation also, they started. In after 10 years, they stated be a analytical era. That is people analytics teams, dashboards and reports they created, descriptive metrics they are using. And 20s, the evaluation of AI is came to existing to HR, AI in predictive era. In that AI models, machine learning models, predictive insights, AI chatbots they used in 2020s. Now we are into 2026, that is agentic AI era. Autonomous actions, self-improvement system, proactive interventions. We are doing agentic AI era. Now, this is very essential. Any organization, the transformation is required at present. HR transformation, reactive, predictive to autonomous. Now we are into autonomous agents. So here, agentic AI. This is a future of HR technology. What is mean by agents? So everything we can automate, everything we can automate with the help of agents. What we can automate, we can see. We'll see. AI system that can autonomously execute the tasks. It may take decisions and learn from outcomes. What are the applications with agents will do? Automatic sourcing, AI agent that proactively find the engaged candidates, dynamic scheduling, real-time intervention. Here, automatic sourcing means AI agent that productively find the engage the candidates. Next slide, I'm going to explain that. Dynamic scheduling, adjusting workforce schedule based on demand. Real-time interventions, so automatic alerts and action when flight risk is detected. So that's impact might be there. HR professional become strategist, not administrator. Remember, now the HR professional, they want to not administrative. Some ethics of autonomy, preventing algorithmic based bias, the risk. The agent learn from historical data. So when we are given the data should be will be efficiently biased. That means remove protected characteristics like gender, age, ethnicity from training sets. That is blending data feeding. That is human in the loop, HITL. Autonomous agents propose actions but not audit the logic trace. for fairness, bias auditing. So we need to conduct regular stress tests to ensure AI is favor to specific demographic automated. Here, so we need to see that strategic goal, is it efficient, is equitable. We'll move forward to human capital value add. Human capital value add. What it is? Human capital value add, it's having some formula to calculate revenue minus expenses, expenses minus compensation, whole divided by head count. Again, I'm repeating, revenue minus expenses, compensation, okay, expenses minus compensation, all divided by head count. So what it measures? The average value of each employee contribute to organization. Key insights: isolate human impact from the operational costs. So what we want to guide, the HCVA, higher HCVA, more productive workforce per employee. Upward trend, successful talent strategy implementation. Compare HCVA across the department and industry benchmark to identify opportunities. HCVA in real world application. Let's say one example of how we are calculating revenue is 100 million, expenses is 80 million, compensation is 20 million, headcount is 500. From the revenue minus, that is 100 million, minus expenses, that is 80 million, and compensation is 20, 80 minus 20, 60, that is 100 minus 60 divided by 500. We are going to get HCVA result is almost 80,000 rupees per employee. Now the point here is we have data 80,000. Now per employee, whether it's good or bad, we need to answer. Whom we need to answer? Are we investing enough in talent? Which department create most value per employee? Department wise HCVA we need to count, right? How does HCVA compare to industry benchmark? It's up to the CFO connection. So speak the language of executive, they may understand. So 80,000 per employee HCVA result. So CFO, whether they are going to decide this value. Let's quickly move on to the triple B decision framework. What is B? 3 B's. That is buy, build, borrow. Buy, build, borrow. Well, from this strategic external hiring. Buy means strategic external hiring. Acquire specialized skill quickly. So when to use? Need specialized skill quickly. So strategic external hiring is come to the picture. Market talent available. So we need to cost profile. We need to see this high upfront. It's going to be very high, but faster time to time productivity. Then build. Here internal development. We need to build internally upskilling and internal promotion. We are going to promote the employees. When to use? Unique company knowledge, retention priority. Cost profile is lower and external, longer development time. Borrow. We are borrowing. So it is a contingent workflow, flexible talent solution. When to use? Project-based need. It's a long term, not short term. Uncertain demand. So cost profile is variable, no long-term commitment. So here, data-driven decision. Use analytics to determine the optional talent strategy mix. When to buy, when to build, when to borrow the employees. Here, the strategic mix solving 3 years half-life. Always remember the context. Technical skills now lose 50% of the value every 3 years. We need to upgrade. We need to upgrade. Otherwise, we are going to be outdated. So here, data-driven decisions, what we are going to take, 3 Bs, that is triple B. See, flash skills, borrow flash skills, technologies that may absolute within 24 months, most cost effective. We need to borrow from others. Build, upskilling and development. We can call as L&D also. Core institutional knowledge, skill adapted through adjacency mapping, that is proficiency strategy. Proficiency strategy. By so when external hiring, seed talent, new capacities for organization, that is strategic investment. The shift, HR must use analytical to determine optional talent strategy mix based on the decay rate of the skill needed. Now, we'll quickly move on to layers of analytical maturity model. Here, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. So most of the organization, they struck at level 1. That means the level 1 is speak about descriptives of the HR statistics. That is basic reports, basic dashboards they create and they stop there. And level 2 is diagnostic approach. Why did it happen? Root cause analysis and segmentation. And level 3 is predictive. So forecasting and machine learning models, they are involved. And final, level 4, optimization. How can we make it happen? So here we used prescriptive analytics and autonomous actions. Now we'll talk about level 1. My slide will speak about the description of all HR needed. So executive summary, its dashboard, department or demographics, and hires, how many hires is happened, open positions, how many, testimonial, how many, terminations are how many, and employee by organization, how many. In that, how many males are there, how many females are there by the department organization, and terminations by organization is happen, how many. All metrics in one set. It's called dashboard. We'll see demographics. 1,500 headcounts are happened. Okay, in that 700 belongs to female, 1,200 is belongs to male, like that. 900, so 500 are permanent, 400 are contractual, 1,000 open position, 500 are regular, 4 like that. Will all HR metrics we created in the format of dashboard. Not only that, essential reports we prepare, headcount trends, turnover rate, time to fill, training completion, compensation distribution. While we are implementing this automated weekly dashboard from ad hoc report, standardized definition across the organization. So for this, we use some softwares like tools, Excel, Power BI, Tableau, or Google Data Studio, or any other BI tool we can use to visualize the data. Now, 7 core KPI. Every HR must know about 7 core KPIs, key performance indicator, every HR dashboard. If you want to take, you can take screenshot of this turnover rate. So separations by average headcount into 100. The target is, they mention here, turnover rate, cost per hire. This is very important. Cost per hire. How much cost is incurred per candidate hire? Total recruitment cost divided by number of hires. They'll have some budget, the target, time to fill, days from requisition to acceptance. That is time to fill. How many days to fill that particular position? ENPS, the percentage of promotion, percentage of detractors, absenteeism rate. That is very important. Number of days, absent days, number of absent days divided by total working days into 100 will get. They'll have some metrics. They'll have some standard ad stick. Each and every organization, they are going to fix this KPIs into some figure, whether they are moving below or performing or underperform. They are going to compare in level 1. Internal mobility, that is internal fills and total positions into 100. That is target they are going to achieve or not. We are going to see. Training ROI, that is benefit minus cost divided by cost into 100. So training related return on investment that we are going to see here. So here, start tracking 7 metrics religiously and automated weekly dashboard. So we can create this, we can collect the data, 7 metric data, KPI, and we can summarize into one dashboard. And after that, first level is completed. Then we move forward to diagnostic segmentation. So here, we can one second, turnover by tenure, like less than 1 year, how many employees are there, what is the percentage? 1 to 3 years, what is the percentage? 3 to 5 years, percentage. Here 35% of the turnover from first year. That is, there is a critical issue, because freshers, they are performing, experienced persons, they can't perform. We need to cross verify. We are going to check, we are going to give check by seeing the data. Then critical segment by manager, identify toxic leaders. By the department, spot high stress teams. By performance, that is, are you losing top talent? By demographic, equity consent. Then here in diagram patterns also we are going to study and aggregate metrics. So here, finding the friction point through the data, how we are going to analytical framework. We are going to take the exit interview. Once employee going to exit from the organization, we may take exit feedback, exit interview, and those comments or suggestions, whatever the feedback is given by ex-employee, those who are working and exit from this organization, we make a note on it and we perform text mining for them. Themes. Why employee may leave from this organization? What are the reasons for leaving? So factor, internal politics are involved, or problem with the organization, problem with the peer member. Some metrics they are going to ask, the questions they are going to ask. The questions might be qualitative and quantitative questions. So based on the answer given by ex-employee, then we are going to listen why employee is leaving the organization. There is an analysis framework. And engagement surveys. Sentiment low score by team. Sentiment low score by team. Uh, team level insights we are going to see here. Management effectiveness correlate with turnover, leadership impact, and promotion velocity, high performance advertisement, that is growth opportunities. So we'll see the case study. We'll see the case study. The exit interview analysis. So here you can see 60% of the exit cited lack of growth, where organization they need to focus on the growth factors. Some 30% of the employees they'll say that no, compensation is not good, less, right? So 90% of this is saying that over workload. So this exit interview will speak about the result, what we need to modify, organization need to modify. And the solution implemented, the structured career path with the clear progression milestone. Result after 12 months, it is no retraceable turnover is like 25%. So we are going to reduce this. then 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 the smoke detector, level 3 smoke detector and flight risk prediction. Early warning system that predict department 12 to 6 sorry 6 to 12 months in advance. Here model inputs, manager turnover, compensation trend, PTO usage, performance trend, internal mobility, tenure and age. We are giving some model inputs. And what is the methodology we are going to adapt? Logistic regression we are going to use. Machine learning we are going to use. Complex pattern detection from the inputs. Survival analytics from time to time, time to event modeling. Then flight risk dashboard. Now here we are going to cover low risk, moderate risk, high risk, critical risk, and total. We are going to flight risk dashboard. Score range we are going to calculate from that, and based on that we are going to take decisions. Key predictive, excuse me. Key predictive variables for flight risk. Here, top predictive, that is research backed. Manager, manager churn history. Pay segment, that is less than greater than 2 years of no increase. Declining PTO usage, performance rating usage, and commute distance measure. Commute distance measure. Excuse me, 1 second. One second. Okay. Commute distance increase and no internal moves in 3 years. Behavioral signals is decrease meeting participation, withdraw pattern in team activities, reduce after hours activities, lower engagement with work tasks, LinkedIn profile update, active job seekers behavior. So we are going to see here in level 3. So early detection, enable proactive detection and intervention. So we'll quickly move on to level 4. What is level 4? Employee lifetime value. Here, total net value on an employee contribute from hire to exit. Hire to exit. So how many no date of joining to exit, leaving, hire to exit. So employee life value we calculate like revenue minus cost divided by tenure. Here components, revenue contribution we are going to see, there is productivity, innovation, customer value, cost of employment, salary and benefit, training cost, overhead cost to spend with that particular employee. Then strategic application we are going to see here, Justify retention investments, compare ELV to replacement cost. And one employee is working here, and he or she want to leave from the organization. We need to compare what is current CTC. He or she is drawing particular role, and what is the replacement of the particular role, what is the cost to company. We are going to compare and take decision. Justify retention in investments. Identify high value employees. Target for the department. Calculate ROI. Executive conversation. This employee generate, let's say, 250K net value annually. We are going to see ELV timeline. First year, 50,000 onboarding. Year 2, 180,000 onboarding. That is ramping up. Third year, 250,000 peak value, and fourth year it's gradually decreasing. That is mature. 245K is happened, and fifth year it's like 230K is plateau. So here we are going to see here in employee life value, there are hidden costs. Autonomy of the 10.8 is very important. I am talking about metrics. Hard truth. So replacing high performance costs like 1.5x to 2x the annual salary. Here, one iceberg activity we are going to see, like employee salary is 100K, the replacement cost is 150K to 200K. Now here, you can see the employee salary was like 100K only. You want to replace the employee with 150K, that is 1.5x to cost to company, to 2x cost to company. Here, 20% direct cost, that is advertisement, recruitment fees, background checks, that is one employee hire will cost new employee, replacement employee, that is 30 to 40K. Hidden costs, hidden middle, that is 60%, 90K to 120. Efficiency drain, lost productivity, training time, team distribution, like that. Deep base, 30K to 40K, that is 20%. Culture addition, knowledge loss, customer relationship, team morale, like that. Then the question is 500K retention program expensive, or is 10.1 M turnover tax expensive? We'll see in next slide. Calculate turnover. Your organization, 500 employees are there, and average salary is 80,000. Turnover rate 18%, 90 employees, and replacement cost factor is 1.5x, that is salary. Annual turnover tax, that is your hidden cost of turnover is 10.8 million M. That is business case. Investment retention, that is 500. So reduce turnover rate 18% to 14%. Net savings, you can see 2.4 M. So ROI calculation, that is 4.8x the return on investment we are going to get. And see here, can we afford not to invest retention? Retention investment, it is 10x ROI, 10x ROI. The retention initiative portfolio, career development, they spend investment like 150K, turnover reduction 2%, that savings is 1.2 M. And manager training, investment is 100K, and turnover reduction is 1.5%, and savings is 900K. Flexible work benefits, investment 200K, turnover reduction 2.5%, savings 1.5 million. And compensation adjustment, investment they need to invest 300K, turnover reduction is 2%, total saving 1.2 M. Now all put together, that the data, how much that going to impact to organization. Total investment is all about together 750K. Total savings 4.8M. That is ROI is 6.4x net benefit they are going to get. So with this iceberg activity, we are going to see the cost of employee lifetime, and so here prevention is cheaper than replacement. Prevention, that is, we need to retrieve the employee, we have to develop their career, and we need to no to train the employee. Flexible work will give flexible work benefits to the employees, compensation adjustment. We These metrics plays a very vital role. The two, it depends on the organization to organization and industry to industry, it may vary. So treat hiring like sales funnel. We have sales funnel, we need to treat sales hiring as a sales funnel. So here recruitment funnels, there are application 100% of applications are happening. In that we are going to screen 40% of them, and we are interviewed 15% of them. We are giving offered to 8% of the employees and accepted by 6%. That is funnel, that is hiring funnel. Here 100% to 6% acceptance ratio. These metrics will speak about the hiring funnel. Here what metrics they are going to track? Conversion rate. By each stage of the funnel, how much we are going to conversion stage. Time in stage, days spent for the funnel, that is our HR people, how many days to fill this post. This drop off points, where candidate exit funnel, source of efficiency, the best performing funnel, action, identify bottleneck and optimize the conversion. Data driven, replace institution where metrics. Here optimize each stage, increase hiring efficiency. Applications no, we can optimize the each stage. Recruitment source ROI. Here I given one example, source of performance comparison. So by referral, how many of them, cost per hire and quality score. And LinkedIn profile, how many, and job boards, how many, agencies, how many, career page, how many. So this kind of metrics will helps to recruitment source of ROI, return on investment. See, top performer, employee referral, that is deliver best quality, lowest cost. You can see here referral, employee referral, lowest cost is there. Now everything is highest cost, and career page is also lower cost. Budget optimization. So agencies, we can see this visual, like this chart will speak about 7.5x higher cost is involved compared with referral. Action step, increase the referral bonus program. As a strategic HR people, you need to take decision, increase referral bonus program, reduce agency spend by 40%, optimize career page conversation. So strategic decision. So here relocate budget to high ROI channel, estimate annual savings, that is 180K. Skill half cycle crisis. Here critical fact, technical skills have 3 years half cycle. Already we spoke about this. Half of the what employee knows become obsolete every 3 years. Solution, build culture of continuous learning. Here implementation, mandatory skills, consistent upskill of optional, it's essential for survival, short-term focus, and learning elegance. So here, 100% skill relevance over time, 100%, 50% of them year by year. We can make like this kind of dashboards, and we can take skill of cycle, skill agility. So redeploy and don't lay off. Core concepts, identify overlapping skills, internal mobility, there is business impact, that is reduce layoff cost, retain institutional knowledge, improve engagement through growth. Here, for example, we can see skill mapping example, customer support, new role, uh, uh, that is active learning, active listening, problem solving, product knowledge, and communication. Here, active listening, user interaction, research, that is problem solving, business analytics, uh, and product knowledge, sales, engineering, and communication training and development. We need to see these new roles and responsibilities. ONA, Organization Network Map. So, what is ONA? The map communication pattern. Identify information leaders and knowledge hubs. It reveals the hidden organization structure. There's key output is central node that is influence who connect teams. You can see here centralized and connection density and social network and connection. It's a cluster. Basically, so here members and connection. So here then bottleneck people who slow information flow. Isolated group team. See here isolated. They are not connected. Team disconnected from network. Isolated here. ONA use cases, the practically application, change management, identify who influenced the first, succession planning, find the hidden talent in the formal track, team design, create balance and connected teams, and mergers and acquisition integration, understand the culture dynamics. Yeah. One example related to retention intervention, identify three central nodes for flight and action retention effort. This activity, we don't have much time, and I'm going to skip this. Then analytical journey. In phase one, foundation, that is audit, data structure, inventory, all HR systems, define core KPIs, key performance indicator, select 5 to 7 key performance metrics to track, and build dashboard. That is you are going to do in phase one. Phase two, there is diagnostic segmentation. That is a data by tenure, by department, turnover cost analysis, calculate replacement cost, identify quick wins, the find immediate improvements, generative actionable insights. In phase three, predictive, the flight risk model, build predictive analytics capabilities, and business cases, present ROI to leadership team, and secure budget investment for advanced and established predictive capabilities. That is strategic summary. That is data science. HR is now data science discipline. Embrace the analytic to become obsolete. And start with HCVA, speak the CFO language, and quantify human capital value. Triple B framework, buy, build, borrow, use data to determine optimal risk and predictive prevention. Analytical analytics prevent costly turnover to smoke detector approach, data driven solutions. Finally, every problem has a solution. Turnover, hiring, skill, any network. So the transformation is happened from cost center to strategic value creator. So thank you. Thanks for providing opportunity to share my skill set, share with you to globally. Thank you, sir, and thanks to entire Data Labs team to provide the opportunity to share my knowledge. Thank you, sir. It's
So
over to
thank
you,
you
sir.
very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shravan. It's very, very interesting uh, way to explain the key concept of data uh, driven HR. I think it's a wonderful lecture, and even the presentation is made it very in a very very nice way. I really liked it. Okay, uh, the key concepts you talk about is very very relevant, and also in this technology uh, revolution, this is very much very important at this point of time. Okay, so I think everybody should pay attention to the data driven HR process. And then if you would like to have more information on how to do it, you always can take help from Dr. Shravan. Okay. So thank you very much, Dr. Shravan. And please stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. If you have any question to Dr. Shravan, I know we are few minutes late in the show. If you have any questions, please post it. We make sure that Dr. Shravan answers your questions. And also, if you would like to directly reach Dr. Shravan for any help, please let us know. We always do that. Okay, so thank you, sir, and
Thank you,
accept.
sir, Sagar sir.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, and thanks your entire team to invite me as a speaker. Thank you so much, sir.
Wonderful
Thank you.
lecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Have a good time. Thank you. Take care. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our new session. Uh, Before we go to Mr. Saurabh, so one important thing is, please make sure that you watch the program in YouTube live. This is going to be live until 6. If you are watching it in LinkedIn, please move to YouTube so that without it will make sure that you have uninterrupted streaming. Okay, so thank you very much. Okay, so now let us go to new session. Mr. Saurabh Shah, thank you very much, Saurabh ji, for joining the session today. We talk about Hum AI leadership. Okay, so let me give a quick round of introduction. Saurabh Shah is a dynamic people and culture strategist and TEDx speaker with over 18 years of global experience in human capital strategy, organizational effectiveness, and leadership transformation. As a head of people operations at Crafton India, he drives high impact people solutions, change management, and culture building across hyper growth environments. A recognized HR thought leader and award winning professional. He actively mentors emerging talent and contributes to academic and industry. So thank you, Saurabh ji. Please take your presentation. Yeah.
Uh, Thank you, sir. It's indeed an honor and privilege to be presenting to this August gathering. And, I look forward for a mutually learning experience over the next 30, 35 minutes, wherein I, intend to touch upon a subject which is extremely close to our heart and is part of our life uh, by or, with or without choice, which is basically, how do we look at the human machine workplace, which is obviously the present nature of work. I will not say it's future of work. It is the present nature of work. And how do we really redefine HR in the age of AI? Because HR is all about people, and the world around is all about AI. So how do we amalgamate? How do we integrate both of these aspects together to create a beautiful experience, a beautiful journey, which will be driven and which will be supported by AI leaders, leaders who will be human but supported by AI. That is what I intend to speak. I represent an organization, which is a global leader in game development and publishing, Crafton. We are a South Korea-based company with close to 4,000 people across the globe. In India, we are the proud IP holders of PGMI, which is not only a game of the country, but we call it as the heartbeat of the country. It's the largest game, which we have offered to the fans in the country. Beyond that, we do a lot of work in the incubation space for gaming. We've done quite significant investments in the digital startup ecosystem, and we are also focused on building some products which will enable the digital ecosystem. So what I'm going to talk about in the next 30 minutes is going to be more about, how do we move from managing people to decoding algorithms so that, we can effectively enable leaders. I think gone are those days where it was all about managing people. I think now it is enabling, it is, ensuring that we create beautiful journeys for individuals so that they could flourish, they could grow, and they could make a difference for themselves and the ecosystem in general. Uh, while I continue, I hope my presentation is visible. Okay, I believe so. Okay, so this is that classic question. AI ready, or rather, I would say, to be or not to be, and that's the prompt which continues in my mind always. That should I be AI ready or should I not be? Because what's happening is technology can only amplify humanity or it can replace it. But the choice is of leadership. What does that mean? And I was attending a conference yesterday where one of the speakers very beautifully explained of what's happening today. And he mentioned that if we are no longer agile, we are going to be fragile. And that kind of has stayed with me. And then when I relate to it, that are we AI ready, and should we be AI ready or should we not be? I think the answer is that we have no choice, but we have to be part of this change which is already with us. And how do we go about this change is the choice of leadership. Just to give some numbers in perspective, and this data is already outdated because it's rapidly changing. So basically, we're not, as I said, right, it's no longer future of work. I think it is the present work. If you look at the global impact, we've got around 97 million new roles which have been created. We've got 60% of the jobs which are going to be impacted. And this is one of the classic questions which a lot of times I've been asked, that will AI replace or take away jobs? And to that, my very candid opinion is that yes, AI will replace your job if you want AI to replace your job. In very simple terms, AI definitely will not take away your job, but a human who understands how to use AI is definitely going to take away a job. And in the current scenario, more than 42% of the tasks are automated. If I look at from an India landscape, by 2030, it is expected that 38 million jobs are going to be reshaped. The growth, in terms of the landscape of opportunities, there's a 38% increase in AI related roles, and 75% of routine tasks are assisted by AI. In my own organization, one of the classic example is of onboarding, where we took more than a day to onboard an employee into the system. Today, with the help of AI tools, we are able to achieve that within 13 seconds. It's 13 seconds. That's the amount of time and bandwidth which has been created because of use of a very small tool which has enabled us to be better in terms of creating that experience. So that's so again, this is a little more of should I be AI ready or should I not be? I think the numbers speak for itself, and we have no choice but to be ready and be part of it. And as I said, AI has already arrived. It's the way we work, which is already changing, and it is changing now. And again, these are some of more facts which we have in place. As I said, 38% year-on-year growth is happening in terms of the numbers, in terms of the hiring. We've got 75% of the routine tasks in HR, finance, and operations are now assisted or automated by AI, and these are all information sources which have been validated. It could be Economic Times, it could be World Economic Forum. So this is the landscape which again we got to be very much aware about. So what's changing for leaders, right? I mean, everybody's talking about change, but what's actually changing for leaders? From my perspective, yesterday's leaders were managing people. We were managing situations. We were managing challenges. The leaders today are managing systems that are that manage people. So there's a lot of data influx, there's a lot of information overload which is coming, and it is systems who are managing people to a very large extent when it comes to providing the data. What about the leaders for tomorrow? The leaders for tomorrow are going to be the ones who are going to interpret, who are going to question this data, who's going to look at, how can the data be sliced and diced into meaningful information, and then how are we really going to humanize the algorithms? How are we going to make sure that we make it more real? And then that's how that's what is going to change the landscape for tomorrow's leaders. So the people leadership, how is it changing? From my perspective, it's going to be a human machine collaboration. It's no longer either a human or a machine. It has to be a collaboration, and it has to be a collaboration like our two hands, right? If you join them together, then you're able to create a power. The power which is created when you're together is much more than what power we will create with your two hands separate. And that's how I look at people leadership. It's going to be a collaboration between humans and machine. While leaders have been predominantly taking decisions basis data and intuitions, I think data, intuitions, and empathy is also going to be a very crucial role when we look at aspects of how the thinking is changing. From a review standpoint, performance review standpoint, I think we are very fast moving to a continuous AI driven feedback mechanism, which is going to help us having real time information on the performance. How are we going to delegate? We're going to co-create with AI agents. So along with delegation of tasks to our team, I think we also will have to look at opportunities where we could delegate routine tasks to our AI chatbots, and make them more powerful, so that the time which is basically saved can be then used for something which we are really good at, is basically further enhancing our human connection. And I think it's fast moving from managing work to designing an experience. And I'd say this in a lot of instances, that our employees may forget what we do for them as perks, but they will never forget how did we make them feel through their journey. And this is all about creating or crafting that beautiful experience. Let's look at a case study where so this is a classic AI driven HR leadership, where AI flagged a top performer as an attrition risk. Manager just
Sir,
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. Actually, the presentation is not scrolling down, sir. Like it is not sharing. Yeah, exactly what you are saying. Correct, sir. Now it is.
Okay, I actually had asked if it is moving. uh,
No, no, now it is okay, sir.
okay, I think it's still not.
It is automatically. It is not moving, sir. You need to.
Okay, just one
Yeah.
sec. Is this moving now?
Yes, sir. Now it is in case study one.
Okay, uh, that's strange. Okay,
You want to
let
move
me.
next? Next.
Yeah,
It
just
is
one
not
sec.
changing, sir. Still, it is in case study one.
Okay. Just give me a few seconds.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring in the presentation through a different form.
Yes, please, sir. So once, just do one thing, stop sharing, and you can share again the PPT, sir, so that you are able to. You just click on the stop sharing.
Okay, just one sec. Okay,
Yeah, now you can just share the screen, sir, now.
I will try that.
Yeah. 1 minute, sir. I'm just presenting you on the screen. Yeah, now you can change the screen, sir, now. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is
Mhm.
changed. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Let's look at this first case study. So this is a classic, leadership team which is supported by AI. The HR team is dependent on AI tool for flagging the attrition risk, and the AI flagged a top performer as an attrition risk. Manager just looked at the data, and then probably acted upon it without knowing the real reason of the attrition or potential attrition, and the employee quit, where the algorithm was right about the data, but then probably wrong about the reason, because in a very human AI scenario, a manager or a leader who would see this as a potential risk coming about an employee who's a top performer, if I was a leader in that position, I would actually walk up to that individual, have some conversations with the individual, try and understand the reasons behind it, and then probably get to a point of acting upon. So I think this is a classic case where it was just flagged by AI tool. The manager acted by doing probably peripheral aspects around why the employee is a potential attrition, and did not really act in parlance with the human aspect, and that's where the employee decided to move on, which could have been easily avoided. So my very simple lesson in that is, AI did show the pattern, but it will not show the purpose. I think as humans we need to decode the why behind any data which has been flashed. So I think that's one of the way where I say that it's extremely important to bring in the human element along with AI, so that we are able to carve out that collaboration between human and machine. So that was one case study which I had. What is this entire Hume AI leader framework? And this is something which I've put together from my own thoughts in terms of what does a Hume AI leader look like. So from my perspective, HI, that is human intelligence, is basically empathy, ethics, and context. So as humans, we have these three aspects very, very strongly ingrained in us. That is empathy, ethics. Ethics is basically doing things right when no one is watching, and context. Any of our actions, any of our reactions have a context behind it, and that is the power of human intelligence. Now, what is AI going to bring in? AI is going to bring in scale. It's going to bring in speed. It's going to bring in insight. I think where the logic can meet compassion is where we combine human intelligence with artificial intelligence and create a beautiful concept which is called as Hume AI leadership. It is a leadership which is an amalgamation of human aspects and artificial intelligence aspect to co-create journeys for individuals where they feel that they are enabled, where they feel that they are entrusted, where they feel that they can create that marvelous experience. This is the framework which I'm talking about, is the Hume AI leaders. Now, what from my perspective, I think there are 5 R's which are extremely important for Hume AI leaders. The presentation is moving, right? Yeah. The first R is, it's important that we reimagine. And here the casing point is we have to start looking at AI as a team member. And one of the I was listening to one of my leaders, and something very, very profound and very straightforward. One of our leaders said is that treat AI as a team member before it becomes your leader. So what basically it said is understand the potential and the power of AI, and use your human side, use your brain to make sure that it becomes a team member which will enable you. That's how you have to reimagine your entire work dynamics. You have to reimagine the entire team structure, team dynamics, and start looking at AI as a team member. We have to reinvent our processes, reinvent our policies. We have to reinvent the way we look at training and learning as such. We have to look at AI fluency. So, this year when we went to the campus, one of the important checks which we did was how comfortable are you using AI tools? How what's the ease level you have to create projects using different AI tools. And here I'm not talking only about Gen AI tools. I'm talking about the multitude of tools which are available for doing different aspects. Third is how do we realign? How do we realign the culture and the code? How do we make sure that AI becomes an integral part of our day-to-day working? At the same time, it does not create the fear of losing job, and that's where a top-down and a bottom-up approach of making sure AI is integrated into our day-to-day working will become important. And I think one of the important aspect of human AI leaders is also to build this trust that the job security which an individual would have. I think it's important for the leaders to make sure that they re-emphasize that the job will only be redesigned, it will not be lost. And I think that is extremely important to create that trust, that bond between the employee and the employer. How are we going to realign? We will have to make sure that we invest in reskilling our people. We will have to reskill, we have to realign the process, and we'll have to make sure that the entire algorithm is made in such a way that it enables the reskilling aspect. And the last but the most important bit is reconnect. We have to make sure that the human bond, we have to make sure that we are able to reconnect this aspect. And this is more like a cyclic 5 hour aspects of human leaders, where it continues in a circular motion, where we reconnect and then again we reimagine, we reinvent, we realign and reskill. So if we are agile in this entire process, then I think we will be able to move ahead in this journey, and make sure that we are able to create the right set of leaders who will look at AI as an enabler. They will look at AI, which will basically, enable more opportunities. The leaders would be the ones who will create that AI fluency, which ultimately is part of the overall culture, the code of the organization. And then we look at how people process technology aligns to this rehauled culture and code of the organization, with the human bond being the only common factor between all these R's. So that's my perspective about which are the 5 R's which are extremely important from a human AI leaders. So moving on, I continue talking about the human edge. And then and this is where it gets all the more beautiful, right? Where AI can calculate the value, but I think if you remember the human intelligence, it is context. It is the context, it's the ethics, it's the clarity, it's the compassion, wherein the humans can create meaning to this value. And machines will continue to learn faster. If you look at your Gen AI tools, they continue to evolve every time you give it a prompt. And that's how fast they will learn and keep churning out outcomes. But I think as humans, we learn the why behind it. And that is where the leadership in the AI era it's a combination of clarity and compassion, and that's how is the evolution which is going to happen in the leadership space. If you're able to bring that clarity, if you're able to bring that context, if you're able to bring that compassion, making sure that the human connect, human bond is retained, I think then we are already successful in this leadership journey in the AI era. And what is important is how do we balance rational intelligence and emotional wisdom. It's all about that data which is coming in from these AI systems. It is all about automating these processes, but making sure that the human element, the human touch, is not going away. A coffee conversation in the hallway is much more effective than having a chatbot conversation about what's working and what's not working. The body language, the reaction, the response, the behavior of the individual, the expressions play a very crucial role, and that's what smart human AI leaders would want to look at and be supported by data, is how I look at it. And that's why I say that the most powerful leaders will not be the ones who will command machines. I think that's the most simplest part of it, that to command machines, you just need to know the algorithm, you need to know how to code that tool. But then it's the leaders who will be able to humanize the technology and technologize the humanity. I think those are the ones who will be able to be successful as human AI leaders, and that is where that human edge will continue to be there. So data will be provided, processes will be automated, work will get faster done. But I think the human element has to be retained throughout this journey, and that's how I look at basically the human AI leadership. How So with this, right, how is the entire HR space changing for us? I think the traditional HR, was has been focused on policies. The shift is basically in the overall principles. The human AI HR will shape the culture, bring in learning, bring in agility, and it's just not going to be a compliance, partner. The processes will evolve, humans to do what only human, it basically, it will create that bandwidth to enable humans to do what they can do the best, that is create, connect, and care. I think these three C's are very important. The processes should be able to create, should be able to connect, and should be able to take care. I think that's how the processes would look at. Moving from managing, I think the shift is going to be empowering. How do we make sure that the data is turned into empathy? From a hiring skill standpoint, I think agility, adaptability, attitude will be the levers in terms of how do we build teams that will evolve and just not perform. From a feedback standpoint, I think again, something which is very very important, and we touched upon it in our initial slide, is it's going to be feed forward. It's going to be constant feedback, and how we make sure that AI listens better but does not judge faster. It should just provide a mechanism to make a decision. It's moving from control to care, where we will have to make sure that the technology makes humans feel safe, and that's where I said we have to make sure that the trust element is paramount, and that is multiplied. And then data, it should be at the decisions which should be at the heart of it, where balance is there between logic and with compassion. And I think human AI leaders will make HR the heartbeat of human machine workplace, which we touched upon in our initial slide. I think this is how the entire HR landscape is going to be rewired. It shifts from the policies to the data aspects. What are going to be the skills for the next gen leaders? And I'll just touch upon it. It's going to be storytelling, it's going to be literacy when it comes to AI, and then it's going to be the artificial intelligence, so I always say this, it's going to be intelligence of when to use artificial intelligence. I think that's how AI literacy is going to be evolved. Tech curiosity is extremely important. You cannot say that, I'm not tech savvy. You will have to be looking at different aspects of how do you kind of, make the systems more agile, more scalable. Empathetic decision making again is going to be one of the crucial elements. I cannot just be dependent on a policy or a process which is created using a tool. We'll have to look at, what are the decisions being made and what is the impact. We'll have to make sure that the ethical compass remains very steady, and that's supported by data points. Agility, adaptability, and attitude is something which I already touched upon. Uh, that kind of, brings me to the last slide of this conversation, where profoundly say this very, very candidly, that we have to lead the algorithms, we have to lead the machines, but we should not become one, and that's paramount. Otherwise, the human behind the workplace is going to quickly vanish, and then what's going to be left is only policies and processes. The people element is going to be is going to be lost. AI can only amplify human biases if unchecked, and then that goes, if you're using a Gen AI tool, and if you give it wrong prompts, it will continue to bank on those wrong prompts and create content and create aspects for you. So it can only amplify human bias. Uh, you have to make sure that the transparency is there in terms of implementation of any AI tools, because that's what is going to build trust and it's going to bring inclusion. Remember the top down and the bottom up approach in this. Empathy is going to be the new competitive advantage for all of us as Zoom AI leaders. People with high empathy, high emotional quotient, high empathy quotient will be able to make an advantage for themselves and for the organizations and for the teams they work for. We'll have to make sure that we embrace AI, we adapt to AI, but we have to make sure that the human element of us does not go away. I can look at all fancy presentations being made out of AI, but I have to be the one who should draw out inferences, draw out conclusions, and take decisions. Yesterday in the conference, our discussion was all about how do we move from collecting data, interpreting data, to taking decisions based on this data. And I think taking decisions is what, or taking actions is what is going to be important as we embrace AI. And they say that any data is of no use if it does not change behavior. So I think we have to look at how does the behavior gets changed for good. We have to continue shaping the future of work with intent, integrity, and imagination. And I say this always, that intent needs to be in the right place. If you've got the intent in the right place, if you've got your heart in the right place, if you've got mind working in the right direction, then your intent is automatically going to be creating a beautiful space where where humans and AI can coexist. And we have, as I said, right, we have to decode the algorithms. We do not become one of the algorithms, because it's going to be you AIs leaders who will ensure fairness is coded into this entire world of AI enablement. That's how I look at this entire space. uh, that kind of brings me to my last part of the presentation. That's my email ID, that's my LinkedIn profile. I'm happy to connect with all of you. And then, of course, if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to take that up. It really depends on us as leaders. It depends on us as part of this ecosystem, whether we want to be a spectator and we still want to be under the assumption that AI will someday come, or we want to be a player and be part of it. Because if you ask me, if you're waiting for the right time has already arrived. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express my thoughts, express my views. I'm happy to take up questions if any.
Yep. So wonderful lecture, Saurabh ji. Thank you very much. I really like your final quote: "Lead the algorithm, don't become one." I note it down. Fantastic advice. I think you covered very nicely the human part in the whole ecosystem of AI. That is very important. So now, what is your advice for the organizations to embrace AI, especially the mid-tier? Because I know the large companies, they have dedicated people to work on it. The small companies, they will be lagging. It all depends on the how to take it forward. The mid-tier segment, which is very important, which is a huge part of it. What is your advice for them?
So I think a few things which I have. One is I would want to break the myth that you need large amount of funds to implement AI in your work. Within my organization, as we are evolving change within our own function, I can tell you that we have not even spent $100 to make a change in our processes. These have been the free tools which are available for enterprise, which could be used, to automate our processes. So I think that is the first thing. I think we have to get away from this notion that it's going to get take a lot of money to implement AI tools. In looking at the nature, the scale of your organization, the impact you intend to create, there are tools which are available which could be used. That is one part of it. Second is, I think each of us as team members have to look at the functions, look at the processes which we manage, and start being emotionally detached to them. I think we have to stop having this fear that this is going to take away my job. I think it's important to stand outside of our roles and look at it. Can I do this better? Can I create an experience for my employees where my employees feel wow about it? And if that means automating the process which I handle, yeah, let's do it, because then I can spend that time which I
More time.
save to have conversation which a machine will not be able to have.
Melbourne.
So I think that's the second aspect of it. Third is, I think we have to start enjoying the outcomes which get created. One of my talent acquisition leaders last week, she created a dashboard using the data points and using AI tools, and she was fascinated with the entire outcome. She was like, I never knew that I could code and I could create such a beautiful outcome in terms of data being available at the click of a button. And sort of, guess what, I did not spend even a single dollar of the organization. So I think we have to enjoy that process. If we are able to enjoy that change, I think we'll be a part of it, and we will get furthermore excited to explore more things. I think that's how I look at the entire landscape when it comes to not only mid-size but any scale
Any
organization.
skill. I think that's a great point. I think you put it a very, very nice way. Detach to what you're doing and try to use AI to automate it yourself, because you are the one who knows the process very well. And then spend time in the conversations, engage the interface, the employee interface or a customer interface or whatever. So that's the where the value. Okay, so now it's like a 80-20. So you spend 80% on preparing and 20% on the interface. So instead of that, you spend 20% on the preparation, spend 80%. I think it's a huge value for any organization. Okay, so that's something great, Saurabh. Thank you very much. Very wonderful insights. Okay, so any more advice from you to the executives in various departments, especially the top leaders, the mid tier and the entry, because the mindset is completely different. Okay, so what is your advice for level one, level two, level three managers or employees?
I think the 5 R's which I mentioned, we have to make sure we remember those, and your intent, uh, your clarity, and your ability to remember that it's the human AI world. It cannot be human and AI separate. It has to be a collaborative human AI world. I think we have to understand that our responsibility is to create an experience for our people. You can be a people leader, you can be a technical leader, you can be a finance leader. I think if we have the intent of creating experience for our people, for the ecosystem, for all the stakeholders, then I think we will be in a position to do the right things. And last but not the least, I think the compass, the ethics compass, should remain steady. because that is only going to make or break you as a human being and you as an organization. I think that's how I look at it, and that's what is my mantra. If you ask me, that the compass, the needle, should be able to guide you. We have to build our own constitution. We don't need anybody else to tell us what is right or wrong. The mirror should be right in front of us.
Fantastic, fantastic. Great insights, Mr. Saurabh. Thank you very much for a
Thank you, sir.
wonderful lecture, and it's very interesting and insightful. So,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Saurabh Shah. Okay,
Thank you.
if you have any questions on AI or whatever the topic, human AI, very nicely presented human AI. Please feel free to reach out, Saurabh and you can directly connect. And if you have any problem, just please let us know. We will directly make sure that your questions get answered. So thank you,
Thank you,
ladies
sir.
and gentlemen. Thank you very much
Thank you,
for the
everybody.
wonderful session.
Bye.
Thank you, Saurabh. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our next session. So, prior to next session, just I would like to say that Global HR Excellence Summit is intended to help individuals and organizations to connect to experts, consultants, practitioners across the globe to share the knowledge and bridge the gap, connecting to the real world practitioners. So that's the whole idea, and I think we are largely successful. So far, we have done more than 300 hours of sessions, and very successful. And many people, many organizations got benefit out of this. So I take this as a tremendous pride in True Strategy team to do these uh, the sessions. So I take this as an opportunity to welcome our next guest speaker, Dr. Abhinaya. So welcome, Dr. Abhinaya, for the show. Uh, hi. We will be talking about measuring HR's ROI, connecting people programs to business results. So this is the topic Dr. Abhinaya is going to give a lecture. So just a very quick round of introduction. Dr. Abhinaya Mohan is an accomplished industrial relations and HR professional with over 6 years of experience in labor law compliance, employee relations, and organizational development. She holds a PhD in labor law and industrial relations and an MBA in HR and corporate finance from University of Madras, and is pursuing associate company secretaryship. Her expertise includes union management, grievance handling, negotiation strategies, and disciplinary processes to foster harmonious workplace relationships. She also drives session engagement surveys and communication tools to enhance retention, satisfaction, and overall organizational effectiveness. So, thank you very much, Dr. Abhinaya, for a wonderful session. We would like to witness that. So, thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. I extend my thanks to Rekha the this opportunity to talk in this platform about HR and in the emerging environment where HR's importance is increasing day by day, especially with the interference with AI. I'm feeling very proud to talk about the topic. So, I hope my screen is visible.
Not yet. I think it should be on the way. Yeah, it's not yet. Mhm. Did you share the screen? Yeah, now it is visible.
Yes, right.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, please.
So, the topic of discussion for so long we have seen about HR's interference with AI and the importance and so on. So this next few hours, few minutes, I'm going to discuss about measuring HR's return on investment, connecting people programs to business result. So starting with what is return on investment? Return on investment can be said as a wave that measures the benefit that results out of an investment. In other terms, if you invest on something, the benefit that you incur because of the investment. So, in business terms, everything is measured in terms of a return. But what is this in terms of a HR? When you invest on a human resource, so what is that you get in return is what we are going to see for the next 30 minutes. So why does this HR return on investment matter today so much? In an impact or data driven economy today, this HR ROI matters the most because every company that measures this is a company that will be able to grow faster. And every business environment today requires or approves a HR budget only with an evidence. No budget is approved without an evidence. And this data or this evidence that is presented, it helps in building a leadership credibility. I can give you this as an example from Tata Motors, where Tata Motors had measured their training impact and the impact of employee training, and they had achieved over almost 20% of defect reduction. They had linked the performance metrics and the training outcomes, and such a way they had created a data where they found out where in training they were lagging behind and where training had to be given more. And hence they found out the area of problem area, and that helped them in reducing their defect by almost 20%. Mostly HR is looked as a cost center. So why do I say HR is a cost center? Is you have a training program, you have a recruitment, you have an engagement. So HR over the period of time or till today is looked only as a cost center. But that is one step ahead. HR is also a value creator. How does HR enables in value creation? So this an organization that usually treats HR as an investment usually outperforms and has an edge over its competitors. It helps in developing strong leadership pipelines, and there is sustainable capability building because HR is looked up as an investment. Maybe HUL in till today, if I'm not wrong, has had a very streamlined leadership pipeline that they have set standards where they only recruit or they only help in progression of existing employees to become leaders. They do not concentrate on recruiting leaders from outside. Instead, they develop leaders from inside, from within the organization. So there is a very disciplined pipeline that is enabled by HUL that helps in converting this talent into long-term competitive advantage. One major advantage when an industry or a company concentrates on on an internal development of an employee is that the employee has been in the organization for a very, very longer duration. As a result, when the employee in the organization is given more responsibility or is pushed to an edge of having a little bit authority, the employee's chance of performing in the organization is even more higher. And because the employee has been in the organization for a longer time, there is no need of giving him an induction program or an introduction to the industry. He already knows where the company is going well and where it is going wrong. So that helps the employee to develop himself in the organization. That's exactly the strategy that HUL has followed for so many years. And that's one reason why HUL has been very successful in developing very good leaders. Moving forward, as I told, HR is the basic primary function that everyone gets in mind when I say HR is recruitment. So it is very, very important to recruit the right person for the right job. Yes. But the right person, the right job, in what terms are they measured? Are they measured just only through the qualification, experience? Definitely not. There is always one edge that's that one level more than skill, more than qualification, more than the experience that an individual has. There are some skill sets that the individuals exhibit that is necessary for the individual to be in that position in the organization. So hence, when you hire the right person, hiring quality usually decides the business quality. So when you hire the right person and when they are put on the right job, there is higher productivity. Attrition rates has relatively decreased, and this proof is in Accenture, where Accenture had shifted from a traditional one size fit of assessing employees to getting into more of skill evaluation. Skill evaluation here they means that when there is an individual that had there's a position that's vacant in Accenture and they need an employee to fit into the position, or a newcomer to fit into the position. They just do not look only at the qualification of that particular individual. They also do some skill tests, skill requirements. So that is done through some tests, some AI-driven matching, and in Accenture, they also went one step ahead and they took some feedback where every interviewee who had come to the company for an interview, or the recruiter and the recruiter, they both had a survey, a feedback form in which they had filled in their experience. So, seeing feedback form, Accenture had actually decided on how to improve their recruitment rate. And as a result of which 30% of their attrition rates have reduced over over the period of time. So always better hiring is equivalent to lower cost and they give you higher productivity. As I said, HR functions are not only confined to recruitment, they also include training. But does training, how many of us are aware of the fact the training that we are giving employees have reached them, are being very effective? Many, because we aren't very sure whether they are highly on the training or they drift away somewhere or they practice the takeaways from training or not. So we have a model that was developed in the early 1950 by one of the management personnel called Donald Kirkpatrick. So Donald Kirkpatrick developed 4 different levels to measure the effectiveness of training. He said the first level could be called as the reaction level. So when I say reaction level, it's the basic. When there is a training program that takes place and the training program gets over, it's the first point is how do these employees react to the training? So are they okay? The first thing is obviously the facial employees when they come out of the training room, whether they're feeling fine or not, whether they're happy or not, that is through the face. But because we need it in the documented form, we have a feedback form, an online assessment, everything conducted to just read the reaction of the employee. Is then the learning. The second level, learning level, is one of the crucial levels because what are the takeaways? What have the employees actually taken from the training? So we have seen the reactions. What is the learning from the training? What are they got? This tested through an informal or a formal test or a self-assessment test, and thus we understand what the employee is actually taken up. The third level is the behavior level. So behavior here means there's a 360-degree feedback that is usually taken from the employees, from the employer, from the peers level. The assessment is done. The training program has been effective on the employees, whether the training that we have given or the employer has given to the employees have been effective on the employees and how that has changed their behavioral pattern. The fourth level is the results. So that's the goal of any training. Every training wants to look upon how successful the training has gone, how it has reached the employees, and as a result of which changes do the employees do in the organization. So a very classic example is Suzuki, which had initially started this process of Kirkpatrick model, where every program that Maruti Suzuki conducts, they take a feedback form. After the training, they take a feedback from the employees and the employer as well. And trainer, of course, to understand where, as the training worked, is there any places that the training needs to be improved or any additional training that is required, and they evaluate the whole training process. So when the whole training process is evaluated, they understand where there needs to be more training or less training. So where the areas, as a result of which actually Maruti Suzuki have a defect reduction over the period of able to find out where the company is going wrong, how the company can improve their functions. But training returns with employee is good. Yes. Is that all? We need a return. The business needs to have it in financial terms. In financial terms, how are these training measured? This training is also measured through another model that is a small development of the Kirkpatrick model by one called Jack Phillips. So Jack Phillips had developed a training model, yet another advanced training model he had developed, translating these learning into financial values. So it's an extension to the Kirkpatrick's, of course, but it's another type of training where it's not explained in terms of money, it's expressed in terms of money actually. So here they measure the performance, they convert it into monetary terms, and they calculate the ROI. So a very classic example of Infosys can be said for this. So in Infosys, when they conducted a training program, the first level that they concentrated was the reaction. So they saw a post-training survey they conducted, how effective the trainings has been, and they selected some metrics to measure it. And the second level of learning, where they had an online assessment, certificate testing took place, and the metrics for this was of course, the test scores, skills proficiency levels, and everything. The third was the behavioral level. In the behavioral level, the manager's feedback, peers' feedback, and uh, the project performance, everything mattered. And the fourth, the results, where the client satisfaction, and they noted whether there was any defect. The defect percentage has gone high or low. The project, how the project was receiving, the client's requirements are satisfied or not. And yet another level was the return on investment. That is following the Philip model. So in return on investment, they calculated the monetary benefits that had happened incurred because of the training minus the training cost. Training here means the trainer's fee, the infrastructure, the employee's time, and divided by the training cost into 100. And they came to a conclusion that they were able to correctly understand whether there was a return or not, because the company had benefited more and the training cost incurred not was almost little lesser than that. So the company came to a conclusion the return on investment because of the training was quite good, and the company benefited because of the training. So in that way, they were able to calculate whether the company had obtained return on investment. So as I spoke, we spoke about the recruitment, how recruitment helps in the return on investment, how training is measured because of the return on investment. So moving forward, yet another one of the most important functions of human resources management is engagement, employee engagement. So what do I mean by employee engagement? Employee engagement typically means how engaged or how ownership that the employees owns in an organization. So how close or how attached does the employee feels in an organization? So when you always take ownership of any activity, when an employee takes an ownership of an activity, the process is quite smooth. It's quite easy because you feel self-motivated. You don't need an external motivation. You're already motivated. So because of this employee engagement, there is lower turnover. The employee is very loyal to the company, and there are better services. Employee engagement is also measured through some basic survey. But throughout the world, there are 12 questions called the Gallup 12 questions that are framed especially to measure the employee engagement in the organization. So these 12 questions are basically measured only to understand whether the employees are very much engaged with the organization or not. Yet another survey or another way of or engaging these employees or pushing them to retain their employment in the organization was what ICICI Bank had done. The frontline retention program was what they conducted, where the frontline employees, frontline employees here means people who have the opportunity of interacting with customers daily. So what they said was the frontline employees had a target to achieve. They had to convince the customers in taking up the bank, in accepting the bank's services and few other services of the bank. So any employees is able to convince the customers. They were given the salary with they were given more salary, they were given some incentives, and that made employees to retain in the organization. They had a purpose to stay in the organization. So that was yet another way of engaging an employee in monetary terms. And as we spoke today, the whole session that we have seen earlier was completely based on AI. So with analytics and technology that is coming up, there is more of measurement that is possible. So what usually gets measured gets managed. With more of data, more of HR analytics is present, we are able to give in right data, right evidences we're able to submit right evidences to make the process more easy, or to find out where we are going wrong, where there is a defect, where there's an error happening. So companies like Amazon and Wipro are also following this this analytics and technology. So Wipro actually, for the past time, they had created an HRMS portal, a human resource management system, and customized portal where they had implemented it basically to reduce the administrative work of employees. So necessarily an employee did not come to the HR directly and tell that he's taking off, he's taking permission, everything. You can just enter it through an HRMS portal. And that portal gave authentic data. There were no mismatching of data. Everything was authentic, everything was recorded. So in that way, it helped the flow into a clear planning. Same way, Amazon also used people analytics to predict whether there was attrition and how to optimize administrative workload. And it improved reporting accuracy, because sometimes there are discrepancies in the reporting. Usually, when an employee, it is important to have a one-on-one talk, or the one-on-one comment reporting. It is important, but sometimes there are some discrepancies that might happen. Human error does take place. So with technology, that human error is completely, maybe I could say completely, but it is technically relatively reduced from what it is to what it is. So analytics and technology also plays a very important role in the human resource for us to enable human resource management system. Moving forward, I would like to say that an implementation roadmap in every organization, especially in this department, is very, very important, very essential. More than important, it can be said it's very essential. So why do I say essential? So this implementation roadmap basically is to identify the problem. So to take the example of Reliance Retail, I don't know how many of you are aware of this. Reliance Retail they have their own implementation roadmap, which is actually not a formal document, but a step by step an operational roadmap that they had created in the organization internally, where they were able to identify where there is a problem. So here the problem for them was they wanted to have an structure-based system where they have a retail store and an online store, basically like an omni-channel that they wanted to have. So they were able to find out that where they were going, because they were not able to stratify the omni-channel on their own. They knew where they were going wrong. So they created this particular roadmap where they had an omni-channel. They wanted to create an omni-channel, and they took that as the primary place vision that they wanted to do, and they designed a solution for it. So basically designed a roadmap how to have this. They were physical stores and they were online stores for them. So this physical and online stores enable customers to come and visit over, and it also had a feedback form. They had measured the outcome with having a feedback form in these places where they understood whether the clients were satisfied with their online shopping or the offline retail shop, and how it was going. And they applied models. They in fact took pilot study, or they selected random cities and they took pilot study to understand where this was better, and the retail stores was better going on in which cities, the online stores were better accepted in which part of the world, and they had presented insights. They said in-store expenses were very high, so the profit because of the in-store expense is comparatively not so good as the expense incurred because of it. Whereas the online store, the expenses was relatively less, except the shipping, there was relatively less cost that was incurred compared to an in-store. And they scaled up pilots. They said, they measured performance. They measured the performance metrics, because in an in-store, they had to pay the salary of employees, the area, the infrastructure, everything mattered. And the profit that was incurred was not so much. But in an offline store, they had incurred relatively more profit. So they had tried how to enhance, to improve the profits in an in-store, and how to improve a profit, how to maintain the same level or increase the profit in an online shop. So Just concluding my slide saying some takeaways or call to action through the Google Project Oxygen. So Google had in the early 2008, if I'm right, had a people analytical initiative that they had started to identify what makes a great manager. And they measured its business and HR impact. They came to a conclusion that there are 8 managerial key requirements for a person to be manager. So some like supporting the career development of the team members, showing interest, empowering the team, and so on. For which Google had invested on leadership development program, on manager coaching programs, on feedback systems, and on performance management tools. So these were the HR costs or the investment that was made by Google. And they had a business return of higher employee engagement, lower attrition rates, better team performance, and they had improved leadership pipeline. So with the investment and with the returns, they came to a conclusion that they had benefited a lot because of the investment that they had made, because of the cost they had incurred in training, analytics, and HR staff and HR time and everything. They had a lot of benefits. They had benefited better manager effectiveness, better performance rate, productivity was increased, lower attrition, better turnover. And they came to a conclusion that there was more than the cost, the benefits were higher, and hence they had an ROI stating that they benefited from the whole investment. So that is a very classic example of how human resource return on investment plays a vital role. So, as I told, the Kirkpatrick and Philip model can be used as a measuring tool to find out where does the company needs to enhance their training, where the company needs to um, progress with the training, or how to improve, where do the employees actually require training. And as said, this HR can be linked to the key as a key performance indicator. So when an employee in an organization is performing, or that can also be measured with these HR tools, as I said. And there's a communication impact actually. So when there is a communication that takes place, the proper channel of communication or a proper line of communication, the impact that is in the organization is very higher, and that enables building a credibility. So I conclude the presentation with this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So open to questions.
So we have a few more minutes, Dr. Abhinaya Mohan. So
Yes, sir.
now there are some very nice concepts like Kirkpatrick model and other things. Can
Yes,
you
sir.
just give a briefing on how this will be applied in a real time,
Mhm.
like mid-size manufacturing organizations? Can you give some insights? Because the whole process is not something which is very easy, especially in the manufacturing sector. So can you give your insights how in practical way to do all these things? Yeah.
Kirkpatrick model or the Philip model. Actually, more than Kirkpatrick, Philip model is what is being widely used in many organizations because Kirkpatrick just stops only with the result, while Philip is measures it in monetary terms. So there is a return on investment that is also measured in the Philip model. So most of the organizations follow Philip model, and that is one of the model which is more viable and one model which helps you in authentically calculating the return. So, in manufacturing concern, as you said, because because it's talking about manufacturing concern. So the training required in a manufacturing concern depends on what type of training, where this training is. In the manufacturing, is it in the middle level management? Mostly it is only in the middle level management that it requires more training. So in that training, whatever the training is, we first, as I told you, we take a reaction. The reaction is when the employees are out of the training, how do the employees react to the training? Are they satisfied with the training? Are they not? Do they actually, the first and primary is, have they understood what the training is about? Most of the employees, because when I was an employee earlier in an organization, there were times when I was not very clear on what the training program was. So there are problems like that happen because trainers are sometimes very advanced, that they do not, they have to little bit bend down to the level of people's understanding. They have to get into terms which are use day-to-day terms and all. So when that doesn't happen, the employees first of all do not understand what the training is for, why the training is for. So for the reaction is the first level where we understand whether the training has gone to the employees as they reached it to them. So manufacturing comes in, as I told you, yes, the middle level might only need, mostly they only would be required the training. So we can take maybe a survey, a normal feedback form for them to understand, for us to understand whether they have understood the training. And from there, the second level, maybe after the feedback form is filled and there are employees who are say they've understood, some employees who say they're not understood. For employees who we consider have understood the training, we can then go to the next level and go into the learning level. The learning level, as I told, again, we have some tests and all these are preliminary. The mainstream topics are the reaction, the learning, the behavior, the result, and the ROI. But the method in which these are conducted depends from company to company. Some conduct surveys, some conduct tests, some conduct even again a training program, a test session, a question and answer like sessions. So it depends from company to company, the method in which they follow. So again, if there is if the first level is through, we can go to the testing of the second level. But when the first level is something that is stagnant, where people have not understood, people are not clear with, there's no clarity of the training, we will have to again start from scratch. There's somewhere that our training program that we have given to the employees are not sufficient. So we will again have to start from scratch. Either give them a training program, or maybe before giving them a training program, we have to give them a summary of why the training is happening, reason of why the training is happening. Maybe if we give that clarity to the employees and take them over there, I'm telling you, depending on situation again, this is completely on situation, not to the modern situation. So then that will give the employees a clarity to understand where they are going wrong, or what the training is on, and how the training has to be taken, and how that can be implemented in their day-to-day work and everything. So these are just models that I had explained. But in a company's purview, or from a company's perspective, it keeps changing. The method keeps changing. It's not that one golden rule or one Bible that we follow. It just keeps changing.
Yeah, very well, very nicely said. See, there are two things. One is from the leadership point of view. The second is the employee point of view. So, from the leadership point of view, so whatever the training required. So, first of all, first thing is to identify what kind of training is required. Okay. So, this is very important point. What kind of training is required? It is not like a generic training. Take whatever available. No. So, what is the trainings required based on your skill gap or whatever? Identify from the strategy. Okay. Then once we have that, then identify the right people for the training. Then make sure that prior to the training, so they have all know everybody knows that why they are taking training and what is the outcome expected. So I think this whole process, if you do it properly, then you can get the value of the training. Otherwise, it will be
Right.
like you will be just doing a training. Maybe, yeah, it's a benefit may not be 100%. Yeah, realized. So how does that? Is it like a competency based program? How does that whole thing get links? So in your idea, so what is your advice for both leaders and also for the employees? What is your advice?
As you said, training is, or whatever skill development that we want from the employees, is not something that comes as, it's not something that's competitive basis. It doesn't have, as I said, it doesn't have a hard and fast rule. The training or whatever skills that we want the employees to develop, it can be a team, it can be an individual, it can be anything. So it depends on the situation, depends on the requirement of the organization. So depending on the situation, depending on the organization, we have to select which is the very ideal and cost effective one. Because from organization point of view, when we are investing on an employee, the investment is made for us to get a return, for us to get a productivity. There should be an increase in productivity. There should be some change from the employee's point of view. If there is no change, there's no point of giving a training to an employee. So every organization, a leader or a manager setup, when they give a training program, they first have to, the basic is to understand why it is given and the result in which, okay, I'm giving this training program for this particular team. This is the result that they are going to yield for me. So that result is going to, if it's benefiting the organization, well and good. If they aren't sure of the result that is yielding, because we cannot predict what results we're going to get. It can be good or bad. It can be negative or positive, whatever it is. So we cannot decide on the result, but the effectiveness to some extent we can decide. For instance, I'm giving an HR induction program to a set of employees who have joined the organization. I'm just giving them an insight. I just for some time before giving that induction program, conducting an induction program, I I just randomly think of whether this will benefit the employees. Are they benefiting the employees? Is this working the way it has to work? Do the employees get any idea of it? How do I say this? How, in the terms of understanding, how do I express this? What I get I have a bare minimum idea in my mind. And then I go and express myself. For instance, this session is, I can tell you, I never know how many people have understood the session, but I presume that people have understood the session well. Only with the amount of questions and answers that I get from the reaction that I get from the other side, I understand whether the session has been effective on them or not. So whatever I'm doing now is also, I just have a prediction. Okay, my people have understood that prediction is there in my mind. So that bare minimum prediction is what we require. And how clearly, how much of clarity we can give is what I have done in this session. The result is the second thing. The result is okay. We never know what the result is, but we are giving our best. We are, as a leader, I'm trying to pull in my best to enhance the employee, to to enhance his skills, to get some productivity, some result in the organization. And from the employee's point of view, when an employee attends a training, I'm a newcomer, I'm coming to an organization, I want to learn the process. Anyone who wants to learn the process will have that motivation, that push to understand what it is. So that is something that is that is in the self-assessment style. So it is in the self. And people who haven't understood it, people who do not have the clarity of it, they usually they go and they ask their leader or they ask their team members, I haven't understood, could you just help me out? So that is when you understand whether the training that you're given has been a success or not. The other effectiveness is only understood that. These are just, as I told earlier, these are models that we have been just following, adapting. But the real time training or the real time return on investment is what we invest in the organization on the employees. And as an HR, it is equally important. Like we do our recruitment, training, and other processes. It's very much important from the HR's point of view to even invest on employees, invest on the training, invest on the return. What return does that yield to the organization? Because as I told, HR is always looked as a cost center. It is never looked as a value creator.
Correct.
Only sales and marketing is looked as a value creator. HR is never looked as a value creator. So to change that perspective of HR as a value creator, these are some steps that we can take ahead as HR leaders.
I think HR plays a very important role in adding, in creating a value for the organization. You said one important point, Dr. Abhinaya. See, is any training needs to be customized or maybe a little tweaked to meet to the people who are attending. Sometimes you talk about very important points very nicely, but if attendees are not able to grasp it and understand and reflect how to use it, then the outcome will not be so productive. So it's very important point that whatever training program you do it, so modify to your needs a little so that you get the benefit of it. I think that's very important point. So yeah, so what is your advice for HR managers? So what is your advice for HR managers to tackle this? Uh, as your title said, that you nicely explained in a summary, from paperwork to partner. How does that? What is your key three things you would like to advise for HR team?
HR managers actually, I don't know whether I can advise, but I can actually say my experience, what I had gained as an HR person, what I've understood as an HR person and an employee, from two ways I can say. So when I was an employee, when I went in the HR, as an HR manager, the first and foremost qualification of an HR manager, I feel, should be approachable. Anyone in the position of dealing with employees or employer, the approachability is one of the most important qualification that they have to possess. And what happens when you're a HR? I know the pressure on the HR is quite high in organization. Like any other employees, even they have extra pressure. Not that they are sitting in back and having fun and all that. There is extra pressure on the employees, on the HR especially, because as I said, they deal with the recruitment process. When you haven't recruited the right person, the right job, it's all going to be chaotic. So they have so much of pressure on them: recruitment, training, induction, engagement, all this. And there are other set of work as well for the HR. So pressure on them is quite high. It's not an easy task. It's a very difficult task. So in this task, compassion, approachable, and and as I told you, they have to be in the shoes. They have to be a little empathetic in understanding the employer point of view and the employee point of view. It is not that they are confined only with the organization. They also deal with the employees. They're like a middle management. So the HR should understand the requirement of the employer and how that could be posted to the employees. What the employer requires and how that can be converted and given, and how that can benefit to the employees and what the employees are capable of and how that can benefit to the organization. So technically, the HR are the mainstream employees who actually play this role of of how to develop training in as a return. You give something, how can you get? So they are the people who are actually developing that. So that is very important for an HR to understand the requirement and how to go and present that requirement to the employees.
Fantastic. So, would you like to talk about those two models, Kirkpatrick
Kirkpatrick's.
model and also Philip model? Just very as a closing point.
As I told, Kirkpatrick again is it's a quite an old model. It was a model which was actually developed by this person called Donald Kirkpatrick. He was basically a management person who had actually developed this model in 1950s. And honestly, even I wasn't very aware of this model till the time I saw it on a textbook. So this Kirkpatrick model was something which is very new to me. But this model is not something to be. It doesn't say steps and all, just levels. So there's a lot of difference between steps. You follow one step after this. This step is correct, then you go to the next step. Nothing like that. It's just levels. How we measure, and there is no hard. It says that Kirkpatrick has no hard and fast rule of following a survey or a feedback or anything. It is just the levels that he has designed depending on the experience that Kirkpatrick had undergone. It's just a model developed in 1950s. Coming to Jack Phillip, he's another management person. He who developed this Phillip model, where he felt the Kirkpatrick model had lacked lot of real-time need requirements. The Kirkpatrick's had some, he said result, he said behavior, he said learning, reaction, but he didn't say talk anything about monetary terms. And what is the purpose? When you aren't benefiting anything monetarily, when you aren't having anything in return, and there is no increase in product, nothing is shown. It is there, but it is not shown. There is no data. So he developed yet another level called the return on investment level, where he said that the expenses that you're incurring because of the training and what your organization is benefiting because of it, monetary terms. He's not talking about any normal or technical terms or anything. Monetary terms, financially, with numbers. Like I told you, a classic example of Google Oxygen. So I'm just telling you random numbers. So Google Oxygen had incurred about 5 crores or 6 crores expenses, and they had benefited about 20 crores of their invest. They got that in return. So it obviously means Google has got a good return on investment, and that return on investment, that development happened only through Philip's model. So Philip had developed that model where he says there is a return on investment added to the organization. So it is easy for the organization to understand whether there is more training needed or less training needed, or where they need more training, how to improve the return and everything. Because if I say training, it is, as I told you, training has a lot of costs. It is not just one person coming and randomly talking. Training incurs a lot of costs. There is time, most important time, the trainees cost, which were training you're hiring, even an internal trainee, even an employee who is coming and giving a training, that training also, their time is completely invested. That is also a cost. So that cost, everything is calculated. So obviously we will want to know the monetary benefits because of this. that was completely developed by Philip. So these are the two models that they have been following. But I think most of the organizations, most of the companies around the globe are following Philip's model. But and very few companies in India are following this Philip model. Not many are aware of the model. So they just go with random survey or random calculation of what they feel is right. So that structure, if it's little bit modified, we'll have a better understanding, and we'll have a better data to present it for us to understand where we require more training and where we require less training, how to improve the return on investment and all.
Fantastic. So thank you, Dr. Abhinaya, for a wonderful lecture and great insights. So thank you very much. Give a
Thank you,
big
sir.
round of applause to Dr. Abhinaya for a wonderful session. I enjoyed it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to Dr. Abhinaya, please feel free to reach her. And also, if you have any help required to do this, you can always reach, and you can take our help also to reach her. So please make sure you post your questions. And thank you very much, Dr. Abhinaya, for your
Thank
wonderful
you so
session.
much.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you.
time. Take care. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful session, one after the other. Okay, so we will be going, we have two major sessions left. Uh, One is we talk about from paperwork to partner, how HR becomes a strategic driver from Mr. Shiva. And then we have one more from the Boniface. He's from Africa. So thank you, Shiv Madgula, for joining the session today. Welcome to you.
Thank you,
Uh,
sir.
I would like to give a quick round of introduction. Today's topic is from paperwork to partner, how HR becomes a strategic driver. I think it's very, very important topic and very relevant topic at this point of time, Mr. Shiva. Shiva is a seasoned talent management and business strategy professional with over 16 years of experience aligning workforce strategies with organizational goals. An MBA graduate, he specialized in manpower planning, HR strategy, and business driven talent solutions that support suitable growth. His work focus on integrating people practices with core business priorities to enhance performance, capability, and long-term organizational success. So thank you very much, Shivaji, for joining the session. Yeah. So you please, if I miss something, an introduction, you can add that and please proceed.
That's a good and long introduction, sir. I don't need to add anything to it. Thank you for that. And thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts and my learnings with the viewers and with you, especially, and your team. That's a great opportunity for me. So usually what happens is when we think about the HR department and the conventional way of looking at it is we always talk about it's not value adding department. I keep on hearing this from long time. It's been 16 years and I keep on hearing it, but I never felt it in my presence or with my seniors when I was working in multiple organizations in my career. Because I strongly believe in a culture of a country or a region depends on the people who are living in that region. So the strength of the HR department would rely on the people working in that department. So if we have strong techno HRs or the business HRs, we can erase completely or eradicate the statement of not value adding department, which I don't like to hear. So today, we are. I hope my screen is visible.
You shared it?
Yes.
Yeah, no, not it. Can you reshare again? Share the screen, go to the last window, and then click on the
Entire
window,
screen.
and then you share it.
Okay, I get it. Is it? Is it
Yeah.
good now? Okay. Is it
Yes.
good now?
Yeah. Please proceed. Yes.
So the topic is how HR becomes a strategic driver. To put it in a nutshell, we don't talk about the in a conventional HR model, we talk about what is the, when we talk about the learning and development, we talk about what is the ROI on learning and development. But the conventional, the strategic driver will always think about what is the effectiveness of the learning and development. So what is the ROI that talks about how many hours that we have invested, and who is the trainer and who are participating, and what is the cost that including the salaries that we are paying for hours of training, and also the training cost, the trainer cost, and the whole administrative cost, that including the building that where we are providing the training. But the business strategist will go a little further step. So the post the training program, the employee who attended the training, what is the effectiveness of the training program? If he is taking about 10 minutes to write an email post the training program, is he reducing that, or the employee is making it in 5 to 7 minutes? If that turnaround time is not calculated, then probably the ROI is not properly calculated, or the whole training program is not designed well, is what, in my opinion. If we take one more example of hiring cost, or when we calculate the recruitment cost, we always or the recruitment success, we talk about how good that we how good the turnaround time of hiring somebody, but strategists will take few more steps ahead. So these are all the things that we would be covering, and I am keeping it very simple with my English and my vocabulary, as well as the content, because there's a statement here that I say in the agenda: an approach to transform HR into a business strategist to solve business problems by thinking like entrepreneur. So there are two very critical words that we use here, is the strategist and thinking. So thinking and becoming a strategist or something can't be taught, it should be caught. So when I say this, there is no a standard book that could probably be a guide to make somebody a scientist or a strategist. So you keep on brainstorming yourself, and you keep on thinking about the problems. You keep on thinking about the better solutions, and you keep on thinking about how could I be a better HR than yesterday. That is the only thing which would probably take us to the next levels of becoming a strategist, or having a thought process like an entrepreneur. So I always say that something can't be taught and should be caught, is the thought processes. So in this presentation, probably in this 30 minutes of time, that I would be sharing my opinions on my thought processes and my learnings. That is again not a guide, but it is what I have learned, and can be good for few organizations, and can be not fit for few organizations, because HR is one of the critical role that deals with humans. So the humans are unpredictable. So when I have an employee who doesn't have an offer letter today, have a different attitude and approach towards me, and towards the organization, but if he has an offer letter, a different offer letter from different company tomorrow, his psychology completely changes. So the HR is so critical job, because every day is a new day, and every person that we are meeting the second time is a new person based on their position in their life. So this is something that we all have to experience. So it can't be taught through some course, or through PPTs, or through guide, is in my opinion. So moving ahead, the introduction. So this is where, when we talk about strategy with multiple people, they come up with a lot of content. So I was really pleasured, and I was blessed to have very good guides. One of the guides that I work with is Mr. Tariq from Egypt. So he really helped me to understand what is strategy. So when we go to the deep roots of what is strategy, the word strategy is originated from ancient Greek word strategia. So it's again combination of status and aging. So when we look at that English meanings of these words, so status comes with army, and aging comes with lead. So to put it in a way, the word strategy means leading an army. So That's the origin of the word meaning. So when we understand the meaning, when we can look at what can we do with that. So it's leading an army. So what kind of an army it is? It's the art of a war. So when we say that strategy is art of a war, there is no difference between a battlefield and market. Both are similar. So when we see that what is business strategy in the next levels, so the battlefield and the business market, both war fields. So there's no difference between battlefield and the market. So when we in the battlefield in the olden days, or even now, we have a lot of wars. There's a kingdom that's supposed to be protected, and there's in the business market, there's an organization that's supposed to be having a smooth process and running their business. And the army, we have battlefield that fight for that kingdom, and we must have a team that works for the organization to be successful in the market. And when we look at the next, when we go to the next deeper sides, the battlefield was used. One of the primary purposes was to invade new territories, and in the business market we do it for the new regions, to expand ourselves to the new regions, or to introduce the new products, or to expand or to attract the new skills. So whether we are a new organization or the existing organization, these are all the things that we commonly do to have a smooth business process. And the last one could be, we go for war for survival, and we do business strategies for the sustainability. So when we look at the strategy word, as I said earlier, it's art of war. And when we transform that into the modern business world, this remains the same. The art of war was in the olden days to sustainable to survival, or to expand the new territories. Now to new regions, to expand our business to new regions, or introduce new product. Sustainability to have a sustainable organization, because in our era we not only experienced successful organization. We always talk about the successful organizations like Apple. We talk about Google. We talk about a lot of new organizations that coming up with a lot of success stories, but we always forget to talk about the great organization they got shut down because they never had a strategy for the sustainability. So looking at these things, battlefield and the business market are similar in my opinion. And to have a control on the business market or the battlefield, the primary skill required is the problem solving mechanism. So business strategy, our session is HR strategist or HR business strategy. So we want to understand the strategy, and now we understood the business strategy, and then we'll move to the little deeper of business strategy, that's problem solving mechanism. So if somebody has to be a very good business strategist, they're supposed to have a very good problem solving skills. There are two kinds of problem solving skills that we need. One, when you are coming up with a new product or a new organization, how are we going to position that in the market is the first thing. Or when we have already existing organization and there are few problems that organization is facing, it can be not launching the products in time, it can be not having the right talent in the house, or it can be more attrition rate, or it can be no branding, or it can be anything. They may have some business problems that need to be solved. So bottom line for the strategies is having a problem solving mechanism skills. So now when we look at the problem solving skills, there's a list of things that we need to understand before that. The battlefield or the business market we need strategy to win the game. End of the day, our goal is to win the game. So now the game need to be played, only then we know whether we win it or we lose it. So the strategies are two kinds. One, I will bring up a new, very easy example. In the game of cricket, both teams will be playing on a day, and the both coaches and the team, both the coach and the teams, they will have multiple plans to implement on the day of game. So maybe if you take two cricket teams like Australia versus India, India would have multiple plans how to tackle the Australian players, and Australia India will have multiple plans to tag the Indian players. But end of the day, more than having a pre-plan, the successful team, the team that wins, is which is very success in understanding the game at the time of they playing it and tweaking their plans according to the situation. So we may have wonderful plans on the plate, on the table, but when we implement it, we may encounter different, kind of problems or different situations that we never thought of. But the successful team will win only which understands the game at the time of they are playing the game. So the strategies are two kinds. One is having a pre-plan, and the second one is having a completely risk management when we have a different, adverse event when we encounter doing the execution. So it is end of the day to win the game. And how to design a strategy is very simple. Like to have problem identification and problem solving, continual monitoring mechanism is what we need to have. So problem identification is one of the critical aspects of having a very good strategy. So I always relate problems identification mechanism or problem identification task with the doctors. When I say that, before going there, these are the problem solving skills like critical thinking, creativity, decision making, research skills, analyzing and evaluation, effective communication. So it looks like heavy vocabulary that what we see here. Critical thinking is that that when there is a situation, we need to think very objectively about the situation, not having any bias in the mind. So that's what the thinking process need to have. And the creativity, again, when we are launching a product or the product is not going well, or we are unable to recruit right people, or the having the right talent but still not able to deliver what we need, that is where the creativity or creative thinking needs to come into place to tweak, to understand the problem and come up with the strategy. So as I said earlier, these are all the very top notch skills which can't be taught, which is supposed to be caught. To put it in a right example, everybody can have a Photoshop or a CorelDRAW or any other designing tool in the system. Anybody can learn it, how to use those small tools and the features of those technologies. But there are only few creative designers because they will have a different thought processes and they will have the imagination power of coming up with wonderful images. So I may not do the way how somebody else is doing because their thought process is different and my thought process of creativity is different. So these are all the things which can't be taught. We're supposed to catch it when we are in the war of game. So moving ahead, as I said, problem solving is the first step. As I said earlier, identifying the problem is the critical thing. I always relate that with the doctor diagnosing a patient. So I heard, because I worked with clinical research organization for about 5 years and worked with a lot of doctors around me. When I say doctors, they are all from the medical backgrounds, as it's a clinical research organization. They always say that a great doctor is not the one who gives you, the medicine, but the great doctor is the one who identifies your whatever the problem that you have, the disease. So identifying the disease is the diagnosing system. So the great doctor is the one who knows how to correctly diagnose and identify the disease of the patient. Only then he can give you the right medicine. So it's not in the medicine, of course it does work, but the doctor has to diagnose it perfectly. Same thing transforming into the business world. The best strategist always be the one who diagnoses the business problem. So if we fail in diagnosing the business problem or identifying the business problem, any strategy that we are coming up with would not provide a solution for us. For example, one of the experiences that what I have when I was consulting with one of the previous organizations, there was a very too much of early exit. So when we were encountering with this problem, obviously all the managers will just bounce on the HR, stating that you're not recruiting people or you're not recruiting right people. But the early exit will not be the major reason for HR will not be the major reason for the early exit. There is something else need to be done. So what we have done is, we picked up about 9 months of previous data, and we had an internal conversations with the managers and with the HR team without informing them what are we going to do with it. But however, we got the information that what we need, and we listed out some of the employees who left us within a span of 3 months after they joining with us and being nice to the people, nice to the manager, nice to the HR. So we made multiple calls to them. We sent them some survey. We requested them to respond back. So we identified why they left us, and we consolidated the data. We worked on the data, and we identified the root cause for the early exit. So that gave us a lot of insights to tweak our onboarding and recruitment process so that it reduced our early exit. Likewise, identifying the business problem is the critical step to come up with the right strategy. So as the doctor does to the patient, the business strategist or the HR strategist is supposed to do that with the organizational data. So to do that, we have multiple methodologies, and I just picked up few. There are a lot of methodologies, and again I'm stating these are all the situational driven methodologies that we have to pick up. So there is SWOT methodology, there is SOAR, and PESTLE and Porter's methods, and there are even conventional interviewing methods are there, conversational methods are there. So these are all the things need to be picked up. The methodology is supposed to be picked up based on the organization, the strength of the organization, and also the problem of the organization, the business problem of the organization. Only then we could be able to identify, we could be able to get the information from the employees, from the market, so that we can come up with this, strategy that helps us to reduce our business problems. So most of us, we know what is SWOT and what is SOAR and PESTLE. If we need to get into each topic, it would probably take a little more time, and of course each topic would also need at least an hour of time to introduce them. But in my experience, most of the times I used SWOT and also the conventional interview model to identify, to grab the data, to collect the data points from employees and the market, to identify to position the organizational problem, where is the problem and what is the problem. So any method, end of the day, the critical outcome that what we look at, from this methodologies or from this exercise, is that we ask the right questions so that we get the right answers, and we listen to them. And we also make sure that we build the trust and the confidentiality with the end user, so that they will be free to share their opinions and their experiences with that particular process within the organization or in the market, so that we get the right data. End of the day, getting the right data is the critical step or critical outcome of this problem solving step. Going forward, this is a very conventional model of problem solving steps. That what we do is, define the problem. What is the problem that need to be defined, and determine the root cause of the problem. So defining the problem, where we will have meetings with the managers and the management to understand what problem that they are facing in the business, and what is the, why, what is one thing that they are looking out to be solved in their organization. And the second step could be the determining the root cause. As I said in the earlier slide, that we need to have multiple methods, and we need to identify the audience with whom that we are going to talk to, with whom that this particular business problem, who are the stakeholders of this particular business problem, and who are the participants who are working on this particular streamline, so that we talk to them and we identify the audience, and we identify the methodology, which method that we need to follow. And also we have to come up and identify the communication channel. So for example, when you have an automated tool, sometimes most of the employees would not like to give any detailed information, because of they may have a trust issue, or they may have some fear factor, and that's for sure it happens. So we need to come up with a different kind of a communication channel, so that we'll make the participants of that particular business stream, they open up and share their experiences, their challenges, their opportunities, or the strengths, and why we are failure, why we are successful. So this is the second step, like determining the root cause is the most critical step in the whole problem solving mechanism or the business strategies. So that's where we need to come up. In one of my experiences, when I worked with one of the organizations that wanted to have a platform, a social media platform that helps the Middle East countries to come up with something like the Google with multiple, same cloning. Google is what we can say. So cloning might be wrong word, but the same kind of a platform. They were failing in delivering the products or launching the products in time, and that's been getting postponed for multiple iterations. And when we really looked at the business problems lying in it, is the linguistic problem what we have between the teams. So that really caused a long duration to come up with the product. Likewise, there are multiple reasons also. Likewise, if we need to come up with the right methodology and right communication channel to get the information here in the second step, and post that, developing potential solutions. And this is where the change management, the very critical part of the strategy, is the change management. So this is where it comes in place. Whether if it is existing organization, this is where the change management comes into place, where we need to have some anchors, where we need to identify a few people who have the experience and also having the thought process of being good and being better than yesterday. And we need to identify who could probably drive our solution, our strategy in the organization. That is where we include them and also come up with the solutions, what could be the better solution for the existing identified problem. And then multiple solutions, we need to have multiple strategies and then select one and implement it. This is another critical phase of the problem solving step or business strategies implementation, where we need to have a very thorough, tight, and timely driven implementation model, so that we don't kill much more time, because time is money. And evaluate it, the last step could be. So where, in the process of implementation, we watch it on weekly basis or daily basis based on the requirement, and see to that whether we are ticking the milestones that we actually have in our plan. So this is a problem solving mechanism that could translate a problem solution process is into a business strategy. Moving ahead, key topic, why I wanted to talk about the business strategy and the basics of the very fundamental basics of business strategy on the outer line, is that immediately if I jump into HR business strategy, that could be very tough for some of us, like including me. When I was when I wanted to really learn, I went to some of the sessions where they talk about the business strategy, HR business strategy, and I really lost myself for a while. So when we don't understand what is strategy and what is problem solving and what are the problem solving skills, we can't implement it in any department. So the skeleton is the business strategy. Till here, this is a skeleton of how a business strategy is developed, and now we are going to learn how are we going to implement that in the HR department. So I picked up the second topic, determining the root cause of the problem, information gathering. So any new processes or any existing process, if the HR wants to transform into the business strategist role, they have to have the key aspect or key skills, the information gathering. As I said, come up with multiple methodologies to identify or gather the data and do the data analysis. This is where some of the most of the organizations, they fail in understanding. HR really keeps the wonderful data. We never actually acknowledge it. When I say that, it does mean one of the major takeaways from our budget for any project development or a product development is the human resource cost. So cost of the human resource takes a major portion. So HR has the right data of compensation. If there is a good strategist, they work on HR data that gives us a lot of insights about the market, about the behavior, about the culture, about the employees' critical data. So this is where we can work on it. Another example that what I can pick up is, most of the organizations, they really fail in analyzing the man hours. So where we have critical data with HR, if we are not able to launch the product, or we are actually going out of our budgets, HR really will have the right data in terms of man hours management, in terms of skills availability, in terms of turnaround time. So that is where data analysis need to come into picture, where we can use our programming, or then we can use MS Excel, or we can use some of the wonderful tools that helps us to analyze the data of HR. So once we analyze the data, this is another skill that need to be caught ourselves, where you may have a lot of data with you, but you need to start looking at it in different dimension every time that you look at the data. So how do you look at the data is critical thinking, where HR has to develop themselves. So that's where again I say that any organization that I work with, I always encourage HR to be a technical HR. If an organization does not have a technical HR, I feel like, especially with the startups and the mid scales, I feel like they lost themselves. Because when I say technical HR, no HR is supposed to be master of everything, or any business model processes that they are into. Say, for example, if we are working with this software organization that develops any product, mobile products, you don't need to be the HR, don't have to be the architect of the mobile product development, but they should know what are the technologies that they are working on, and what kind of people that they are working with, and what are the current trends of the technology into their business model, their business stream, and what could be the potential futuristic tools that going to boom in the market, so that we are ready to work on. So these are all the determinations that we get through the data analysis. And determining the root cause, once we analyze the root cause, we can once we analyze the data, we can determine the root cause, what is the business problem, and from there we can start strategizing a solution. That again, it comes with a lot of thought process between data and information gathering to the strategizing solution. And once we strategize the solution, we have to implement it, monitor it, evaluate it, and modify it. As I said earlier, cricket teams may have multiple plans, but once they implement it, once they start playing the game, they need to be ready to tweak their plans according to the situation. Sometimes they may encounter a pop-up which they never thought could bat well, but the particular batsman may start hitting the ball around the ground. So they need to come up with a new strategy immediately on the field to counter it. So that's where modifications comes in place after evaluation. So these are the key topics that HR business strategists supposed to have as the basic skills. And post that, I recommend any HR business strategist to work on 4P model. So these are the four areas that I recommend HR business strategies to be implemented: people, process and policies, productivity, and profitability. So when we look at a little inside, people, where these are all the functions that we can work on: talent acquisition, talent management, and talent engagement are the areas that there are a lot of areas, but I picked a few where business strategies can be worked on, and process and policies, where process effectiveness, policy management, and automation. One of the things which most of the organizations fail to do is HR process effectiveness management. So when you have multiple processes in your team, in your company, we need to have a monthly or a quarterly evaluation methodology that really brings us to know what is the effectiveness of each process or the policy. It can be new policy, it can be anything in terms of it. So we need to have the evaluating the effectiveness of those processes. And productivity, where performance evaluation, succession plan, organizational culture, and learning and development comes in picture. So I recommend most of the organizations to come out of the performance management, Autodesk performance management system, and start working on the productivity management system, so that the HRs can really work on the productivity management to transform themselves into business strategists, rather than simple performance evaluation. And profitability, there are a lot of points that I can talk here, where turnaround time, cost of turnaround time. It can be the talent acquisition. It can be hiring. It can be retention. It can be productivity. It can be employee engagement. So there are a lot of things that comes under profitability in HR. So that's where I say that when somebody says we don't add value, no, we actually bring in a lot of value to the organization. So these are all the areas: people, process, and policies, productivity, and profitability are the areas that HR can transform from the journalist HR to the business strategist. So whatever we do, whichever the process that we follow or whichever the functionality that we pick up, end of the day, whether it is a people, process and policies, or productivity or profitability, that includes the performance management or the talent acquisition or learning and development. One thing that we need to keep in our mind is always our objectivities should align with the organizational business goals or the objectives. Whatever we do, it's supposed to be in line with business objectives of the organization. Only then we actually become the business strategists. If we ignore business objectives of the organization, whatever we may do, it could not bring in value to the HR department or to the organization. So I hope I do have few more minutes so that I can share one or two examples.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please.
So there are a lot of examples that we can discuss, but I'm just picking up one or two examples, which are very basic examples, so that we can, the audience, if there are very freshers in the audience in HR business strategy, they can probably look at it, these things, and start thinking broad. So picking up the people, talent acquisition. So where new hire turnaround time. In general, we evaluate the success on time to hire and employee turnaround tenure data. So when we talk about the success of talent acquisition, we keep it. What is the time that we took to hire, and employee tenure. So how long that employee was with us. These are the two aspects that in general we look at it. But when we look at it from the strategist perspective, adding to the above 2 points, time to hire, we also look at the cost to hire, how much cost that it was included, involved. And the critical thing is time for productivity turnaround. I may have a recruiter with me who could close 10 positions within 1 month. And I may have one more recruiter with me who closes only 3 positions in 1 month. But the first recruiter, whoever he brings in, he takes about, all those 10 people might take about 6 months to get adjust with the organizational culture. And they may be starting being productive from the 4th month or 5th month. Whereas the recruiter two, all 3 people could start being productive from 2nd month or 3rd month. So if I am a manager of these two, I would pick up the second one as the best recruiter, because the recruiter has really worked on the technologies that we are working on, the hiring manager is looking out for, and the hands-on experience the new hire supposed to have, and also have given enough information about our culture, so that the productivity turnaround time of the new hire has reduced. So this is one of the a very critical aspect, because it takes away a lot of cost, and that cost is not about the compensation that we give it to the employee. It is including the productivity of the whole team that employee is associated with. Say for instance, if we are into services industry, and an employee takes about 6 months or 3 months to be productive in the services, and we have another employee who could be doing it within 1 month. So we go with the 1 month, because every 1 hour ticking in services industry is money, so we go with. So that's how we slowly eventually become a little strategist and start thinking like an entrepreneur, as I said earlier, wherein we look at multiple data points where the new hire is involved, and what are the critical data points that we could evaluate, so that we will have the right recruitment plan. So now, this is where one of the niche hiring that we did very very long back in 2011 and 12, when the data science was not in India, and it was a new word for me too, being into HR department. So we actually, what we did is we tried to hire somebody with the skills that I got as a JD, which is no JD will have only 2 3 skills. Every JD, every hiring manager will provide us a JD that consists of all words in the world. So, but when we worked on it for about 7 days of time, a whole week, that's including the weekends. So then we realized there's nobody in India with that skill. So what we did is, we actually did a little tweak into it. We made one position into 3 positions, so that we could get all these 3 skills and make it as a full stack, so that it could help us to immediately work for the client. So that's how we need to look at it, is what, in my opinion. And second, one of examples is the talent acquisition plan. In generally, what we look at it is, profile pooling techniques or interview management, onboarding management, all those things. And when it comes to the HR strategies, the skills availability in the company, brand manager, rehiring best exists. So one of the things, as I said earlier, in one of previous companies that I heard from the market, one of the leading company has done it. After hearing to that, I implemented that in my company as well. So pharmacovigilance is one of the very critical services that we were having tough time, because one of the clients that we were working, they actually increased the size of services, so we were in need of 50 plus resources in no time. So what we did there is that, we did one operational green hunt. So we picked up the all employees who left us, and we made calls to them. We said hello, hi, and then we inquired what is their current position. Would they be willing to rejoin us? So we gave them a lot of perks. When I say perks, it's not about the compensation all alone. A lot of things that could probably make them to be best in the industry, so that we could rehire people who left us, so that our onboarding time was reduced, because they know the process, they know the client, they know almost 75% of the business process. So other 25% was very easy for us to get on them within no time. And second thing is also, like, way back in 2016, when I was associated with one of the data uh, uh, analyst companies, web analytical company. So where we started being, before that, even 2011, I encouraged HR to be in internal sales meetings. So one of the things that what we get out of being in the internal sales meetings is that we understand how the sales team is working in the market, and who are the competitive companies that are bidding, and what are the projects are in pipeline, and what could be the potential skills of these projects that employees supposed to have, so that we can immediately look at the availability of those skills in the market, so that we will be one step ahead, with the competitors, or in terms of talent hiring. So this is how visualization team was built in one of my previous organizations. Likewise, this is not all alone that I was designed or I was implemented. I was anchoring it, but there are a lot of people and the great brains behind it. Likewise, one last example that I bring in is the performance management. We evaluate performance using rating system, is what in general that we do. But HR strategist always cascades the business objectives to every position in the organization, evaluating each employee contribution towards I'm sorry for the typo there. It's supposed to be ORG, organization business objectives. So if every position is not contributing to the common goals of the organization, then the performance management system is not good enough to be a successful organization. When I say successful organization, it's not about the sustainability, it's not about being in the market for a long time. It's about how well profitability the organization is into. And finally, evaluate performance, turnaround time. When I say this, if, as I said earlier, if we have multiple employees, and if a team of 10 people working on same task, and if ABCD, 4 people working on the same task, if A is taking for 15 minutes, B is taking for 10 minutes, C is taking 9 minutes, and D is taking again about 16 minutes. So we have to average the turnaround time to complete the task of these 4 employees, and see where actually we are lacking, so that we can bring in the learning and developments, and improvise the productivity of all the team members, so that it again results, as I said, time is money. Again, it results in better productivity, and also reducing the turnaround time. Finally, we need to also have the risk management plan in terms of talent acquisition and also the performance management, which means that um, before what I say is, before somebody is putting down their paper, HR should know potential risk. So there are methodologies where we can see who is looking out for change from our company and who is actively looking out for change, so that we can go to the manager and say that, hey, look, this person in your team is looking out for change, and if the person is very critical, we need to start retaining this employee. So retention never starts with the designation, in my opinion. It starts from the recruitment or from the risk management. So that's how we also have to look at the performance management. What could be the potential, threat in the organization once we roll out the performance reviews, and what could be the potential employees could leave us, so that what could be the plan in terms of addressing it. So finally, putting everything in a nutshell, as I learned it in previous sessions, where building contribution level, starting it from assess current HR capabilities, identify the pain points, the problem identification, create HR transformation roadmap. This is one thing where most of the organization never does. Very less organization does. We will have learning and development for every department, but HR will never have a learning and development. Very less department, very less companies could, they will have a learning roadmap for HRs. Very large scale organizations will have it. And what could be the implementation and outcome of it, again, is a question. And secure leadership buy-in, wherein we need to understand and make sure the leadership actually have a confidence. And then data decision making is another thing that we discussed in the previous slides. That's a critical aspect. And consult external experts. Yes, sometimes nobody knows everything in this world. So we need to consult the external experts, or we need to talk to the external experts or within the organization, so that we will get to know whether we are moving in the right direction or not. Develop a change management strategy. That's what we spoke in the that's what I spoke in the last slides. And adopt the right technology. We also need to have the right technology for the communication or to implement. For example, when you have an organization which has a distributed work environment, somebody is working in remote areas of India, and if you bring in a HRIS system that does not support for the attendance, yes, no, we don't need it. We need to bring in the right technology that helps us. And upskill your HR team. Again, as I said, we need to have a really good learning sessions for the HR team. Wherever that I worked, I always give them a lot of hard work in terms of go and learn this and do it before we implement it across the organization or sharing out of our department. I give them 2-3 times of um, opportunities, so that they work on it and come back to me multiple, at least 2-3 times, so that they learn it and they contribute at least 50 to 75% of the work that we're supposed to complete, and build continuous evaluation. As you know, monitoring is always having a eagle eye view on the overall execution plan is one thing that we always need it. And finally, HRD holds most critical data. As I said, HRD holds most critical data, analyzing it, evaluating, and making HR data driven decisions. So, if somebody really a good data analyst sitting in the management or the boardroom, and if they look at the HR data, they will be amused with it, because we will hold a lot of critical, confidential business data with us. To align HRD with business objectives of the organization could lead to the better success. That's what we tested in the previous experiences. Aligning HRD with business objectives is HR strategy. And so again, to do that, we need to follow some of the steps that we discussed in my previous slides in the whole presentation. So putting it in a nutshell, these are all the basic steps that uh, we can transform HR into a business strategy. A strategic team that helps for the better success of the organization. So this is my presentation. Hope that went well.
Excellent
And
presentation. Excellent presentation. I think one point I really liked is your HR needs HR. Okay. So, so that is very, very critical. People forget about, people take care of the entire organization, but people forget about the HR team. Okay, that is really, really very, very correct. So, Shiva, now there are different kind of organizations. Okay, so in the manufacturing sector, especially the HR role plays a major role because you have a different kind of different level of people working in the organization with different work environments. So, what is your advice to implement HR best practices there? I think it's a do or it's a make or break situation of HR role in the success of that particular organization. Okay, so what is your advice for the industry leaders?
So one of the things which we look at it is, the pestle model. When we look at it, where we have political, economical, social, legal, and environmental implications in the manufacturing, industry. So when we have to come up with any HR strategy to actually uplift the HR department within the organization, we have to have a thorough understanding of the current state of the organization from the HR standpoint of view on all these aspects. So once we do that analysis, we will get to know where exactly, if it is one organization, then where exactly this organization is actually lacking of. One of the critical and very problematic situation that we face in a manufacturing unit that I actually consulted with one of the previous organizations is the having the blue collar labor, where it's very hard to hire nowadays blue collar labor, very hard to retain them, and secondly very hard to manage them from the labor law standpoint of view, because we will have labor departments, we will have labor units we need to think about. So educating them, one thing, actually makes a lot of difference. So making them to be the part of our execution makes them at least understand how critical they are. Yes, of course, when we have about 10 employees and we come up with some change management or any initiative, always I say this to my team: the organization is a pyramid. We will have 20% as the temple top, and who are always already motivated. We don't need to touch them, they are good enough. And there is 20% of the bottom line where they are always already negative, we can't do anything with them. We have 60% in between as the pillars of the organization. So if we are successful in transforming this 60% into the above 20% to the temple top, where we can really work on the bottom line 20% who are negative, to implement our initiatives. So this is where we have to be very critical in identifying who is our anchors and what are the. So as I said, first thing is we need to identify the problems, and then who are the anchors and what could be the solution to push that into the organization.
So great insights, Mr. Shiva. Thank you very much. So we have time for the next session.
Yes.
On behalf of the all participants and the speaker and everybody, so I thank. Let us give a big round of applause to Shiva. So
Thank you,
for a
sir.
wonderful lecture and insightful content. So
Thank
thank
you,
you
sir.
very much. It's very
Thank you,
very
sir.
important to add value about the topic, like from paperwork to partner. It's very very crucial, especially in this part of time, technology revolutions. So thank you, Shiva. Thank you very much for.
Thank you for the opportunity, sir.
Yeah. And if there is any question left to Mr. Shiva, please post it. We make sure that get, those questions get answered. And also, if you would like to connect with him directly, please let us know. We'll just share the contact details and other things. Okay. So thank you very much. I would like to invite Boniface Nagrachu from African continent. Boniface, welcome on board. Jyoti, please, would you like to share the screen and the presentation? If you are able to see you, Boniface, yeah. Okay. So thank you for joining the session today. So let me give a quick round of introduction. The topic today, Mr. Boniface is talking, is managing strategic change. Okay. So Mr. Boniface is a seasoned international business leader and African mergers and acquisition expert with extensive experience in driving strategic growth across Africa and Europe. He specialized in strategy development, private equity investment opportunities, business turnarounds, and corporate finance. So, as a founder of Balcony Strategic Safari series, he supports C-suite leaders, founders, and family businesses in scaling and transforming organizations across African continent. He also contributes to leadership development as an adjunct faculty member at leading South African business schools, including GIBS and Henley Business School. Welcome, Boniface. So, thank you for joining the session today from Africa. Over to you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Please. Screen is there, and we'll talk about it.
Right. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much. I think I'll go.
Jyoti, you have any echo there?
Let me just go off one device. Let me just go off one device.
Keep one mute so that there will not be any echo.
Is that any better? Is that any better?
Yeah, better. Yes, much better.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for inviting me. I will try and just share my experience.
So sorry. Boniface, there is an echo. There is an echo. Jyoti, it is from your side. It is from your side. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, please proceed.
Sir, both my mics are mute.
Yes, please.
No, this is
Am I able without a repeat? Sorry. Let me go off and come back.
Hello. Huh?
Sir, Boniface sir is
Jyoti, you have echo. I'll close it. I will just share it. Jyoti, you can close your screen. Yeah, Mr. Boniface, can you hear me now? Hello?
Sir, again disconnected, sir. Boniface, sir.
Yeah, he will come. Just wait.
Yeah, now sir has joined again. So Boniface, sir is facing some problem while logging. Please help him, sir.
Yeah, wait. Let's wait. Let's wait.
Sir, blink.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's clear, sir.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience. Unfortunately, technical things are always a challenge.
Shall we go ahead?
Yes.
Yeah.
So mine was really to share some experiences around Africa. And one of my key points that I raise is if we want to achieve strategic change, we cannot use the status quo. We cannot use the current structures that exist in the organization, the current programs that exist in the organization. Otherwise, we'll get exactly what we got in the past. Therefore, my conversation around the next couple of minutes will be to share with you some of the elements you would consider in putting together a strategic change program for the organization. If you look at the next slide, you notice that in any business, you have to do things concurrently. Number one, you have to create a future. Number two, you have to service today's business. So the first challenge in transformation change that we experience is that most organizations try to do everything with the same team. That is to say, you're using the same team to create the future as well as service today. That seldom works well. The hypothesis, in my experience of the continent and wider, has been you have to think of two teams that are focused, one on building that future, which works without thinking about how things were done previously, and the other servicing today. So that's the first criteria when we come to structure. If we now look at the next slide, on our next slide, what you see is a way of trying to visualize where you want to go in strategic change. So on the far right, you want to achieve that vision. You want to achieve a system level evolution, I call it. But beyond that, in order to get there, you need strategies somewhere in between. And today, you kind of implement tactics. So what you implement now, here and now, tactics to achieve a set strategy that allows you to attain that vision of the future. And that's how your data kind of pushes you to that point. So my hypothesis for you, I put it to you that When you think about strategy, you're doing two things concurrently. You're running today's business, current ops, and you're changing the future. Those are tactics. So always think about run as what you're doing today and change tomorrow. And when we talk about change, transformational change, it's not a HR responsibility. While HR may support, it's technically a strategic role, and it's actually the mainstay of any CEO to try and achieve that strategic change. It's just a way of visualizing when you're thinking about planning. So when we execute plans, we should be asking ourselves, what are the tactics I'm putting in place today? What strategy I'm going to implement? And what vision is it leading me to? And how do I opt versus how do I create change and momentum? If we now look at the next slide, the next slide is just a way, it's a hierarchy of thinking. When you think about organizing the business, and I call it the hierarchy of change, you start by visualizing the strategy. Once that is clear, then you think about structure. How that's perhaps what people would call organization design. But that structure is subordinate to the strategy. Your strategy defines what that structure has to be. Consequently, that structure drives the competencies required, the roles required, and the people. You then hire what I call the right jockeys, the right horses. That now allows you to design the processes by which the business will operate. And finally, the systems. So it's never bottom up, it's always top down. And that's what's important. So when you're thinking about transformation change, we should ask ourselves, how am I creating the right structures, the right people? Is it in that order? Now, very often, we find that organizations run into systems. And today, there's a lot of conversation around AI. AI is really systems and processes. It's not going to replace strategy, structure, and people. And if you haven't got your processes right, AI will take you very quickly to the grave. So it's just an important way of visualizing how you architect, how you create the thinking model around the organization. So those should be the headings for your strategic change, design, architecture, and implementation. If you move on to the next one, this is just an example of structure. And maybe the fonts are too small, but I'll put it to you. So this is a photocopy of several years ago of the employee handbook of Nordstrom. Nordstrom is a large retailer in the US, quite high end. And when you think about it, when you joined Nordstrom at that time, you didn't get a HR manual that was 72 pages. You got a one pager. This is the one pager you got. And I'll just articulate certain things that were put there. It says, welcome to Nordstrom. We're happy to have you with our company. And the language you see is very inclusive. This is just an example of structure, because structure is not just the organogram. They're trying to implement change. And they argue in this piece here that every employee is allowed to make mistakes, is allowed to take ownership, and is allowed to ask their managers and supervisors anything at any point of the day. That's the way they organize themselves. Now, that is key, because what this structure promotes in that organization is simplicity, is allowing people to be free to make mistakes. And it also points out that your number one goal is uh, to make sure that in all situations is you can take your own judgment, allows people to judge. Absolutely key. So I wanted to use this as an explicit way of just highlighting that structure is not just the organogram. It's how the office setup is, how the canteen is, who parks his car in which marked territory. And those are the things that we need to align in order to achieve strategic change. So a good example for that. Um, if we move on next, then mine is to highlight a couple of things, and then we'd allow some conversation. So on the next slide, in here, it's really trying to portray when you think about leadership, and it's just another way of looking at the organization. As HR practitioners, very often, sometimes we think of leaders as psychologists. We argue that values, interests, needs, personality would drive the expectation, goals, and attitudes and feelings of people, and that would drive consistent behavior. So when you're recruiting or when you're analyzing your organization, you start doing psychometric tests around personality and assume that that personality, if aligned, would drive particular attitudes and behavior. So it fits the intuition. It feels good, but it doesn't always work because you're basically saying if I hire the same type of people, they're going to be a team. Now, there's an alternative to this, which is on the next slide. So if we look at the next slide, in the next slide, we argue that the leader as an architect, whereby instead of starting with kind of psychometric positioning, we argue that let's set the strategies and structures together on the right hand side, focus on strategy, focus on structure, focus on reward systems and people. That in itself will invariably drive the specific tasks and the projects and the unit objectives. And then the expectations will kind of percolate right to the bottom. So this is an important departure from where you start by trying to align values themselves. It says basically you architect when you're architecting transformational change and you want people to follow through. Make sure that they are focused on the strategy, the structures, the reward systems. That then will drive the projects that people are going to do, how they'll organize themselves, and finally the expectations. So this one is tougher to do, but a lot more important in when you're architecting your HR lenses and how leadership looks into managing and supporting strategic change. So just a thought there uh, for you to have a look at. On the next one, and basically what I'm trying to do is to share some concepts. They are not entirely cast in stone. And the idea is you can then say, how does this apply to my organization and how do I align? But this definitely leaders architect supersedes leaders psychologist. Now, if we move on to the next slide, actually the next two slides, I wanted to lay down some of the trends we're seeing around on the continent in Africa, and that's also coming through in other markets. If you move the next two slides, please. The next one. Yes. So it's just to give you an idea of what's happening in terms of the marketplace, the psychodynamics, the consumer space, because that is also what begins to influence how we architect internally to achieve transformation. And we're finding six key kind of thrusts, whereby there's a lot of disruption from digital players. People have a high propensity to switch customers from one product to the other. They're very knowledgeable. Innovation is a key driver. There's a lot of mobile fast demand, which is exponential. And there's a feeding around health. We're seeing young Gen Z, Gen X, Alpha consumers coalescing around kind of maybe a socialite, maybe an influencer. For example, you find that Taylor Swift has a large number of followers from the young community. All this is talking to the cloud age. So the question for us is, when we then look at the organization internally and we want to transit or make that organization walk through transformation and change, we have to remember this is a consumer side of it. How do you bring it into the organization? How do you reflect these changes internally? So if externally customers are disrupting by using or that have been disrupted with new digital offerings, then surely internally we have to be aligned to that and create that competence for digital savvy people, uh, people who are ability to build mobile, people who are around innovation. In other words, we need to reflect this inside the business, and it's helping raise the bar. Now, I'll just continue on some of that thread to a couple more, which might be interesting. So if you go to the next one, it just emphasizes that when you begin to make these changes on the next slide, if you may move on, what we can argue is what are the determinants of success. On the next slide, please. I'm just waiting for the slide to move. Yes. So it's important to think about the determinants of future success is organizing the organization around what are the customer journeys, what are our differentiating value propositions, how do we kind of digitize the internal and create scale, how do we reduce the cost of debt in terms of technology, how do we improve agility and speed and lower the cost in terms of cost to income ratio. So these are operational elements, but they must be reflected in the thesis of why we need transformational change. And they must percolate to exactly how we manage our teams and people. So in other words, taking the customer elements, the future segments inside the organization and planning with that in mind. Because we cannot expect to be having an agility or kind of speed of execution, yet internally we have a lot of bureaucracy. So you design in outward, and that's what allows you to sustain the market capture you get. I will then move on to the next slide, which also says, in order to build that kind of a digital transformation, which is key for organizations to understand, and you find it on the next slide, if you may. I'm just waiting for the slide to move. Yes. You find there are a couple of elements, and I wanted to highlight. Again, when you're dealing with the impact on people, it's key because customer decision journeys will be key, how the organization is structured, the data analytics, these are all necessary things for digital transformation and success. And because you cannot have any transformation today without accommodating what's happening in terms of the digital arena, strategy and innovation, process innovation, and technology. Now, when you talk about process automation, that's where your AI sits. So we should be asking ourselves, are our internal processes ready for AI? Because if you compute it, if you place AI on an archaic process, you're not going to get value. You're going to get heightened chaos. And this is something that I'm finding very key and perhaps seldom understood. But AI is not the cure to everything. In fact, it works best when you automate processes that are already working properly. Then you're able to get to the next level. You can then leverage. But it's key to understand all these elements will affect the people and how do we respond to them. Data analytics, there'll be a lot more data science. People equipped to understand that. So you're managing from decisions that are data driven, no more hunches. So just a way of thinking about all the things that are bombarding people today. And then if you go on to the next slide, it also highlights some of the emerging technology trends. The impact of social media and what that means both to the brands that we have in the business and therefore consequently to our teams and individuals who are consuming that. Things like the Internet of Things, people being able to do a lot more remotely. Do we still need to have people come to the office? And I have seen since COVID, organizations trying to reinforce the go back to the office kind of environment. But is that sustainable? Is there a way of a hybrid? And does it have to be for all employees? So all these mobility issues and data security, cybersecurity affect people and affect the organization and must be accommodated in the design of strategic transformational change. On our next slide, which is what I call the non-stop customer experience, we're seeing customers that want service 24/7. They want to call in the middle of the night and they want something sorted. Maybe their banking app is not operating properly. So when we think about that, how do we deliver those promises? Therefore, how do we structure across time zone, across 24/7 service? This is a new angle. And how do we make sure that we organize it without creating burnout? So these are elements that percolate to influence strategic change. And then, of course, on the next slide, you then see things to do with operational improvement, process efficiency, asset utilization, creating agility, new business model. So how do they impact? So therefore, the question that we should be asking ourselves, how do we design? And the design goes back to what we said earlier. Strategy drives structure, structure drives people, people drive processes, processes drive systems. And you have to think about all those elements when you are looking at all these things about improving operations. On our next slide, I'm just giving you another idea of structure with all that's happening in terms of digitization. You'll find it in the next slide. And the next slide kind of tries to highlight, and this is an example of how some banks, some institutions are organizing themselves. So on the top side, those are customer segments. They're just examples of segments: youth, SME, corporate, diaspora. Think of them as customer segments for a financial institution. And therefore, thinking about the things we've discussed and the things that are happening in the consumer state, you then can ask yourself, how do you create an organization that's supporting those segments? So you organize departments or functions around market segments, and teams are organized into that. And then you ask yourself, how do I reach that market segment? What channels and capabilities do I require? And you have a different team. Your call centers might sit in that element. Your mobile and online kind of activities and branches, if you have branches, lie in that because they are channels to get to those segments. And then you have product teams that produce and market and create the products for customers. So you can see how you can take the outside customer view, bring it into the organization, structure around segments, channels, product, and then you have operational teams that maintain the day-to-day and run the business of today. And that could be backed by a business unit. So it's just giving you an idea, and these are illustrative, of how you can structure, because without such a structure, you will not achieve transformational change, especially to serve those particular customers. Because the intent and the objective of transformational change is to make sure that you actually win the market, and the market is your segments, your customer. So bringing that in. So no longer the idea of thinking around fixed departments of finance, marketing. You have what I can call cross-functional teams. And again, something a little bit more interesting on the next slide. You see that on the left-hand side, that is the business of yesterday, where you have a front office, probably, then you have a mid office, back office, and then you have core systems. That was the business of yesterday. Today, you organize it, what you see on the other right-hand side, the upside-down pyramid. You say, for tomorrow, I'm going to organize around customer journeys. We call that journey orchestration. And then that's where your heavy department is. And then everything else is lean. Your back office is smaller. Your middle management is smaller. And this gives you, on average, 20 times more return on capital or return on investment. So it's just a way of putting the organization upside down to think about structure. So these are things that have been tested, they are working, and are important to understand. I think the next slide also depicts it very well. You see the old organization on the left-hand side. which is organized around Siron. And then you have the new organization on the right-hand side, where you almost have like teams, like cells, and the leadership or the coordinator, the person playing the orchestra, the person conducting is at the center. So you almost have what I can call less hierarchical teams, so more agile execution. Again, these are things that need to be structured. So you move away from machinery, from the organizations as machines to organizations as organisms, so to speak. And I think it's also illustrated much better in the next slide, where you start having cross-functional teams, customer experience teams, business process and technology teams, sitting as one team. And what I mean one team is they report to the same individual. So it's just a way of seeing it. So these are things all meant to disrupt and support transformational change. So therefore, what is happening in the HR scene is no longer HR issue. It's a strategic issue driven by the executives to achieve strategic change and implementing new structures and new processes. And the next two slides as well bring in the concept of that agility, managing projects, agile project management. And times have gone beyond this now. Agility is just making sure that you actually make decisions quicker. Work is organized around sprints, 2 weeks, 10 days, and therefore you can have real milestones. I think that's what this says. I'm not going to deliver that point. We made it in the previous one. The next one just is really an illustration of a customer journey because I've talked quite a bit about it. Sorry, I think I've just let me go back to that. Yes, this one talks about agile project management. We can go on to the next one. And this is just an illustration of a customer journey in an organization where you're creating awareness, consideration of the customer. When they purchase something, we service them in royalty. It's just an illustration. So we should be asking ourselves, if this is a customer journey, how do we organize ourselves internally to support and how to hold our customer? So it's irrespective of whether what product or service it is, the essence should be agnostic. But that's the important thing to be very, very clear about. If you don't organize around customer journeys, you will not be able to give exceptional customer value, and you can lose market share. Then on the next slide is just to say, once you now have the customer journeys, you define what those touch points are. Where does that customer interact with the human being? Now, this is absolutely key in the AI age, because some organizations that I've been supporting are now realizing that if you don't build the human element into the AI protocol, you're going to lose customers, because customers still want some element of humanity. So it's absolutely key in thinking about transformation. And this is a major issue for large organizations. Then I bring in on the next slide the concept of when you think about an organization, and this is just trying to kind of illustrate growth. You have growth, but I divide it into three elements. Things that you're gonna fix, they'll give you certain up. Things that you're gonna optimize, and they give you an output. And things that are gonna grow the business, new things. So the question is, how do you organize internally? Who is chasing the fix? Fix and optimize as you run your operations today, while growth is a team that's building tomorrow. So it's just another way of bringing that into context and making it very clear. And then on the next slide, it's also been very clear. Thank you. And the next slide is really asking the question, when we think about innovation, we should think about it in three horizons. What's core? What are the adjacent, what is adjacent, and what are the transformation elements? And again, we need to organize the teams around that. And in the slide you're looking at now also says, how are you going to compete? Yeah, are you going to be strong on product? Is it operational excellence or customer connectedness? Because you cannot compete on all three fronts. You need to choose one. The others you still need to be good at, but you must choose one. And if you say it's going to be about product, for instance, then the whole organization is structured to make sure that we have the best product in food. We organize around that. So it becomes very critical. So here there are choices that have to be made and pressure is set up. So these are all elements in designing strategic change. And then on the next slide, you then have to say, right, how does that, how are we going to grow? What's diversification? What's product development? What's marketing? What's market penetration? What's going to come from where? And these are questions that have to be answered. Because if you say it's going to be more about diversification, then you need to say how is organized, how is the organization prepared to tackle that and support that. If it's market growth, are we going to new countries, new territories? Are we making acquisitions? So basically, the whole strategy document, the whole strategy must demonstrate how that change is going to be paid internally. Because if you don't get it right internally, you're not going to get that market share. And it takes quite a bit of doing. And then on the next slide, you actually see in this digital era, so to speak, you have to do four things concurrently. Delight your customers, you empower your employees through digital competences, you're digitizing your operations. And you see a lot of these in fintech and banks, and you're accelerating the time it takes to develop something and take it to market. So these become almost your value ethos. So you move away from the traditional values of customer uh, of integrity, but you bring in values or elements that are very clear from an operational point of view. And that's how you begin to design the organization. So just a thought, moving away from the traditional, the generic value driven to very specific. And they may have slight nuances depending on the industry. Um, and I have also illustrated that in the next slide where we talk about we're creating access, we're engaging with customers, we're customizing our offering, we're connecting with them, we're collaborating with them. So you have now to say, when you double click on that, what does it mean for the organization? So basically what I'm putting across is the view, and I put it to you again, emphasizing on designing from the outside inward in the organization. That's what this is about. And then it allows you to answer the questions you'll find in the next slide, which is what market segments are we going to tackle? What are the constraints we have? What risks exist? What are the vital few projects that must succeed for us to get that future, that strategic vision? And of course, that employ how we implement that are the tactics. What partnerships are required? And what investments are required? Once you have those, then you can design your organization. So again, very important. And the design is not, and I repeat again, it's not left to HR. It's too important to be left to HR. It's a strategic session with HR involved, but designed by the executives. And of course, they can get support from outside if required. So my last thing on the last slide is the key, and I keep saying in strategy, the main thing is to keep the main thing the main thing. And for me, the main thing I'll leave with you is to say, think about strategy driving structure, structure driving people, people driving processes, processes driving the systems. And therefore, the architecture of the organization, the business model, is what creates transformational change. And that's really my final slide there. It says the future belongs not to those who are scared of being cautiously adapting as need to, but to those that foresight to recognize the potential offer further changes that others find so unsettling. I pause there. I yield back to you. Happy to take any questions.
Fantastic. Wonderful session. I think I like the first part of the first slide where we talk about strategy, structure, and people, and then followed by the systems and then processes. And you very rightly said that the AI it touches these two. Okay, but the rest of the structure, strategy, and people remains intact. Okay, so that's how the value of AI can be exploited as we go on. But AI is not everything, so it touches these two things. That's you very well nicely explained, Boniface. Yeah, but uh, in the whole transformation, uh, uh, the, the industrial organizations, manufacturing organizations in India or in Africa or in Middle East, so they are little laggards in adopting technology and even strategies also. So they have multiple problems. The key problems are there for their strategy itself. Okay, and then they talk about the people, and then they talk about the technology. So, what is your key advice? How to take it up one by one? So, how to adopt strategy as far the business is concerned, how to take up the people part, and how to adopt technology. Okay, so your insights, Boniface.
So thank you for that. So I did a project for one of the largest manufacturing companies here in Kenya. Just to give you an idea, in East Africa, their turnover is around 700 million US. It's a big company. It's manufacturing. And we asked exactly that same question you've asked. They wanted to gain market share. They wanted to go into more countries. But you don't do that by departments. You do that with products. The only reason you enter a market is because you have something to sell. So therefore, the design begins to say, what are the customer insights? What are the needs and wants that exist in the market that are unfulfilled? And we identify some that we know and some that we don't, and some in spaces where we don't have the capability to build. And then you sit back and say, I like that. It's a good thing. It might work. Then I say, what capabilities do I need to achieve that? I may decide to buy another company that is already has the technology to manufacture, all I can create. But you are the how to becomes easier once you define the what. So the key is always be very clear what is your offering proposition to the customer. Then you design, I call it you design from the feature backwards. Then you go into right. Am I going to get those capabilities? You might find you don't have those capabilities.
Mhm.
And you might therefore say, can I outsource the whole operation? So you've solved the people side through an outsourced functional approach. That could be another option. And the technology and systems usually are the last things that come
Mhm.
into play. Unfortunately, people think of them first. They should come last once you've satisfied yourself by saying, I have a market. I know how to get to it. I know where I can get the capabilities. Now, what processes do I need? And the process can be maybe you want to buy the company, so a merger integration process. Maybe you want to build a new factory, so what technology can I use? Then how do you set the teams to go and look and study that? So the key is always, and I think in this hierarchy, people is at the center. I don't know whether I noticed that. People is at the center. So the key is to, if you can co-create with the people, whether they belong to you, they work on your payroll, or they're outsourced or insourced, that's a key thing. So I find that it is agnostic of the industry, whether it's manufacturing or digital or even a school. It's exactly the same approach.
Same approach. That's correct. That's
Thank
fantastic. So start with customer insights. Then you work backwards. That's very interesting. Yeah, don't jump into technology because technology is an enabler. Okay, if it is required, you do that, whatever it takes. Okay.
And I can give you a very good example if I jump in. I've been involved in new digital banks, and there's a digital bank that was launched by a major player in South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
They got a number of customers onboarded, like 6,000 on the first day. They got to 60,000 by the end of the month, and then it plateaued.
Mm-hmm.
It just became flat. They couldn't get more. And
More.
the reason is they had a very sophisticated app technology, but they
Mm-hmm.
hadn't thought about the customer, what the customer wanted. Um, I use the analogy that you don't buy a Ferrari to carry potatoes. You don't buy a Ferrari to carry potatoes. Sometimes you just need a simple Toyota
Mm-hmm.
to carry those potatoes.
Exactly. That's great insight. Great insight. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please raise the questions. It's a long day. So I think I really enjoyed your session, Boniface. It exactly echo how we think. Okay, so that's really a great way to listen to you, Boniface, always. So great insights. Uh, I think we ran out of time by 5 minutes. So what is your advice? Sorry. So what is your advice, like very simple terms, like a top three key takeaways for the business heads, so that they can take this with them and adopt. Mhm.
So I would say three takeaways. One, if you want to achieve strategic transformation, understand the customer, understand the market first deeply, and spend a long time doing that. And don't leave it to marketing.
Mm.
Do it as a strategic team. That's number one. Secondly, involve HR practitioners on the table. Don't go to them after the event. They should be there as equal partners, contributing to that strategic conversation. Because strategic transformation does not belong to HR. And last but not least, don't listen to technology too early. Don't waste your time listening to horror stories of AI. AI will still be here in 9 months, in 3 years, and perhaps better. But design, clean your own house first, then tackle the automation and the technology offers the day to day. Thank you.
Great insights. Great insights. Fantastic points, Boniface. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Boniface. So thank you, Mr. Boniface, for joining all the way from Africa and giving a wonderful lecture and great insights. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions to Mr. Boniface, please feel free to write to us. We make sure that those questions get answered. And if you would like to take any help and from Boniface, yes, we will do that. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, with this session, wonderful session, a closing note. So we come to conclusion phase of the program. So Global HR Excellence Summit, we would like to conclude. Today we had a wonderful sessions. From the morning, we talk about Mr. Sundaraj talking about DEI, and then Mr. Simin is talking about the people part of technology, the AI, and then we had a wonderful lectures from Dr. Shravan and then Mr. Sharad. Okay. So we have we would like to had a we're very happy to have a conclusion session from Mr. Boniface. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to repeat that. Thank you very much for all participants and all the guest speakers who would like to be part of the Global HR Excellence Summit. The main objective of the, the Global Strategy Summit and then Global HR Excellence is part of it. The main objective is to connect industry experts, consultants, and best practice managers to the companies in need. So we try to do that, And we have done more than 300 lectures so far. It's very, very, we are very happy to promote it from Flu Strategy. So Flu Strategy is basically an enterprise strategy management solution which help you to grow, manage your organization, completely align the strategies. So basically, what Flu Strategy does is, Flu Strategy help you to do strategy analysis and formulation, strategy translation, organizational alignment. Organizational alignment includes people, processes, systems, and risk and everything. And then finally, you end up in a strategy through either balance scorecard or OKR or whatever methodology you choose. It's a platform agnostic. And then finally, you have a methodology or model to witness the organizational transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having patient attending the session from 10 o'clock a.m. to 6 p.m. Thank you very much. I take this as an opportunity to thank you one and all. Thank you very much.